is Wednesday, June 3rd. We are already in June. This is incredible. This is amazing. This is by far my favorite month of the year, but not because I exploit my Junes. And not because it's actually the truth, because like when we really look into it, I think I'm more of a winter person. I swear to God. Like when I think of June and the things that happen in June, it's always the best shit ever, but it's not as calm. For me, at least, it's never been as, maybe because I'm a winter baby born in the winter, but for me, it's never been as calm. Like, you know, those memes with, and I'm going to do a full free scroll of everything I spoke about and all that drama and all that shit. But first, I want to open with, I don't know what it is, but ever since I was a kid, I was since maybe 5 years old, well, no, I'd say as a child I liked the sunny months better, but as I got older, I started, around the teenage years, I started to really love, maybe it was the Christmas breaks that we'd get and stuff like that, although I'd love summer break, but it just wouldn't hit as hard. It's like thinking, I've always had my thinking much more clear in the winter than the summer, and that's probably one of the main reasons I've always liked the winter months more. And because made a lot less mistakes, although my biggest wins will be in June, I've made a lot less mistakes during winter times than I have in the summer. And if we look at like the worst moments of your life will always be around Christmas and early January. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, I got the blues and all that gay shit. I'm talking about go look into your history of the worst things that ever happened to you, and it's around that period, and there's different groups of people who say why for different reasons, like the astrological people, which it's fun to know some of that stuff, but it's clearly all skewed science nowadays. Maybe if it was thousands of years ago they'd be more accurate, but now it's just like people making shit up, so I wouldn't trust that. But it's good to understand it a little bit, right? It's good to understand all forms of the sacred arts, just so you can I think the best thing for your development is knowing everything, especially the bullshit. That's why I'll always dabble with retarded science. Like I've even those guys who I've even dabbled with those retards that I disagreed with, but I just wanted to see why they're so gung ho on the affirmation crowd. Those they tell themselves, "I will be a millionaire. I will be," and it's like, if it's not structured throughout thinking, feeling, and willing, the affirmation is kind of a joke, brother. Right? Because we're looking at how the soul expresses its inner structure in the outer world. That's what we want. That's what we want to see out of you. We're not just repeating something blindly, right? It's kind of like those guys who are like, "Oh, Zherka, I've been really focused, reading 100 pages of this every day, and so yeah, my thinking is developing." And I'm like, "No, you're not, because you're not supposed to just point your finger and read it. You're supposed to let the thought become alive. That's what you're supposed to do, and that's not the tricky or the hard part. That's just something you're not you don't get in the habit of doing because it's not a habit, really, right? It's you put enough attention into it, you run some images in your head of what you're reading, you explain what you're reading to yourself in a more symbolic way, you let Dragon Ball characters run around the thought, you let your childhood pour into and color what you're reading, so it becomes a little more cartoony, and over time it refines into a truth you can actually grasp. You can be like, whoa, this makes a lot more sense now. But if you don't have any living energy towards what you're reading, how the fuck is it ever going to stay alive in your memory? You know, unless you're looking with spiritual vision at the end of all your lives, unless you're doing that, it's useless to you, right? Like if you cannot recall what you read, then what the fuck did you really do? And a lot of people are like, dude, I wish I knew this when I was in high school and college. Zherka, if I had you, I'd have got straight A's. And no, you wouldn't. I can teach you how to think, but how will your thinking become alive if you don't have any interest towards the subject? The interest part is why you failed, right? It's like everyone who says, dude, if you went back to high school, you would get straight A's, Zherka, because of everything you know. And it's like, no, no, I wouldn't. Give me that fucking material right this second. And listen, the mastery of boredom, which is the final mastery stage, like the mastery of boredom, right? Humans never actually really bored. Boredom means mental illness, right? But the mastery of boredom, you have to ask yourself why it's the final stage of spiritual development for monk and monastic incarnations. You have to ask yourself, when is your turn for that? Why is boredom the final? Wait, can you guys hear me? Because I swear to God, I did a space once for an hour where they said I was muted for like 45 minutes of it. And instead of me rerunning it, I just turned the shit off, which is, I have to start seeing this more as a job too, because I forget it's a job because I'm living and breathing this out of me, right? And this stuff tremendously helps you guys because there's one fucking idiot listening right now that's like, dude, when I read a book, I keep my finger on the page for 100 lines in a row and I don't remember shit. And it's like, dude, that's not how you have to live with the world. It's kind of like people who approach a relationship mechanically and all in their head and they go, well, I don't know why the bitch cheated on me. It's like, bro, there's no feeling life to your relationship with her. It's just thinking. Like, what girl do you know that even thinks? And I know this is crazy to say, but bitches are fucking retarded, dude. Bitches are fucking retarded, and which is sad. Not all of them, because if you think about it, we all know some women who are they're high paid accountants and they really develop their thinking and they're unbearable to be around even to themselves, which is sad because those are the greatest types of humans. Like if you meet a woman that's an accountant, usually it's not a hoe. She's so orderly that she has her life in order, right? And and these high thinking types, it's not that people can't be around them. You can find men for anyone, right? That's not a problem. It's more like she doesn't like the company or she gets agitated by it. And which is so sad because the women that think in society, they can't stand being around lower levels of consciousness. So they get shafted hard because, for a guy, when people say, well, a guy is lonely, it's like, yeah, but he'll deal with it. How, you know, a smart woman in society has to be the hardest incarnation you can go through because they're programmed to be social, but they're lonely because they don't want to hang around stupid people. And like I get comments all the time from people being like, "Oh, Zherka, if you're so this guy that I think you are, how the fuck can you surround yourself with dumb bitches?" And it's like, dude, I'm only better than you in every single facet of your life because I'm balanced, right? The most dangerous thing you could be is mastering your craft and isolating to the point where it damages your craft. Like, for example, if you're a swordsman, you're getting really good at swinging that sword and you're fencing and all that. You're the best swordsman in the city. To go to the next level so you can, be the best in your country or the world even, it doesn't mean more training, believe it or not. That's like a huge lie. That's like because dumb jocks who are and reality. They don't understand the tripart soul. They don't understand how the world even works. And it's sad because they focus on one thing. They always say hard work, hard work, hard work, but it's not hard work. The best swordsman that puts the most hours into his swordsmanship, he is the swordsman who puts in all of the hours, the most amount of hours, is not the number one swordsman on earth. Right? If you isolate in a mountain and go, shing, shang, shung, I'm the best swordsman. Look at me, man. I put in more hours than everyone on this call. I put in more hours than everyone in my village. I'm the best. He doesn't make it that far. Right? He's isolated on a mountain and that's it. That's all he knows. He knows a few combos. Right? It's actually the one that has the urge to isolate, put in all that time, but doesn't isolate and finds a new master or finds a new team that he probably, like, how many times have you found a new team of people that are so fucking annoying, but they're so effective for your goals? Like, for example, if you're in your young 20s, you want to get, whether you want to admit it or not, you want bitches. And if you're around a group of people who have different masteries, then getting bitches, it's fucking impossible. You don't even see good game because you're too busy at the bar focusing on yourself and shit. But when you go out with a group of guys who like know what they're doing, you can see good game in your buddy and you could go, that's what that looks like. Actually, you know what? He looks a lot more confident than her just because his spine is straight. Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't keep my spine straight enough when I'm talking to these dumb bitches. And you notice something you haven't noticed before, and it ties into the self. You go, oh, damn, look at this. So, and to me, that was the hardest thing because in my life, my instincts always tell me to isolate and mastery. But then when you look at any time you're making serious progress, it's mastery plus participants, mastery plus other people, which I know a lot of people who think like me hate hearing this. I fucking hate it. Like when people say, yo, Zherka could be a billionaire if he was just more social, I believe them too. You know, like that I'd be like Gary V. I'd be like Gary V. But if you ask me, $1 billion is not worth it if I'm surrounded by a bunch of have you ever been surrounded by a bunch of good people that are really nothing like you don't want to be anything like them? Like, for example, have you ever been in a studio where you're around a bunch of, let's say, office workers? Like, for me, that's the ultimate night. People ask me what my devil is, and it's anything office related, right? Or anything suit and tie related, which is to me, that's like I grew up watching movies like The Matrix and stuff where they would add this fucking dark, depressing filter, which is beautiful looking back. But a lot of these movies I grew up with, they would show me what adult life is like. And my first real adult jobs, besides working in a warehouse, was sales in an office. So I was like, oh shit, they weren't lying. Like when you become an adult, you're gonna be in an office taking phone calls and you don't know the level of inward chaos I had during that phase of my life where I was done with that shit within the first few weeks. And I think it lasted a year almost in sales. And I remember I was always the worst salesman on the team, which is weird because now, like even the Twitch days, people always said they're like, dude, you're the best salesman. You get people to subscribe just by I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was just saying retarded shit and they'd laugh and gift more subscriptions. It's a different system than YouTube, right? And everyone said, dude, this is the highest subscription account for spamming it. Like I would spam their gifts on me. And everyone, even the larger streamers, they all kept saying, I want to be like Zherka in the sales aspect, where because I would call them ATMs. I'd be like, you owe me money. And I would really make my chat feel bad. And I don't know if they felt bad or were laughing or like were just confused, but I would get a shit ton. And and it was all like cackling and maniacal. But I remember thinking, I'm like, why was I so good at sales on Twitch, but not, selling memberships in the gym? And I still remember this guy named Jason Q I worked with. He taught me a valuable lesson about sales. Is like he said, Zherka, the reason I'm the highest paid in the company is because I lie the most. I just tell them yes, 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 even if it's no. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, that's why I'm the number one salesman. And I'm like, but aren't they gonna come back and complain? He's like, no, we have ways to deal with that. Like we have a whole team and we could throw it on other people, and that's where you get my back and we decelerate them, or they do that political talk. Have you ever had gym salespeople do that? Well, the reason your membership is 55.95 a month is because, sir, I'm working with you as fast as I can. But the reason why is, do you know why salespeople talk like that? Why they slow it down and make everything political and they have to hyper clarify everything? It's not to be polite. This is called political talk. Political talk is what you use to bore someone to death. When they're bored, they're decelerated and their fangs, they lose their effect. Like, which is weird because if you bore me, I start lashing out. If I get bored on even on a podcast and I go, "Oh, you're doing the politically correct thing," it's you watering it down. Like, if you how many hosts have we been on with where they start, well, Zherka, the reason I'm platforming you is because what? We're talking about rape, nigga. Is that what? And you could see that like my inner fire hates that kind of language because not because I know what you're trying to do, that too, but really it's because you're boring the fuck out of me, right? And if I had a mastery over that boredom, which is the final stage of being a human, is mastery of boredom. Like you look at any master, it's like 99% of the life is extremely boring, right? Which I'll even make this argument. If your life has mastery and zero adventure, which is really hard, masters, they get pulled into the best kind of maps, right? They start sitting you next to Jordan Peterson, like the big maps, the interesting maps. They even get killed sometimes. But I'm saying, let's say you could have mastery without adventure. I genuinely believe I would turn my head away from God. I would say, nope, I don't want this. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to go rot. I'll do something else. If mastery came with zero adventure, I would literally because you got to remember, everything in God's nature is adventure. There is nothing about God that is anti adventure, especially when you realize that it's not just this world, there's many more myriads of worlds above. And when you realize that, and there's many hidden paths to take, and there's so much to do, not just on Earth evolution. When you realize that, you go, why is God so relatable that everything I want is freedom and adventure? But the world is literally freedom and adventure, right? To the point where you could get eaten by a jaguar or a tiger, it gets intense out there, right? And if you're bored, you could get eaten by your inner demons, right? When you're alone. So in the past, instinctively, you'd have to conquer the world. And now the harder test, because there are no spiritual guides around like in the past, you don't have to conquer the outside world with a sword anymore. You have to do something much harder. You have to conquer your inner world so it can coexist with the external and be in harmony with what you came here to do. And the side effect of you failing that is you kill yourself. You literally, that's what suicide is realizing, oh, I'm not conquering the world in a phalanx operation with Roman soldiers and spears. I'm not doing the physical anymore, which back then, those humans didn't feel pain the way we do, by the way. I'm telling you right now, consciousness evolves. So when you think of like a great gladiator warrior, yeah, they didn't feel as much pain as you do when they fought a fucking tiger, you idiot. So when you realize this, you go, so does that mean that the newest incarnations are always the most brave? Yes. Does that mean that today's incarnations feel the most pain and fear? Yes. Does that mean that bravery today is 1,000 times more brave than bravery in ancient times? Yes. That's why we're always the fucking heroes. That's why living life is so hard, right? And listen, the day you realize, hey, I'm not conquering the world. I'm born in modern times. I have to conquer my inner world. And then the adventure starts showing for me. The day you realize that is the day a lot of people kill themselves. Like you're going to see in 10, 20 years when people start realizing, whoa, this is just too much to handle. Like the world's big enough, but this inner world feels way bigger. It almost feels like there's many lifetimes of problems I'm working through. Shit like that. And it's like, you want a forward posture against this because look around you. I always say hierarchy is the reason you can laugh in times like this. Like, for example, Go to a Walmart, right? I'm not encouraging this behavior, but go to a Walmart and look at other incarnations and look at, they're so unconscious, they're afraid of, organizing the toy section or whatever with the Hot Wheels. Right? And they live 60 years of their life in that level of fear. So when you look around, you see billions of people in worse shape than you. I swear that's got to count for something. Not only do you want to bring them up, but you realize, oh, I've done more of the map than them. And when you realize you've done more of the map, why not go all the way, right? Another thing, this whole trying to escape your world or escape yourself, or when has anyone ever escaped their world? Or in that reflection, when has a human escaped themselves? You always come back right to the center and you go, damn. And why would you join 8 billion people on earth with their thinking? They always think the same thing. If you look into people, they're always thinking, like you go in public and look at their faces, everyone has a why me face. Everyone has this why me, right? Except me. You look at me and it's just blank. Like I'm like one of those retarded thousand cock stare bitches, right? I'm just fucking blank. I'm ready for the new thing, right? You know how like a blonde is ready for the new fucking BBC? Like always ready, no matter how much publicity says, stop it, you're destroying yourself. She goes, nope, I'm ready for the newest one. That's that's the posture you need in life. Like I always say, there's nothing more brave than a dumb blonde because she takes BBC all day, which if you think about it, there's no worse incarnation you could have than a dumb blonde, right? Like imagine your dragon in life is overcoming BBC. And they always do it. They turn into Kylie Jenner and they go, yo, I like this white Jewish guy with Timothy guy more. And it's like, damn, it took that many mistakes for you to realize that. And I'm not saying we go, by the way, this is my only opinion that is against what I teach, and I'm always transparent with this stuff because I cannot stand people teaching one thing and then doing another, even though we're all humans, we have contradictions. But I know we're supposed to move away from blood ties and instinctual ties, but dude, if you're white, smash white. If you're black, smash black. If you're Chinese, smash Chinese. I don't care if it's thousands of years in the future. I don't care what we're evolving to. That's the one thing that I'm going to maintain is something healthy. Like, dude, there's something abnormal about, like, if you're mixed race and you follow me, dude, when I look at you, all I see is when I look at your face, right? If you're mixed race and listen to this, when I look at you, all I see is no, all right, I'm not gonna do that. That's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, anyways, we're going back into it, all right? Let's just focus right now. What I'm trying to say is all of life, especially like it's June, right? You're dying, by the way. I don't know if you've realized this, but 2026 is almost over. Right? Don't panic. Fear makes everything worse. um, I'm on an up because for the last 5, I think my brother said 6, but I think it's 5. For the last 5 years, my accountant tells me to my brother's face, he was shocked, right? He's like, "Oh, your business has grown 7,000% in a couple of years, and now it's this much." And I'm thinking, like, "Yo, are these numbers normal?" Because I don't check what an average person makes and stuff like that. And then I go, "Wait a minute, why don't we look at Zherka 21 to 25 almost?" Dude, every year I made less money. 21 to 25. It was like, how did I make less than last year? It was like a downward into darkness trajectory. Because there's some people who think like, oh, for the last 10 years, he's just fucking doing it. No, no. There's a darkness, like an involution into 25 years old, and then an explosion upwards, and then a lot of chaos to keep that trajectory. Because you'll see later in life where you pick and choose the spots of chaos, right? Like, for example, pressing this chaos button means a shit ton more money, but you also know that this chaos button does something that you don't want, right? It's going to shift your inner world, it's going to shift your structure, and you're going to be like, dude, this is so what I do not want. But if I press this chaos button, at least for the next 10 years, I'm on incline of, you know, getting that bread. Because let's be real, it's in the times of modernity, getting bread is equivalent to killing like some buffalo. Let's be real. You know, like I'm always looking for like, yo, where's the bison I can carve with a fucking knife? And society tells me, hey, we don't do that anymore. And I'm like, okay, so how do I delete the aggression? And society says, oh, you have to make money. It's like, well, that doesn't really kill the aggression. And well, you have to do it in a way that is fulfilling to you. And that still doesn't kill the aggression. And well, then fuck some bitches after you make the money. And that still doesn't kill the aggression. And it's like, oh, mastery is what finally makes that fire into like this, that blue flame at your grandma's house. She'd turn on the stove in those old stoves and they'd have a blue fire, and you'd be like, whoa, why is it so much more condensed? And that's your soul, by the way, right? That's your soul turning into perfect spirit. It's like right now, it's like a ever consuming red fire that's like shitting out black smoke clouds. That's you just consuming all day, nonstop. Hoes, bitches, blah, blah, blah. But you have to. The hardest part of life is when you look in the mirror and realize, oh, evolution means order, not chaos. But you're used to watching the TV where evolution means adventure. You'll go on a Pokemon adventure. And you're like, yes. Like, dude, the hardest part of life was when I was 28 years old. I was like, okay, I've maxed out. I'm pretty much the only guy who maxed out adventures without going to prison. Everyone else who beat me on the adventure thing is locked up right now. Right. And the only thing that saved me, like everyone who asked me, they say, why were you so confident you wouldn't go to prison or die or kill someone or something crazy like that if you're that out of control and shit? And I'm like, the only difference from me and everyone else is I've ever since 14 years old, I've had a spiritual type of life where no matter what happens at the end of the night, I don't see it as a worldly thing. I see it as the evolution of my soul, even before I knew any of this shit. And every one of my buddies who are just as reckless as me, they were just dense materialists. They'd be like, nah, fuck that shit. Not that they hate spirit or anything, but they didn't have that intuitive gut feeling that, hey man, there's more to, getting locked up. And I also had the thing in the back of my head that if I do get locked up, I finally get to read for the rest of my life. I finally get perfect 3-hour meditations. I finally get boxed in to do the advanced stuff. I don't mean advanced like the stuff I teach. I mean advanced like when you're in a cave alone and you know what to do and you're well versed in this stuff, and going to that cave right now in free society is not going to benefit you because it has nothing to do with your life if you go to the cave, right? You leave your earthly tasks, which builds a nasty shadow. Like there's monks who've meditated for 20 years and came back and gotten immediately married, which it's not a waste of time because they do structure their soul in a correct way, but let's just say it's really stupid, right? It's like a lot of people think the demand for society is evil. It's not, you know. There's earthly energies and there's energies higher up, and both have to be accounted for, right? That's why I really push people into living a superficial life because your 20s are superficial, bro. Your 20s are, they ask a bunch of people, Zherka, how do I transcend, become a millionaire, do all this, and focus on my thinking and become a genius? And it's like your thinking develops when you have your feeling life in check, meaning probably a relationship, right? Even your work becomes more alive. The world becomes more conscious when you have that going for you. Then you look at your actions and your sporty life and athleticism. Even your athleticism increases when your feeling life is in check. These three soul forces have to be in harmony. But don't ever think that if you're isolating, it's not like rapid speed. Like I'm telling you right now, anything away from the bars and beers and that stupid shit in June is going to benefit you a lot. unless you're lonely. Like, dude, you're supposed to balance that out somehow. And a lot of you guys ask me, they're like, Zherka, how do you balance it out? I don't. That's why I talk about it. People talk about shit all the time that's eating them, by the way. I don't balance my life. I do not have balance. I like to go for a couple weeks of party and then a couple months of mastery and a couple weeks of party. And I've always been like this. I've never wanted to change this. I benefit if I change it, but I don't want to. I look at how much money I'm making. I run it in my head. I could make even more if I did things this way, but I don't like. I'll tell you this, man. When you're doing good in life and you start shifting little pieces, I'm telling you, if one thing goes wrong, you're going to get really pissed off, right? So all my life, I wish I had someone who told me this, but the greatest advice in the universe is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it ain't growth, don't fix it. If every year you're not making a substantial amount of money that was more than the previous year, and I know people think, oh, you're in social media, that's why that works like that. Like, let's be real. Let's look at someone like Myron. No matter what Myron does, whether right or wrong, right? Whether he fucks up or not, whether he slows down or speeds up, no matter what he does, a 50, 60-year-old Myron will always sell more than a young Myron because of his field. It's like if you want to buy from Zherka at 25 years old or 30 years old, which dating advice do you want to buy? Now it's a little different for women, right? You don't want anything they're selling at that age. But so it's not just social media. When people are like, well, you can only triple your money and do this shit because you're in social media. And it's like, no, dude. If you're in a LinkedIn kind of profession, the older you get has to be a more refined process of what you're selling already. Right. And I always say, billionaires sell product. I wish I could sell product, right? But I feel like your soul dies with that too. Now, I'll one day do that. That's the real step up in your financial evolution. But it's not that important. But you really want to sell yourself in the world, right? Because you want to put all your chips on yourself. Because that's that one nigga that always talks to the mirror and goes, "Oh shit." There's this whole idea that someone can bail you out will make you really broke. Even if you're rich, you can be broke inside. You could be that guy at the yacht party that just cannot flirt with the chicks because he's not self-made. And then you're like, why can I? Why am I always stuck in this mode of I just can't do it, bro. I just can't do it. I can't enjoy the yacht party like the Myron, the Fresh, the Zherka, the whatever. Like, because their whole everything those guys do is around the self, which is the most beautiful way to live, by the way. Same with like a master swordsman or a blacksmith. It's like everything around him and what he wants to do. Now, I have met incarnations who they literally come up to me and say, I don't give a fuck about shoes, but I'm a shoe salesman. I made millions. I resell shoes. I don't give a fuck about shoes. I just like the money. How? I think those guys are the coldest people on earth. There's people you'll meet that can sell product they don't give a fuck about. Not that it's a scam or anything, but they're just not passionate about it. And I've never understood that. And it feels dark. Like these high functioning types that, hey, I'm going to take you from selling shoes to selling memberships. And they do good in that as well. To me, that's mind blowing. I could never teach a human being that. If I meet a human like that, I know for a fact they have no God in their heart. They have nothing to, they're just the most evil money making machine on earth, right? That's like the number one thing I look at when I want to trust someone. Let's say I want to trust Sneeko. Every time he flips positions and morphs into something new, it terrifies me. I go, whoa, that's a good buddy of mine. And if you talk to Sneeko with no filters, he does value evolving into the trend more than anything, right? That's why like everyone smirks. He'll even smirk when you mention it to him, and it's like the to me, I've never seen. To me, it's always been like Myron. Myron will evolve into the trend with the same fucking opinion. He's still red pill after all these years, but he'll still stay on the trend. right? It's like Myron didn't shoot down looks maxing. Everyone was convinced Zherka, Myron, these types will shoot it down because the black pill is coming to eat the red pill. We didn't shoot it down. We uplifted it, right? Only an insecure person shoots it down and says, "Yeah, I'm not red pill anymore." And it's like, I don't know, bro. You're smashing rippers, bro. You're smashing rippers. Like, if you're smashing rippers, you're clearly red pill. You know how fucking. eh, Dude, I'm telling you right now, man. And it doesn't even suit him. Like, Sneakles had more streamers than me. Like, what the fuck? I literally evolved with them as a bouncer for 5 years. These are my homies. These are like my sisters, my best friends. I should be closer to them, and I still stayed at arm's distance, right? You know what I mean? But this guy's like running a whole relationship with him and Amy Dangerfield and stuff, and I wonder when Amy was around me, and I kind of ignored her because I don't know. I totally got that girl wrong. I just thought she was just a good person, so I was like, you know what, this is. I'll be honest, man. Good people are not attractive at all, dude. No matter where you go in the matrix, a good human being that, like, I can't imagine that girl snaking me, and I met her like once, but yeah, this is a huge turnoff. There's a huge turnoff with that. Like, good human beings are the fucking biggest turnoffs in the universe, and not because they're good. I'm not saying that, but just because you can see no scars on them. There's no adventure. There's no, you ever remember Master Chief's armor where it's all chipped and damaged and bruised and cut up? Remember those days in Halo 3? And you're like, whoa, this look makes sense. And you look at the Combat Evolved armor in the first game and you're like, kind of looks like a race car driver. Like, this is stupid. Like, I like the scars and scrapes and all that. And not that it looks better on everyone, but yeah, it does, dude. Right? People with fucked up problems are so much more. This is a Jungian lesson, by the way, but they are so much more beautiful, right? They are so, like, I'm not saying rippers are the most beautiful people in society, but escorts, bro, escorts look like angels. And before you attack me, you got to realize they always get you. You'll be at the club, you'll meet a chick, blah, 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 yap, yap, yap. Oh, it's just a gold digger and stuff like that. And then you look at her and you go, what the fuck? I can buy you, nigga. I can fucking buy you. I know that look. I know why you're airbrushed. I know why you look like minty freshness. They're always ready to go. Why are you ready to go in a sweaty nightclub? You should be sweaty like me. Why do you look like a goddamn it? And I hate that we don't admit that, bro. Is this as soon as a young man admits it, then they're cautious. They don't have that night of like, what do you mean you're charging me? Right? I put a sword to your motherfucking throat. You don't charge me, nigga. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Be nice, be nice. But yeah, I'm trying to tell you that where you see scars, you will find beauty. And there is no fucking beauty in playing it safe like a little sneako. Like, I'm gonna keep evolving my opinion. Like, bro, how the fuck have you had 500 different opinions and now your final opinion is Nick is trying to get me beat up? I was like, bro, we're the trio. Nick, Sneeko, Zerga. We were the trio, bro. Which, by the way, the whole trio was like, I want to push a Catholic message. I had no idea he'd go this hard on that green flag shit. So now it's like I'm spending the rest of my life disowning this guy, right? And by the way, even if I wasn't pro, if I wasn't pro the Christ Force, I would still support Nick because he is a huge counterbalance to left wing chaos, which will get you guys and your family members killed, by the way. Make no mistake about that in the future when there's riots and stuff, and all you guys come to me and say, yo, these guys died, and you knock on wood, I'll knock for you, man. When you guys come up to me with that, I'm going to be like, look, man, left wing, since George Floyd riots, by the way, it's been a thing, right? Remember they were smashing up stores for George Floyd, and it was like, dude, I don't care how you could say he's the most innocent guy in the universe. You could say whatever you want. What the fuck do the stores have to do with it? Like Hassan Piker went live and said, well, the reason they're smashing stores is because what? There's a reason for arson? What the fuck? You know what reason means? Reason is not intellect. Reason comes from the German word risen, to rise with the Christ, where intellect becomes love. It does not mean this retarded shit that people think it means. It is to rise above stupid intellectual games, right? Intellectual is not a good word, by the way. There's a lot of dry intellectualism that can get you killed. You know, like, by the way, a hyper intellectual person doesn't believe in courage. If you're one of those people, like a lot of people are like, Zherka, you're a thinking type like me. No, I'm not. Right? No, I'm not. When you guys say, yo, Zherka, you're just like me. No, I'm not. A highly intellectualized soul that's like focused on thinking does not believe courage is a real force in the universe. Doesn't believe there's anything spiritual about courage. They just believe in, you know, some people have lower impulse, higher impulse control, and some people are bred for this and bred for that. And it's like, dude, if you don't believe courage is a real eternal link towards the God force, if you don't believe in courage and sacrificing yourself for the greater good is a spiritual phenomena, I'm telling you right now, you are nothing like me, like at all. Zero. And that's what dry intellectualists believe. Like you ask scientists and they say a lot of stupid shit. And you got to ask yourself, why are we so captivated by invisible forces? Like courage is really invisible. Like where is it? Where do you see it? Does it last? Does it stay? Does it evolve? It is identical to the God question. Where is God? I can't see him. I just have 8 billion people on earth talking about him all the time. Isn't that enough proof, little boy? And it's like, and it's really sad because most humans, they actually confuse their higher self with God, which is that's how powerful you are becoming, that you can confuse that. And more intelligent people, or I'd say more balanced souls, confuse their not their higher self, but their guardian, their first guardian angel with God, which I can see how you can make that confusion, right? That gets stupid fast. It's much higher than that. And I'm telling you right now, think of why everyone argues of what a man is. Well, is this a man? Is that a man? And you know, they all have contradictions. Like, is Andrew Tate a man when he has a camming website? And it's like, no, nobody wants to entertain that reality. Right? This guy a man with all his contradictions? Nah, he's kind of a joke. He's blah, blah, blah. And you got to ask yourself, this prototype of man of what we're becoming, what is it? What are we linking to? We're linking towards courage. We're linking towards things that are invisible to us, but they mean more to us than living on earth. And once you start seeing the world from this framework, you'll say, actually, Zerka, I do believe reality is a three-part trisoul. I don't just focus on scientific thinking. I'm going to try things your way. And it's like, dude, they've had this shit figured out. Well, I wouldn't say figured out because we evolved from it, but look at what Aristotle wrote or spoke about. Look at all the dialogues, look into them. It's only up until recently that we've heavily obsessed over thinking, and not the kind of thinking I'm talking about. Very different. Like how many these fucking Twitter accounts and YouTube accounts and all these like guru accounts, they don't have one system to explain reality. They're actually explaining everything they watched that week on algorithm mixed up, right? Like some of these idiots actually believe you are creating reality as you go and all this stupid shit and the world's not real. There's people who even try and convince people that you're the only one on earth and you're that special, and it's mumbo jumbo garbage, dude. And it's retarded as fuck. Right? Or it's like those people who ask me, well, Zerka, can you sum up your philosophy in one sentence? And it's like, that would be fun to do. That's funny. But I'm evolving. I'm a living, breathing force of nature. I'm nothing like you. You're static. You're frozen. You're a fucking little bitch, right? And a lot of you guys don't realize that it's like we don't evolve through time marching forward. That's not what's happening. You're evolving through pain marching forward. You're marching through it, but it's marching through you too, right? That's why a lot of people are like, when you judge things on time, you haven't, look in your past, you haven't evolved much as a person just because time went on, even though it is a factor. It's not really the transformative force. The transformative force is pain, right? Not that you should be like a masochist, and is that the right word? Not that you should, you know, be whipping your back and shit like on some Da Vinci Code shit. But I'm telling you right now, this posture that I am whipping humans into shape. I'm getting these souls structured in a way that, oh, every time I face adversity, yes, I break down, but there's always one piece left of me, a little scaffolding. And then later it'll be one leg, right? With the knee showing. And then later it'll be like a steel frame with the hips. And then later with one arm, then a rib cage, then until you're standing with your whole body and flesh, and then you become light and you're standing against these forces that keep knocking you down like waves that keep crashing into you, and you're turning into barnacles. You're breaking down and you're mixing in with matter. You're just turning into a swamp monster that's like falling apart. And it's like, dude, stand upright even when you're being obliterated by Exodia. I'm telling you, no matter how many times you get hit, keep standing up. This reaffirms your soul posture. And one day, when the tragedies hit you, you're going to notice your foot move. You're going to get hit hard. And instead of falling to your knees and breaking into pieces, you're going to notice not only did you withstand it and it cracked you, but you're standing upright. Maybe your knees buckled, but you're standing, taking it. And this time, for the first time in your life, it's not just you absorbing the shock, it's your foot can move. So move, nigga, and take your shot back into the universe. Go right forward into that energy. And you're going to be like, oh, this is me entering higher levels of free will. I'm not frozen in matter. I just moved an inch after a big tidal wave. Now you go to the beach, go to the swimming pool, go wherever the fuck you need, go to the lake. Well, there's no waves at the lake. And you'll feel that as many times as it takes, eventually you'll find your posture with the waves hitting you. This is the first most important step into living, breathing in this evolution. Now, does this mean you have to constantly, over and over again, listen to a voice that's alive like mine? Look, man, in ancient Egypt, it would be even more meticulous than this. At least you got a couple distractions. But I'm telling you right now, use my powers. The ZerkaOfficial.com. You don't want to miss what I'm dropping this week. And I'm telling you right now, oh, you missed your last call. No, I didn't. I did an 8-hour call. That if I do an 8-hour call, I'm not doing 2 hours every week, you fucking idiot. That's how it works. And my students would never interrupt it. They're like, when you're going, you're going. So we'd rather have the 8 hours up front than split up within weeks. I'm like, oh, that actually does benefit me more because you can. It's not like you can dodge the program, right? Because I've become more unpredictable, which increases sales too, right? Like I got lucky with that. That it's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna miss that call or something will change, right? So it adds more immediate urgency. I get lucky with that my mind is like that. Which, by the way, my mind has to eventually get out of that process. Like I would want a 60-year-old Zherka, if I make it that far, I would want a 60-year-old Zherka to be able to do 2-hour segments weekly, way more than 8-hour spiz, right? But that's, when you are, I would say, look at Zherka 25 to 29, 30 years old, you see an obsessive human being. Like, dude, I'm the only one in my high school who made it this far. Everyone else is broke nigga shit compared to me. And even the guys who try to get close, they bought so many liabilities and like they didn't have brothers, I guess, they don't know what to do with their money, that they're still in trouble, right? Whereas my brothers don't allow me to ever become like those poker playing fucking weirdos. Like my brothers pretty much force my my financial world, my ecosystem, they force it to be normal, which is so weird because if you look at me, you go, whoa, that guy's kind of chaotic. There's no way his financial life is in order. And it's like, I'm not doing it. I use the incarnations around me. I didn't join Earth with my brothers to not use them like you fucking idiots. There's so many of you who don't use what your sister is good at. And she's like offering you help and you just ignore it because of some what dude, they are there. You are not supposed to do it all alone. Drake doesn't write his own lyrics. We know you want to be at the top, use the forces around you, which it's so hard in your 20s because for some reason you get embarrassed. I was always embarrassed to get my brothers involved in my life because I'm like, well, no one else does this. No, they do. Every human on earth. I think Heel Mike's mom does all of his finances, and every streamer I know, it's their mom or someone close to them, which is hard. You're burdening someone else with that and stuff. But if you're a chaotic force in nature, do not suppress your chaos and slow down like an idiot. But do not allow your chaos to reflect in your financial life either. Like I'm telling you right now, when I say Sneeko should have Nick around just so Sneeko's more smart in the world, you're supposed to use Nick. You know, he's a smart guy. You're supposed to absorb lessons from him. If someone's more smart than you, you're supposed to absorb that shit, right? And it's the same for someone like Nick. He lives such an orderly life. And not too many expenses here and there, but still gets to do everything he wants and travel and all that. And that anything that increases your soul continuity makes you confident, right? For in your 20s, I don't know what it is, but a lot of you guys are going to have this idea that, oh, I got a few more years and then I'm not planning ahead. I'm young, who gives a fuck? And it's like, no, if in your head you say, okay, I'm going to be dealing with this bank account for 50 years. I got to think long term. That's soul continuity. If you're dating a girl and you're like, oh, I might marry her and spend the rest of my life with her, that's soul continuity. But for some reason in your 20s, you cannot see the future with the girl, a banking future with the same bank, even. You can, nothing, none of that shit, right? For some reason, you think it's all going to end in a couple years, so fuck it. Anything that's away from soul continuity is unhealthy for you, which I know no one wants to hear it. Like if you told a 20-year-old Zherka, hey, you're not thinking of soul continuity when you're killing your liver, I'd have been like, fuck you, fuck my liver, fuck this nigger liver. I fucking hate this shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing it my way, right? And then later you're like, ouch, my liver hurts. What is going on? And it's always at the peak of your life. You're like with the most beautiful chick on earth, and you're chilling with her at the beach, and you're just walking the beach at like fucking the sunset or whatever, and it's fucking beautiful. And then as she's talking, you feel this inward pain, like your organs are saying, die. And you're like, holy shit, I'm dying as soon as life got good. That's so fucking comedic. Like, isn't that funny? Right? And most of you guys are not going to be lucky like me to get perfect blood work over and over and over again after you heal. Most of you guys are going to heal with some kind of disease or you're going to be dying from the inside. You know how many of my buddies healed and their healing is like they're pissing blood now? What the? I'm feeling better, but yeah, I'm pissing blood. It's like, dude, you know? And the only difference from them and me, I swear to God, is spirit. Like every classmate I ever had, they'd always look at me in the back of the classroom and they'd be like, the only thing that makes this John guy weird is that he talks about weird shit like that. He's like, he's thinking of other worlds in classroom. And I'm like, dude, I beat you all in your own game, which is being a civilian. Being a civilian is like maxing out those kind of stats for a good life. And then you find out there's no such thing as a good life. You find out there's only mastery, right? Because mastery forces adventure, right? If you master E equals MC squared, the whole world starts to fuck with you and they force adventure upon your soul, right? Which can be a lot for a lot of people because mastery comes in with a lot of isolation too. So When the whole world starts fucking you with you, you go, I'm not used to this, dude. I like being alone. Or like I like being that's why I think there's never been a better time to incarnate because you can you can access the adventure world all you want, but you can also take a step back away from it and you don't have to answer calls, make money on your own. You have a phone, you have an iPhone, you can do it, right? Like the greatest thing a young man could do is get fluent in AI, not building AI. I'm talking about just like talking to AI about something they're mastering and going to only the parts they're interested in, right? And that usually bleeds down into other parts of it and connect it to your world so everything becomes alive. You can even use figures like Goku, Vegeta, or whatever it is, Sonic the Hedgehog, or whatever is makes things more alive or connected to a childhood spirit and start posting away. Post the people are gonna fuck with your notes. You're gonna get clout, you're gonna get numbers, you're gonna go far, you're not gonna half-ass it like me. You'll go all the way with that shit, right? And I'm telling you, that what did Andrew Tate call it? Building up a social media addiction is money. It is. It really is. But for me, it's more than that. It's like this idea that you guys are not getting paid by social. The one thing you should write down on your little gay board at home is that you are not getting paid to be on social media. Like that's the one thing that has to change. I don't mean by paid by dollars. I'm talking about you could get paid in likes too, right? So as your likes build, you realize the trajectory of how many people you're helping, right? Usually it's always the thing that helps you most that helps the world most. It's so weird like that, you know? Like if I focused more on feeling, I don't think I'd go that far. If I focus more on thinking and explaining that to my students, that tremendously saves lives. But if I would focus more on feeling or willing or other things like that, it would be a little different, right? Because there's way more interest in like, is there anything more badass than a powerful thinker that has a self mastery and they look better at in their old age than they do in their young age? Like they just look like they got everything figured out. And by the time you get your universe figured out, it's only your universe. It's not the universe, right? But the more you figure out your day and how it functions, the more the world will make sense to you and you participate with the world in co-creation, right? And it's a beautiful thing. Or you could be Sneeko and do whatever the fuck I don't even know what it is anymore. Sometimes it's like this feeling centered Islamic message, and sometimes it's like an overly thought out, complicated, this is why you should follow me message. Right? No, there shouldn't be a reason why people follow you. That's fucking retarded. You're a whole universe in yourself. Okay? If that's not enough reason for the world to fuck with you, then your universe sucks and you're a fucking bitch. Right? It's like you guys who walk into a bar and have you seen that nervous look when a young man walks into a bar and they just look around, they're like, something is supposed to happen. And then like the experienced guy will sit at a bar and nothing is supposed to happen. Therefore, he gets all the bitches. Like, dude, your inconsistent breathing pattern is really weird. Like the girls are laughing at you for it. You walk into any arena and you think something's supposed to happen. That's usually when you get fucked up, right? Nothing's supposed to happen, bro. Your inner structure should be solid when you walk into that bar. Your inner structure should be solid when you're studying, achieving mastery in your field. And by the way, every day of your life should be you sparking those rocks till that flame of consciousness bursts, your thinking is alive, and then you can go out into the world. Meaning every day is a spiritual experience, a big one too. Sometimes it slowly starts up, but eventually it becomes into I can't live without this. If you just fuck with technology and social media right from the get-go when you wake up, that is, dude, if you get that first hour in your day right, everything else is manageable. But if that first hour is based on, you're compelled by impulse and desires and all this stupid shit. You cannot, like, for example, one day out of the whole week will always be a day you're scattered. You just cannot get it together. And you're like, dude, I did 6 days of concentration in a row. But a human being can never go a full week without having a bad day where everything is fucked up. And that just shows that your soul is off balance. That's why my best students, they'd be like, okay, what do I do that day? I'm like, go swimming for 4 hours. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, go swimming for 4 hours, right? Don't fight that. And they'll always be like, dude, I came back from swimming and I was so clear and I fucking did 4 more hours of studying, but it felt like 1,000 years of studying and I got so much shit done. And it's like, feed your tripart soul. Stop. Look, the world should be seen as a trinity to you, man. Right? It's not hocus pocus. It's actually there for you. Okay? Don't don't force it. Everyone's like, oh, I only follow you because you remind me to stay on the righteous path. Like this I keep getting reminded to go back to the center. And it's like, yeah, but sometimes the center is your feeling life. Sometimes the center is, your sports life. So don't confuse that, right? And I guess the best thing I would want for everyone who follows me is if if someone resonates with the Zherka message a lot, usually they can copy it and they enjoy copying me. Like there's a lot of guys who like traveling, but they didn't start until I forced them into it. I'm like, hey, do what I'm doing. Hey, you can take your job on the go on the phone, do what I'm doing. You can do conference calls from somewhere else, right? And then they go, oh, this is a lot better. I'm a lot more productive, a lot more money. And I'm like, yes, because your nature is travel. You're a nomad, right? Like some of you get rock hard thinking of a hotel suite. Like, what is up with that? Like, I remember when I was young, they'd always ask me why you want to be famous. And everyone would say for bitches, for money. And I'd always say, just so I'm never home, right? That I can, and that doesn't mean it's a party. Like, I mean, I could go to somewhere where it's snowing, so long as it's not my home, right? It's good, right? Even if I'm treating it like a home, like nobody's allowed in my hotel for 30 days in a row and I'm just working through it, even if I'm treating it like a home, just the idea that I'm absorbing other thought forms in a different country and I'm, completing my incarnation with over 100 and something countries visited, right? Which is, you think that's easy to do. It's not really easy. It's not that easy, dude. Like, look, it is not that. I'm not talking about the money part. It's like you have to pick and choose the times as well. Took a while, actually. But once you've been to around the whole world, dude, it never ends, by the way. Then you have to do shitty countries, small, fucked up countries. And that part's super fun too, right? And here's the worst part is the people you grew up traveling with, they're going to go on to their own lives. So you cannot wait up for them. Like a lot of people message me. They're like, I'm waiting for my Tristan Tate to travel with. And I'm like, dude, those guys had hundreds of divorces with hoes before they started traveling together. Like, look at their life. And they'd have a couple of trips together as well a year. But don't wait up on other people. Or if you're like me, other people always ruin the trip, man. Like other humans always ruin concentration, right? I don't know what it is, but it's like when you're entering that field of mastery where you're like, holy shit, I'm getting paid a shit ton of money, but I can easily triple charge, easily. And I'm not being evil. They're being evil for taking up my life's work. If you're at that point in your life, I'm telling you right now, you'll be traveling the world with your buddies and you'll just look at their dumb, goofy face and you'll be like, oh, he hasn't mastered anything. If anything, he's just good at his job. Like, is there anything uglier than a human that has not mastered anything? Like, even a dumbass masters being a dumbass on Twitter. There's a lot of dumbass accounts. I always maintain that Lucas Gage. I don't know anything about him, but it's just everything I've seen is like a mastery of retardation. I'm like, I don't know anything about this guy. I shouldn't have formed an opinion, but he's one of those Jew accounts. And then there's like some footage of him saying, we got to work with the Jews. We got to work together. And it's like, what the? And everyone's like, oh, he got paid off. And I'm like, no, I think he's just a dumbass. Okay. You know, if you dedicate your, it's like Zherka dedicating his whole life since 16 years old to watching Alex Jones, becoming, they kind of point their fingers at me and say Zherka's like an Alex Jones for Chads. And then, you grow up and you go, yeah, that's when I was 16, that's exactly what I wanted, which is weird. I didn't think it would happen. I thought other facets in my life would look like Alex Jones, but I didn't think it would be this close to it. And which is funny because I feel like I'm the opposite of Alex Jones in a weird way where he gives information before checking if it's true. And he gets some things right and some things wrong. And then there's someone like me where I will never tweet something unless in my core structure, it structures my face in a beautiful way, you know, and it must be aligned with the truth. Get away from the trolling a bit, but everything that comes out of me has to be linked towards the truth so my structure gets stronger and I can look at you guys and say, you guys are some fucking loser incarnations, like with no truth structured at all. Just there's nothing about you that you are a fucking bag in the wind. And a lot of people are like, well, isn't that evil that you're just like, you get off on being better than other people? And it's like, no, it's not evil at all. Because it won't always be here. One day that will be transformed too. So let me enjoy it right now. And I'm telling you right now, hierarchy is the beauty of life. Because if something's on a higher level of evolution than you, chances are you still don't want to be that thing. You want to be on that level of evolution with what you got going on. If you're healthy, if you're unhealthy, you want to be it. Like there's some souls on earth that would rather be Mike Tyson in his prime than you being as successful as Mike Tyson, but in your way, which is really unhealthy. If you want to switch bodies, that's like a huge sign of inner faggotry, right? And I don't mean to make this all motivational, but it's like when I say June is here and you are dying, I mean that was quick. Whether you're working hard or not, that was quick because the world has a way of getting faster when you get older. For some of you guys in your 20s would be like, well, I don't really see it, but the older you get, the faster it goes. And which is kind of also a beautiful thing because you look at it like I get to meet my maker, right? Which is funny because technically you are your own maker, but you've already been created. You're doing the rest of the evolutionary process if you haven't realized, right? The only way you should see it is the only times good things happen to you is from grace, right? But here's the thing: you don't actually deserve that grace because look at the kind of life form you are right now and what you're supposed to be. Like you got a long way to go, motherfucker. Like a long way. And I'm telling you right now, the one thing everyone always talks about in this game is time wasted. I don't really believe in time wasted. I believe in how much of your time was you're thinking alive. I'll only judge you for that. Because everything else is like, you're fading into the background, really. But the times you're thinking is alive, I'll judge that as those are the only parts of your day you're human. For some of you, 5 minutes. For successful people, might be an hour. For billionaires, it might be 8 hours, which is that level of focus means they're away from their friends, family, everyone. They're just fucking locked in. And if they're smart, they balance it with a bit of family time at the end of the night, right? Which actually opens you up to blessings, right? Loving energy before bed. But most of you just go to bed fucked up in anger, like little faggots. Can't stand that, bro. I see your comments. Anyways, listen, man, I'm not here to say I'm better than you. I've already did that, said that. I'm here to remind you why. Here to remind you why, you little bitch. All right, let's go over some of these tweets, okay, before I gotta get out of here. And I'm gifting you this spaces. Add scripture to a sinful life. And even if you are sinning your ass off, your inner structure will change. Why the fuck did I mess up that? There's supposed to be a comma there. See, I'm rushing today. You could tell that I'm rushing, bro. This is not good. This is not good at all. Right? We're losing precision and accuracy. But really, what are we saying here? Obviously, if you're not into the Christian mysteries, don't force it. Like a lot of Christians say, oh, you can force it a bit. And it's like, no, if you're not into religion, do everything else besides the religious part. Okay. Because forcing it can make you really hate it. I think young Don went through that. Now he's like some really left-wing dude on the internet. And it's like he forced Christianity and the version he got was not real Christianity. It was whatever the fuck away from the tripart soul. He got something else. And I think he said something like he went all feelings based. Yeah, I want to be imparted wisdom. And it's like, dude, you know who gets imparted wisdom? People who are suffering or people who have had their thinking alive for decades. The kind of gnosis you want takes a big flame. Okay. Because once you're transformed, you can do serious damage in the world. There's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, the higher worlds aren't going to open up to me because I'm a bad person." No, you can be easily be a dark magician, dark magic attack. You can easily go forward and fuck up the world with your evolution. Because remember, a lot of times you're thinking, "Oh, this is good for the world. What I'm doing is good." Like most dark magicians do believe that. And then there's a little psychotic group that is just twisted. But in the very end, everyone has to be forgiven. Why not do it today? Question mark. What I'm really saying with this is think of you as that guy who made $50 million. How many grudges are you actually holding on that day? Right? Like think of how many you'd probably say, man, you would laugh if you saw your enemy that day. I swear to God, you'd laugh. You'd be like, oh yeah, this guy. That's your higher nature. You must align with that. Even though it's gradually going to change your inner structure, you got to start with that. Okay. Eventually, like water on stone, your rocky formation will get smooth and change into something more beautiful. In order to understand the world, you must sometimes turn away from it. This is that isolation, man, that unless you're suffering from being isolated, which I really don't recommend, that's not normal at all. And souls are meant to be around each other, right? But if you're not, isolation brings mastery. Isolation brings premature mastery. But it's also June, so make sure you're doing summertime shit too. You have an earthly part of you that has to be satisfied too, or he will rape your life. He could even block you from thinking. He could block you from thinking all summer just because you're not doing your earthly deeds of finding that girl at the bar, whatever the fuck you young people talk about, right? Just wait till you're at this age and you have numbers to just call. That's going to be a little more comfortable. Which you can't abuse that, by the way. That means you have to really get into your study, really exert yourself, and then use your phone calls to relax, right? Life gets really expensive if you are constantly moving upwards. This is very facts, man. This is, dude, I'm telling you right now. I'm talking about even tragedies and shit you gotta pay for, be the man. You gotta step up and do certain things. Dude, get your thinking alive and make sure it reflects your career. Okay. There's probably 0.001% of you who can work on their thinking without focusing on making ends meet. But I seriously doubt I wanna encourage any of that behavior. Let's go to time is the wisest of all things, for it brings everything to light. Dailies. Which means calm the fuck down. Everything you're waiting for is coming to you. some of it in a distorted way, some of it even in a backwards way that moves your evolution forward, although your world looks like it's going backwards. But all time is doing is unfolding you. So just ride the wave, man. Ride the wave. Don't fight the wave like Sneeko. Ride the wave. Because if you don't, in the future, you're going to see surfers and you're going to be like, damn, they're going so much further than me. I wish I learned how to ride that wave earlier. And by the way, life is kind of, it feels unfair because by the time you start surfing, those guys are long gone to other islands and shit, right? And that's all I got for you guys today. Have a wonderful day. All right, Myron, let's go. Money, money, money. It is the money making machine, Myron, who, man, I've known this guy for so many lifetimes. Like we don't get shit together. But Myron, tell us about what what do you got next? You got which college campuses? You're fucking you have the best content out when you're shitting on liberals. It's almost like I want to join you, but I don't want to. Since I didn't think of it, I don't want to join you. You thought of it. You do that. You pretty much is Charlie Kirk without the boring parts. I got to say, by the way, I'm not hating, right? Team Charlie always, but that got to be the most boring soul that ever incarnated in history. That means he's a good person too, right? He mastered his boring. But to me, it's just like, I think being boring is worse than being evil sometimes. You know what I mean?
No, man, it's good. Just got back from UCLA. That was good. We still brought out a pretty big crowd, despite the fact that it was like exam week and school was pretty much done. So most of the students were pretty much off campus by then. Obviously, some retarded haters are like, "Oh, you didn't even bring out a crowd." It's like, bro, I brought out more people than you ever would ever. That's number one, and then number two, going to a college campus during exam week is like not going to be conducive to like a big crowd. You know what I mean? But we're gonna go back again when school starts up in August. We're gonna have like a bunch of schools lined up. So, um,
What in August?
yeah, because
No,
a lot of schools start in August.
what about June? What do you got for June?
Well, I just did. Well, we literally just did UCLA a couple days ago, but is the summertime is like the college campuses are dead. So
I,
we might have to wait till like August or September.
I really can speed this up for you. Why don't you just go to Oregon, Portland, the most liberal place on earth, and you can get more out of that. You don't have to wait for college campuses. You could just go to like really Starbucks neighborhoods, you know?
Yeah, that was the other option. The thing is, though, if I do that, is like anytime you set up a table, bro, it's like you got to get like permits and all this other fucking bullshit, bro. Like I used to, like I used to set up like right there by the Capital One in Brickell, bro. The
Yeah.
fucking stupid Jewish temple next door. Those fucking faggots complained to my to the city of Miami, and they pulled my permit because they're a bunch of fucking retards. Because
What
I
the fuck? You had
I would
it
set up my
pulled?
table, dude. I would set up my table, right, and there'd be a big crowd there, and then like they would have their stupid, I don't know, Shabbat or some other fucking bullshit Jewish shit, and on Friday, and they'd come over and they'd try to debate me, and I'd make them look stupid, and then like a couple of the clips went viral, like one of them where I said, you guys kill kids every day, and you don't have bomb shelters, and you can run your bomb shelters, and then in
Mm.
another one where I was like talking about dancing Israelis, those like went viral, and I guess they got back to them. And then what they did was they went to the fucking city and they complained and said, "Yeah, this guy is doing these debates and he's anti-Semitic," and like they fucking pulled my permit, dude. So I couldn't like
Dude,
go to
that
that
that they
location.
have crazy power to be able to do that.
Well, they
Because
run
you're
Miami
not just a civilian, you're an ex-cop, you're a trusted guy in society. So how the fuck can they do that? What the hell?
because Jews run Miami, bro. It's actually like
Bro, they
fucking retarded.
betaed you. They literally betaed you. What the fuck?
Yeah, they got the
They
permit
told you
pulled.
you can't stand somewhere. They said, Brian, you can't stand here.
Yeah, they pulled my permit, and then what else did they do? So it's difficult to do that. And then the other thing they complained about was what there was one other thing they. Oh yeah, and then obviously you already know this. I'm banned from like every club and like restaurant that's like owned by Groupman and hospitality, blah blah. Which
But that
obviously
doesn't.
is crazy.
I'm sympathetic for Fresh, but not you because you don't really
I don't go
access
anyway.
that.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care. I don't give a fuck. Like but I'm just saying like. like, dude, even restaurants like Komodo, fucking Gecko,
Moshi Moshi?
not Moshi Moshi, but like pretty
Yo,
much
let's go.
all the fancy spot. But bro, that's like a cheap sushi spot. But like anywhere like
Yeah,
nice, like I'm pretty much banned.
yeah. But
So
how oftentimes would you go to these nice places? Never, right?
never, bro, never. But like
Yeah.
if like someone comes into town, like yo, come meet me at Komodo or some bullshit
No,
like that.
it is weird for your future because if it stays like this, which I doubt it, but if it stays like this, you're gonna have so much money that you're gonna have to go to these nice places just to get people off your shit. And so you're gonna need these nice places to relax. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's just I'm not saying this to complain. It's more to kind of let people realize like
Like
how
I'll say
tough
this, bro. It
Miami
does.
is.
I'll say this. That sucks. When you want to have really good high end food, sometimes that sucks. Where the fuck do you go? What are you eating? McDonald's?
Um, no, I just order, dude. That's what I do nowadays. I just order.
Okay, you can order from a restaurant, right? You can just fucking hide yourself there, but you can't sit down in. So you don't even feel what's going on in Miami. You're just in two places, either work or what? Working out. Like that's
No,
all you do.
just stream, dude. I'd be at the house all day because I even bought a weight set and shit like that. So I work out at home. Like,
So this got to be hurting fresh. Like, be honest, this got to
no,
be
he's good.
crushing.
He's good. He could go anywhere he wants, pretty much.
Oh, what the hell? What are you
He's
talking
good.
about? Are
He's
you
good.
serious?
Yeah, because I'm like the anti-Semite, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm the
That
guy
that
that
just
like.
means fresh apologized.
mm, uh, I don't know if he apologized, but he doesn't give a fuck about politics. He doesn't really like talk
Yeah.
about that
No,
shit.
I looked him in the eye and I said, Fresh, you're not a politics guy. You shouldn't be getting harmed by politics. And he's like, Yeah, I agree. Same with when everyone got on Clav's case. They're like, Oh, Clav's working with Jews. I'm like, stop forcing him into politics. He's a different incarnation, you know?
Well, yeah. I mean, look. The
No,
whole thing.
did you shit on Clav for going having some Jewish manager and all that? Like,
No, 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 no.
yeah.
Like, he's not a dude. He's not a political commentator, so it's like I'm not gonna
Yeah.
like hold him to like some like weird political standard or whatever. Like, you need to do X, Y, Z. And like,
Yeah.
also think that like working with people, that are Jewish and like assuming that's like inherently bad isn't like fair either,
Yeah.
right? Because let's keep it real. There's lots of Jewish people that are fucking pretty dope, right? I would argue there's Jewish people out there that actually do
Easy
more
now.
for hold on. Let me finish what I'm gonna
I'm
say
joking.
here before someone clips the shit out of context because they're fucking retarded. There's people that are Jewish that like put in more work to expose Jewish supremacy and the problems of Zionism than Goyim. I'll give you an example. Glenn Greenwald, Dave Smith, Norman Finkelstein, Max Blumenthal, there's I can't remember there's so many of them, and they get attacked viciously, bro. They get attacked fucking viciously because they look at it like you're a traitor, you're anti-Semitic, all this other fucking bullshit. So like, but there's a lot of people that do like good work. Like Max Blumenthal came out with this very good documentary, even though he's a progressive, but I can acknowledge like great work when I see it. Atrocity Inc. Dude, that documentary exposed the entire Israeli strategy of like, atrocity propaganda to justify, the ridiculous level of retaliation by the Israelis towards Gaza, right? Faking the moving the bodies around in a certain way, the lies that Zaka and all these other Jewish organizations did to get millions of dollars, lying about babies in ovens and everything else like that by a dude named Yossi Landau. Like it was a fantastic job of exposing like all the Israeli lies that were used to justify the genocide in Gaza. So like, shit like that, dude, you got to give people credit. So like just because
Yeah.
they're Jewish doesn't mean that they don't have like a good take or they're not fighting the fight. So, yeah,
Yeah, no, I agree, but it's also like, how the fuck is it free speech if forget they banned you from Miami, but if you need a permit, that doesn't that's not free speech if you need a permit. Like what the
but
fuck?
let me say this too. But yeah, a lot of Jews are faggots. Like I'm obviously talking about a minority. Let me
Myron,
just keep it
I
thousand.
swear to
But
God,
most are faggots, dude.
in my mentor, everyone, my first teacher in grade 7, everyone I think that in my past who taught me something was extremely Jewish. Like extreme, like the smartest people I ever met in my life. You know, they say Jews were smart 100 years ago. No, man, like a lot of these Jews, because they got white DNA too. Let's be real, but they're
Yeah.
mixed. But I'm telling you, like the smartest people I've ever met in my life is Jews, bro. It's easily like, and it's not even
Well,
fair, right?
the reason why they've been able to exist so long is, obviously being able to, adapt and overcome and, do shiesty shit. Hell, that's where the term shiesty comes from, right? So, they've been, ostracized from society. They found a way to control, currency with via lending and usury. If you control someone's money supply or you control the financial system, you don't need to be the leader. So, or the
Yeah,
president. So that's kind of what it is. But no, I mean, like I said, I'm extremely critical of Jewish power. I'm extremely critical of Jews in general. But it would be extremely disingenuous and unfair for me to not acknowledge that there's been some uh, Jewish people that have been like instrumental in, pulling the curtain back in with the bullshit.
yeah. But can't you see a society, a Christian society? Myron would benefit most from a Christian society. If it had to be either fucking Zog, Muslim society, or Christian society, don't you think you'd fit in to the Christian society the best?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've always said that the United States is a Christian country. A lot of people get mad at me when I say that shit. I've always said
Yeah,
that the United States, as was founded as a white Christian country. It is
yeah,
what
and
it is.
people
People
say
get mad when I say that.
people are like, "Yo, Myron is betraying his people." I'm like, you don't get it. If Myron grew up in America, so obviously he's biased. If you grew up in Saudi, you'd be really biased, right?
Well, yeah, and then the other thing people got to understand is like there's not really real free speech in the Middle East at all. Like you can't criticize the leaders and stuff like that. Like these are all authoritarian, monarchies or dictatorships. So
Well, what do you
there's no
say when
freedom of
they say
speech
you
there.
don't have free speech? You have to get a permit and all that shit.
Well, see, that's how they kind of get around it. Because what they argued was is that like I was creating like a safety hazard because so many people would line up whenever I like set up the table to do the debates on the corner. So like they found a way around it, right? So that's what they basically did. But it's just gay, bro. Like
Have you
if
ever been approached by Arabs and been pressed or no?
by Arabs, nah,
Yeah,
never,
never, not
nah,
once.
nah. Well, I'm an Arab too. So, but no, not really. Like
So
the,
only Jews stop you on the street and do that fucking yelling shit,
when I set up the table, yeah, like bro, the two biggest
and
crybabies.
liberals, Christian
Yeah,
liberals.
liberals too, but like the two biggest crybabies that I deal with by far, bro, are black people and Jews, bro. They're fucking faggots, dude.
How
They're the
the
two
hell did I
biggest
forget?
crybabies, bro. It's
Wait, but
like
it's
they're
not. It's
incapable
not.
of
But it's not
hearing
Miami
criticism,
black.
man.
It's not Miami black people. It's is it?
It's not so much like Miami black people, but it's just blacks in general. Like they're the
Yeah.
two
So
most sensitive groups of
Tariq
people, bro.
types. Tariq wants to
Yes.
kill you.
Yeah, he's a faggot. I told him, yo, look, we could do a debate and fucking settle this whole like black fatigue thing once and for
Yeah.
all. His fucking monkey ass said he wanted. First, he said something like 20 or 30K. I laughed at him, and then
Yeah.
someone else asked him, like not even me, someone else asked him because they host like this debate con or whatever. He
Yeah.
said he wanted 40, and then he said he wanted 100, and I'm like, bro, you're not famous. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You got zero fucking motion outside of the fucking black community, bro. The only reason I'm even entertaining potentially debating you is because you're the retard that coins all the retarded terms that everyone fucking talks about. So I might as well just get rid of the head of the snake because his
Yeah.
entire argument premise is on black victimhood via reparations, redlining, systemic racism,
Yeah.
police
Left wing
brutality. All
shit.
of that shit is a fucking scam. None of it is
Yeah.
real. And like he knows that if it was actually sit down and we had a discussion on this shit, I'd debunk him line by fucking line on
Yeah.
all of
But
his main talking points.
when I think about it, I'm like, the only point of contention I have with Myron, I can tell he's telling the truth, but dude, you went way too easy on Chud the Builder. Day one. What the you went so Myron, you're an ex-cop. If you saw a civilian doing that fuck shit in public, what do you think a cop would say? A cop would say, oh, he's looking for it.
Well,
Every cop in the right mind would say, yo, this guy's acting like a fucking nigger.
okay, so again, um, let me be very clear about this because there's lots of people that constantly mischaracterize my position. I don't agree with nuisance streamers. Yes, Johnny Somali's funny. Yes, Chud the Builder said some funny shit. Yes, it's entertaining. However, I do realize that nuisance streaming is not really a conducive way to do content, and at some point, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. However, let me be explicitly clear about this because people are stupid. Just because we don't agree with him being a nuisance streamer, or we might not like the fact that he says mean things to black people, the reality is this: he has an extremely strong self defense case, and we must evaluate the facts from the actual incident that occurred, not his content. The problem is that people conflate his content and his personality and use that to justify their belief system and whether he acted righteously when it comes to self defense. Tennessee is a red state that has a stand your ground statute. The guy that fucking came up to him went up to him, made some threatening comments, and then punched him. And then the shots were fired when they went to the ground. So I think he has a pretty solid self defense case. And that's where my argument lies, because I'm removing my opinion on his content and just looking at the facts and the circumstances that led to the case. And the thing that bothers me the most, that's like this Chud the Builder case has revealed to me who has low IQ and who doesn't. When I talk to people about this topic, they'll sit there and they'll say, "Oh, fuck that guy, Chud the Builder. He deserves jail. Blah blah. He's guilty." And I'm like, "Okay, explain to me why you think he's guilty and take me through the fact pattern."
Yeah, but
We
Myron,
can
you
have. Hold on, hold on. Let
defended
me
him
finish,
day
bro.
one.
Let me
You
finish, bro.
defended him
You have a
before
fucking
the
horrible habit of
case.
doing this, bro. Let me fucking finish, man. Holy shit. So when it comes to this situation, I will tell people, tell me the fact pattern of what transpired in that day, and they cannot tell me what happened. So if you don't know the fact pattern, if you didn't watch the video, if you didn't see what happened or whatever that led up to that use of force situation, then quite frankly, your opinion is irrelevant. You can say I don't like him, you can say all this other shit, but when it comes to the case with this shooting, I'm looking at the facts, not the feelings,
Right, but you defended him day one.
because I knew he had a pretty strong self-defense
How
case. I
did you
looked.
know? How the hell did you know
I
day
spoke.
one?
A bunch of people watched the pump live stream, okay, and what and in my chat, and I talked to them and I asked them. I said, "Hey, is this?" Because here's the thing: a tweet came out that gave the facts and circumstances on what happened, right? I read those facts on Twitter, and then I was on stream and I asked my chat, who here saw the Chud the Builder stream when he was live? A bunch of people in my chat had saw it live. And I said, okay, is that what transpired on stream? And they said yes. The thing is though, is that when he punches Chud, when this guy Joshua Fox punched Chud, the camera fell and you couldn't see what happened, and you can hear the gunshots after the fact. So that's how I knew. And then on top of that, when he had his first bill hearing, I think like a week or two ago, um, the facts that the fact pattern that I had was confirmed by people because they played the videotape in court, and the investigator himself on the stand admitted that the shots were fired as they were going down to the ground. So my fact pattern is correct. And then even today, not today, but like a couple days ago, UCLA, when I was there, someone else was there, and he said, yes, I was there as well, and he confirmed that what I had said for the fact pattern, the summary I had, was in fact correct. So, dude, the guy closes distance on Chud. Anyone who closes distance on
Yeah.
you is the aggressor. You have a right to self-defense. You have no duty
Right,
to
but
retreat.
dude,
So
yeah,
yeah,
well, I think he did shoot him as he's going down because he did cut himself in that shot. But when I think of Chud the Builder, I go, what's the difference from Chud the Builder and Myron? They're both carrying. The difference is Myron is acting normal in public. He's acting normal. That's the difference. And the
no,
judge
I
is
get
gonna.
that, bro. I get that.
Dude,
Like,
no,
I'm
you
not a
don't get
nuisance
it
to
because you
him.
didn't even talk about it once. And I'm telling you right now, Myron, you look really normal in public, even though everyone knows Myron is an ex-cop. You get in front of him, he'll end your life right there if you threaten him. An ex-cop will always get away with it because he knows when he has to do it. I'm telling you right now, for Chud, nobody knows what the fuck's ever going on with that
So,
guy.
so
And he
here's the
had a
thing.
tweet. He had a
So here's the
tweet
thing.
saying,
Also,
this
Zherka.
ends
So,
with dumb one dead nigger. What the fuck is
okay,
that tweet?
okay. So that tweet that you're referring to was
Yeah.
of, even though he said it in a crass manner, it is not illegal to say that I am going to defend myself if someone attacks me, regardless
Yeah,
of the
but
name or the
wouldn't
street.
the judge say it's showing intent?
No, because he's basically saying I will defend myself if I'm attacked. That's what he said.
He said
And
this
then
ends with one dead nigger. Like, what the
yeah, but
fuck?
what but prior to that, I said if you guys come at me and attack, yo, remember this dude gets hundreds of death threats a day, bro. Like
Yeah.
you also got to understand that in the United States, right? And for all the foreign people here that might not know, in the United States, use of force is based on reasonableness. It's not based on 2020 hindsight. So what that means is you're judged on the facts and circumstances that led to you pulling the trigger at the time of the incident, not what actually transpired. This is why in a lot of self-defense cases, the defendant takes a stand to describe exactly what was going on and what was going through their mind as they pulled the trigger. So, self-defense cases are one of the rare situations where putting your defendant on the stand actually makes sense because no one else can describe what was going on in their mind better than the actual defendant that pulled the trigger at the time. And as long as you can prove that it was reasonable based on the facts and circumstances known to them at the time, then okay, this is gonna there was fair. This was considered reasonable, and they're gonna be found valid
Yeah.
self-defense. Make
And
don't
and
forget, bro.
even if
Zimmerman
he
killed
chilled out,
Trayvon
yeah.
Martin.
No, no,
Zimmerman
you're
killed
right. You're
Trayvon
right.
Martin when he didn't have a gun. Like Trayvon Martin was just beating him with his hands, and he was able to get a justified use of force on that
What state was that?
in Florida, another stand your ground state law.
Right, right. I mean, the way you see it, even if Chud the Builder chilled out, he would still be in fear for his life of someone who didn't get the new memo and attacks him.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
no,
could
of
see him
course.
winning that. But I don't know. I feel like
Oh, the
when
other thing too.
if a
One
judge
last thing I want to
ever
say.
if a judge ever compared Myron walking around my Brickell with his gun compared to Chud, Dude, I could see the judge really getting on Chud's ass for that, being like, that's not normal.
Yeah, again, like I had a whole discussion on this with Andrew Branca, one of the best self defense attorneys in America, bro. And we both feel that he has a pretty good self defense case. And again, we're looking at the facts, bro. Like this case has so many people charged up emotionally, and like it's like they almost can't separate their dislike for Chud from the facts. And it's like, look, if you don't like him, that's fine. I have no problem with people that have an issue with his rhetoric and the way he streams and the words he uses. That's fine. But we have to be very honest here and understand that when it comes to self defense and it comes to the fact pattern, the facts don't care about your feelings. And I would argue that he has a pretty strong self defense case here.
How
You
strong?
know, I mean, the guy walked up to him. The guy was the aggressor. He made some comments that are very, threatening. He said, "I got PTSD. I'm a veteran. If you say that chip out shit to me or nigger, there's gonna be problems." And he said,
Yeah.
"He's like, and like this is all,
Yeah, I mean,
he followed him."
if you say I have schizophrenia or PTSD or anything, dude, my first thought is this guy's a psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and that goes towards Chud's favor with the reasonableness. If someone comes up to you and says, "I'm a veteran, I have PTSD," well, what is he implying? I served in the armed forces as a military, as a member of the armed forces. I know how to kill people. I have PTSD, which infers that I don't have the ability to, control my emotions. And then he's
Yeah.
following him. Keep in mind, the guy was
Yeah.
following him. And then on top of that, I don't know if you know this. This dude Joshua Fox, he made a post back in January on
Yeah.
Facebook saying, "If
Cloud
I find
chasing.
Chud, I'm going to fight him to
Yeah.
increase my Twitch stream,
Yeah.
my Twitch
Cloud
career."
chasing. Yeah.
So when you add all these facts and you look at the totality of the circumstances, I think Chet has a very solid self defense case, man. I
I
really
think Chud
do.
has a good case if the judge is anything like me or you, but isn't it going to be some dumb liberal judge?
The Tennessee is fairly conservative, man. Um,
Really? They're saying this judge hates him.
well, here's the thing: the case hasn't been indicted yet. So at the state system, I don't know if it's like the federal system. I assume that the judges he's seeing now are probably magistrates, or like lower level
But
judges. Once the case is indicted by a grand jury and it's formal, then it'll probably move to
and
some higher level judge. I'm assuming,
and
but I'm not sure.
by the way, I think you're wrong. Just because you're a Tennessee judge doesn't mean, dude, on Zherka, Myron, or Chud the Builder's case, any human on earth would be considered left leaning if it was one of us. Like, think about how right we actually are on the internet. Dude, there's a what judge do you know that's actually based? Like the most based judge
Well,
is still a left
keep
wing cuck.
keep in mind, it's not going to be it's going to be a jury trial. So the judge, all he's going to do is like give
Oh
instructions,
right. Oh, he
you
is
know.
fucked if it's a jury trial.
No,
Because
not really, bro.
why
Because
you think there's some fucking righties in there? They're gonna find some emotional ass people, bro.
no, because if his defense attorney's good, what they're going to do is they're going to move to remove as much, like they're going to do everything they can to ensure that they don't bring in the stuff with Chud the Builders, like um streaming stuff. Like they're gonna probably refer to him as like a controversial streamer or whatever. But obviously you don't want to poison the
Yeah.
jury by putting unduly suggestive or evidence out there that might, like, because remember, you got to look at the facts of the self-defense, his political opinions, the language he uses, like that stuff isn't really so relevant to the actual facts and circumstances that happen. And interestingly enough, he never called the guy a fucking nigger that day. The dude followed him and started everything. So, like, you know what I mean?
How do you
People are
know
out here
that?
thinking
Is it all on camera?
it's all on camera, bro. It's all on stream with
Uh.
Pump Fun. I'm telling you, there was hundreds of people watching the stream. Like this dude came up to him and attacked him, bro.
Yo, imagine that's the defense.
Yeah, that would be funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, like, dude, like I'm telling you, it's the dude walked up to him, started the issues, and he said, "You better not say that chip out shit." And then Chud's like, "What? Are you gonna chip out?" And then the guy fucking punched him.
Yeah, no, if I was the judge, I'd be like, hey, I still wouldn't. You know what's weird? As much as I would protect Chud in a weird way, I still don't want him out. Does Myron Gaines want Chud the Builder walking around his mom when his mom's having a coffee in public? Fuck no, you don't, because shit's popping off, bullets are flying. So if you think about it, even if he's innocent, you still don't want him out
Well,
there.
I'll tell you this, man. I'll tell you this. If he loses this case, that's going to set a very bad precedent for self defense in America. You know what I'm
Yeah, that
saying?
then we're
Th-
all fucked.
Then you know what I'm saying. So that's also why I've been like kind of keeping up with the case, because this is a self defense case, and I'm not really looking at you know him so much, Chud. Rather, I'm looking at the facts and circumstances of the case, and I want to see how the court is going to look at this. And also keep in mind too, bro, in America, like we're a very racially charged nation. Anytime there's like a case that's like racially charged like this, it almost like forces the state to do some type of enforcement and like make an arrest. Like I read the criminal complaint by the investigator. It is so fucking garbage and bare bones, and like they purposely like omitted so many details that were pertinent. But again, all they have to do is establish probable cause. Probable
Mm.
cause is an extremely low standard versus proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And keep in mind, when they go to trial, it's going to be based on the state to prove that Chud did not act in a reasonable fashion given the facts and circumstances known to him at the time he pulled the trigger. So the burden is all going to be on the state, not on the defense.
And when you say that the jury they're going to select for is going to be people who are not, they're going to test them and see if their lingo is up to date with Twitter shit. Oh, they're not on Twitter all day. This is the guy we want in there. You're saying it's going to go like that?
So when they do voir dire, yeah, when they do the jury selection, they're going to go for jurors that are not familiar with Chud's background or
Yeah.
aren't so familiar with the case. Like this is kind of what they had to do. Like whenever you deal with like cases like this where you have someone famous, like for Diddy, right? It was kind of difficult for them to pull a jury, right? Because he was so famous and everyone kind of knew the case to some degree. But with Chud, they're going to try to get jurors that have no idea what's going on, so they can kind of come in with a fresh lens and look at the actual facts of the case and not
Oh,
be
isn't that
necessarily
an
swayed.
impossible? That's like an impossible task.
Nah, bro. Like, dude, you'd be surprised at how many people are just unaware, bro. Like,
Like an old person, like an old lady, they're
yeah,
going to find. Yeah,
yeah, they'll
yeah.
get some boomers and shit like that probably that won't know any of this crap.
Yeah, and then actually, when they see Chud, they're gonna see an innocent white man, right? There, because he looks like a good guy, right?
Well, the prosecution, what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to introduce evidence to try to paint him in a certain light, of course, and that's where Chud's defense has to, do their earn their money and like ensure that none of that stuff comes in. They keep it factual to the case. But the other thing also that's interesting is that if the state tries to bring in character stuff with Chud's going to be able to bring in character stuff with the main witness Joshua Fox, and this guy Joshua Fox ain't no angel either. He fucking like tried to burn down a building with his baby mom and his kid in there. He's had several
Oh
arrests for
shit!
like domestic violence or whatever. So he's a horrible character witness too. Um, so if they try to go down that road, a good defense will be able to be like, okay, cool, you want to play that game? Let's put your star witness on the fucking stand.
Right, right, and you don't want to agitate Chud's lawyers because they can really do damage.
And also keep in mind this too. They didn't arrest Joshua Fox, bro. So um
Oh
that
shit!
they didn't arrest him, even though he's the one that fucking started all of this and assaulted him. So obviously he's more. They're probably going to do that to keep him as a state witness, but he's going to be open to cross examination. And this guy is, I mean, look at his actions. He's a fucking retard. He's going to get completely destroyed on the stand as a character witness.
Yeah, if you saw, let's say Myron Gaines is all for Chud the Builder, 100% locked in. Let's say
Well, I'm for
you,
self defense.
right, me too. But let's say your opinion spawns 10 more Chud the Builders. Would you be like, oh shit, I kind of feel bad for this? Or is this just America?
Well, again, I my position is I don't necessarily agree with the type of content that Chud makes, though it can be funny at times. But that does not change the fact that he's in a he has a criminal case against him for that I think is actually self defense based on the facts I've seen. I'm obviously open to changing my mind if new facts come out, but for based on what I'm seeing, I can separate the content from the facts and circumstances of this particular case.
Yeah, I think you said this for Johnny Somali too, right?
Well, Johnny Somali, I'm not too. I'll be honest. I don't know. Like that's completely different. The, number one, I don't really know South Korean law. Number two, that he doesn't have a self defense case. He was just a fucking nuisance streamer with nothing else. So I
Would
don't
would you,
really.
would you say that Johnny Somali is like a high level nigger?
I don't know, dude. I'm not like too familiar with his content to be honest. I know that he did like nuisance shit or whatever. I know he went to the
Right.
wall and put like a picture of like Jeffrey Epstein in the
Well, I
wall
mean,
and
what
said
what
"Times
what
you," which is
pisses
funny.
what
But
pisses you off most about black people? It's when they do the nuisance stream, right? That kind of shit.
um, what pisses me off about black
Yeah,
people the
it's like
most?
the outlaw shit pisses you off the most because you're an ex cop, right? So Johnny Somali got to piss you off the most, right?
Uh, again, like it's at times it's funny like what he did in Israel, and then other times it's like what the fuck is going on here. But I'm not, I haven't, I'm not that familiar with his content to make like give like a solid opinion on that. But
Why do you think? Why do
going to
you
South
think,
Korea or Japan or these high trust societies, doing that shit is like obviously going to create issues for you
man? Why do you personally? Why do you think? And I agree with you. Why do you think blacks are so violent?
because they're fucking retarded, bro. Like I they. they just have an inability, dude, to like look at the like. So I had a debate with like academics on this, right? And he doesn't like Chud the Builder, fine, whatever. But like I said, okay, act, no problem. You don't like Chud the Builder. You think he's a racist. He says all these things. Fine, no problem. But let's talk about the facts of the case. And it was like impossible for him to objectively look at the facts of the case. And he didn't even know the fact pattern. And he had all these very strong opinions. And every black person that comes in and talks shit to me and says, oh, you're a coon, you're an Uncle Tom or whatever, the first thing I ask is, well, are you familiar with the fact pattern of what transpired on that day? And every single time they say no. And I tell them, okay, so then shut the fuck up. I can't even have a discussion with you. I don't care about your personal grievances with Chud the Builder. What we're talking about here is this a valid self-defense case or not? Not what you think about him saying nigger on a fucking live stream. Like, dude, like you need to be able to, it's like they're incapable of separating their feelings and opinions from the facts and circumstances of the case. So that's been my biggest, headache with a lot of these people. And it's a sign of like, lower IQ. Like if you're unable to criticize your group of people because you are aligned with those group of people that you are aligned with that group of people based on your own, personal
Hmm.
background or whatever, you're fucking retarded. Like
Yeah.
I say shit all the time. I say like I'll give you another example. When Muslims were praying at Times Square, I literally said, even though I grew up in a Muslim household, I'm Arab, etc., and I'm Muslim, I said it is fucking retarded to pray at Times Square. That's go fucker behavior. And they all got fucking mad and lost their minds. And I was like, well, here's why I'm saying this. This is not a Muslim fucking country. Praying at Times Square, a culturally significant location in the United States, like that is disrespectful when you're a guest in the country. Like this is not a Muslim country. And they fucking lost their minds when I said that. And I said, okay, cool. Let me play it the other way. If 50 Christians went over to the fucking Burj Khalifa in the UAE and prayed in front of the Burj Khalifa, and by
Yeah.
the way, the UAE is one of the most secular fucking Muslim countries in the Middle East. Do you think they'd be able to do that?
Yeah.
And the answer is a profound fucking no. They would be arrested within minutes. So why is it that Muslims get pissed off when I make this thing like, yo, this is not a Muslim country, and you guys would never fucking reciprocate if Christians went to your country? Why are you pissed off that people are annoyed by you praying at Times Square? Go in the fucking mosque. Why are you praying in the street, like annoying everybody? So that's kind of, and then they'll say some stupid shit like, oh well, I don't see you complaining about church bells. Well, this is a Christian country, faggot. Like what the fuck? Like shut the fuck up. Like yeah, like am I gonna go to fucking a Muslim country and hear the adhan and complain and say I want to hear church bells? Like we need to have church bells over here. Like they're just
Yeah.
so fucking stupid. It's like, dude, you guys are some of the most intolerant fucking people on earth, which is fine. I respect that, but do not fucking sit there and be intolerant in your home country. Come to someone else's country and demand they be tolerant of you. This is the fucking like retardedness that I deal with people, and I've just come to realize that most people are stupid. Most people are double digit IQ, drooling fucking
Yeah.
retards that are unable to look at things objectively with a level of impartiality and be able to articulate their arguments.
Yeah.
Most people are
Yeah.
fucking stupid and it burns me, dude. It's so annoying. And it just so happens a lot of the retards that I deal with are fucking black because they're stupid. 85 IQ on average, bro.
And if you disagree with Myron, go to Walmart, look around, you'll see most people. But Myron, you know what's really interesting? Your brother, who has like a master's degree in Islamic study, right?
No, no, he's actually young, bro. He's only like 24, man. My brother.
Oh, isn't he going to school for that?
No, no, no. He graduated with his bachelor's a couple of years ago. He just is more religious than I am, and he actually agrees with me on a lot of this stuff too. Like that.
That's what blows me away. I'm like, how is he agreeing with you against the Muslims in New York if he's living a different life from you? It's like clearly you guys got, you guys are not. You guys look really high at a higher level of consciousness than most people who are just fighting for their in group. How is someone who your brother doesn't live your lifestyle, right?
Not no. He's a bit more religious and devout than I am, but he's able to objectively look at it and realize like. And actually, my brother's smart.
You bro, I saw him getting attacked for his opinion. I'm like, what the fuck? Because when you get attacked, everyone says all the same stuff about Myron. They say, "Oh, you're around bitches, you're around hoes." They can't say that about your brother, right?
Yeah, not really, but yeah, it's dude. It's just it's very frustrating because
Yeah,
like when I look at like the case of the Chud the Builder or I get in debates with people or whatever, I'm just like, dude, most people are so fucking stupid. Like people will sit there and argue with me, bro, about something that they know nothing about, and it's just
yeah.
like extremely frustrating to have to do. Like I'll give you an example. Like when I was talking with academics, he tried to compare like the Israel
I saw
Palestine
it.
conflict
Yeah,
to the Chud the Builder thing, and bro, that thing got clipped, and
yeah.
people thought that that was like a good argument, and I was like, are you motherfuckers not aware of the fact that like I was the one that told academics about the conflict and explained it to them and like it's not analogous? Like
Yeah.
that conflict is not analogous whatsoever to the Chud the Builder case, but it's like you just got a bunch of stupid black people in the comments like, yeah, Myra got served. And I'm like, holy shit, you guys are stupid. Like
Yeah,
it's
you have
oh
to
my
lose
God.
some. You're gonna lose some of those because emotions can win a debate. Did you know that?
I
Like
mean, I would I would
in a
argue
weird way.
no.
No, no,
Y-
no. Mine. Most wars are not that logical. They're emotion based. The people get riled up. That's why I'm saying when you debate black guys in their head, they think they're winning,
Yeah, yeah, they do. And you're right. And
which is
they're dumb.
hilarious. It's so weird
But
to me
like it
because
killed me, bro, because like that was the clip that went viral because he was trying to say that the two he tried to make an analogy that they're similar, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? And it's like,
yeah,
dude, and obviously you got a bunch of black people in the comment section like, yeah, you got served. I'm like, man, half these
yeah.
niggas don't even know where Palestine is on a map.
The
Like,
war,
shut the fuck up. Like,
the
you know what I
hardest
mean? Like,
the hardest part of online debating is when your opponent says something so stupid that you freeze. And everyone's like, he froze because he has nothing to say. And it's like, no, bro, I'm just not at this level of retardation. But in your side of the corner online, Sneeko left your corner a long time ago. He pretty much turned on you, right? And he
I wouldn't
platformed.
say that.
Oh, you would say that if you saw him
No,
platform ABBA. He platformed ABBA. You wouldn't say it for ABBA?
nah, they had a debate, and
Get out of here, bro.
he did, bro. He hit me up before it, bro. He hit me up
Yeah,
before.
what
He's
did
like,
he say? Go. What did he say?
he said, I'm gonna do a debate. Wow, but bros, you whatever. And I was like,
Bro,
cook him. I
the
said,
guy,
cook him, bro.
the guy Abba trying to put you in prison. That guy.
I wouldn't say. Well, look, I told Sneeko do it, cook him in the debate because Abba is another fucking retarded pseudo intellectual like a progressive pro black retard. So I was like, nah, cook him in the debate, bro. Do it.
That's not strategic at all, bro. That guy should not have a platform. He's a fucking weirdo. Sneeko didn't even debate him, just platformed him to. I think he does it as political posture. It's like Zherka and Myron don't share my opinion, so I'm gonna punish them by platforming Abba. It's like, bro, you're not punishing us. You're actually showing that you're
Nah, he
pure.
debated him, bro. They debated
Really?
twice.
What they talk about?
Um, the last time they debated was on I think on like the Chud the Builder slash black stuff, like black
Bro,
victimhood in
he fit
America.
in with Abba, bro. He fit in.
And then the other one, I forget the exact. I think they talked some about Palestine and Zionism and some other stuff, but like he debated him twice. But I was like stupid. Like
Yeah.
I was watching the debates and I was like, yo, this guy's literally using ChatGPT to do this debate, which is why I said
Yeah.
because you could see because
Yeah. He
his
does
stupid
that
ass
side
like
eye.
I could see the fucking glare on the screen. So I
Yeah.
knew he was like typing shit into AI as he was debating with Sneeko. And that's why like I don't like doing debates like virtually. Like we got to do it in person. And I told Abba, let's do a debate in person. He refused. He was terrified.
Yeah. No, I remember that whole saga. He came to your studio and then switched up the second he left. And that
He's a
blindsided
faggot,
the
bro.
fuck out. Bro, you know what stung the
Faggot.
it burnt you the most? Because in your heart, you actually gave that faggot a chance. I would have never said, come to my studio for someone as left wing as Abba, bro. Every joke
Well,
they make.
I didn't know he was that progressive
He showed
back
up with
then.
an African traditional shirt on your show, bro. That's when you should have been like, what the fuck? He was
Yeah,
like, he was trying to
again.
appeal to your audience and shit.
No, I didn't know, but like yeah, he's definitely like a far left
Bro, have you
progressive
seen
like
how many
socialist.
people? Have you seen how many people confuse you? That everyone online on Twitter, especially, they say Byron's audience is right wing Nazis. No, Byron's got colored people in his chat. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not a
Oh,
white audience.
I did a poll. I did a poll. Like literally, it's right down the middle, bro. It's like 30 30 30 between white, Hispanic,
Same.
and black.
Say, I got everything in there. I got everything. And it's like, dude, they're laughing, they're enjoying I'll say this, man. You get the level of hate Chud the Builder gets, but if you see Myron in public, there's no beef. There's no Myron just walks past, right? You know, there's no but bro, you get hated on like you're some kind of Hitler figure. I don't get that kind of shit. Like nobody they
The people
media
that hate on me the
matters.
most, bro, like I told you before, my two biggest ops are black people and Jews. They're the biggest like
Yeah.
people that hate me because
Yeah.
they're both the most sensitive. Blacks threaten
Yeah.
violence, Jews threaten cancellation.
I feel like you have forgiven Jews more than the blacks. The blacks, you're just not letting it go, bro.
Well, the thing with blacks, dude, is like they're okay. I'm just not gonna mince my words. They're stupid, bro. I'm just gonna say it. Like
Yeah,
like eighty
but is
percent
that
of
a
black people I
genetic
deal with on the
argument?
internet
Is
are
that a
retards.
genetic argument?
I think it's rooted in genetics. Yeah, like I mean,
Holy shit.
it's a verifiable fact that like black people on average have an 85 IQ. Like it's not even that's irrefutable.
Yeah, and I saw you a couple of weeks ago. You were, I think, or maybe last week, you were defending the hardworking ones that come from Africa. I'm like, bro, some of those guys got 65 IQ.
Yeah, no, no, for sure.
Some of them will eat your skull.
And I know someone in the chat like what like here's another one that like always makes me realize how stupid people are. I'll say like an objective fact about like let's say black crime or something like that, and some stupid fucking nigger will fucking say, "Oh, but why don't you talk about Sudan, nigga?" And I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck? What does that have to do with that fucking argument, you fucking retard? Like,
Yeah.
what the like that's the dumb shit that they be saying. Like, you talk about your country, Sudan." And it's like, okay, bro, like I can't talk to these people, bro. They're so and this
I
is
think
why.
you're pissing everyone off because you're an integrated person outside of the police force, but you're already highly decorated there. So if you look at your incarnation, what they're seeing is you made it and they didn't and they hate you for it. And all you're telling them is just play by the rules, like get a degree, like, fix your life. Dude, that's the most offensive thing you could say. To think of how black Zherka is.
Well,
If
keep in
Myron
mind
was
this
telling
too,
me not to
Zerka.
pop off, I'd be like, Myron, I gotta pop off. Fuck you talking about. That's what you're saying to them. You're saying to them, you can't be a rapper, get a degree. You're saying the most offensive shit in the universe to them.
Well, you also got to remember that a lot of these individuals grow up in fatherless households, right? So, like the whole concept of like, self improvement, accountability, not blaming others for your issues. This is almost a foreign concept for a lot of these guys. Like, I'll give you an example. One of the big arguments I get into all the time. I'll talk about how the father's not in the household and how, black men need to stop blaming whites and other races for all their problems. And I always refer to how, blacks will come here from other countries, not know the fucking language and still find a way. Meanwhile, these guys have been here for 7 generations with $7 in their bank account. And they'll, instead of
Yeah.
attacking my argument, they'll say, "Oh, well, you're just a coon or an Uncle Tom or blah, blah, blah." But they can never call me a liar. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems in the black community is the fucking perpetual fucking victimhood, dude. And and the other thing too is like I'll say things, they'll be like, "Oh, you're a racist. You're saying all these bad things about black people." I'm like, bro, you do realize that all I'm doing is telling you what everyone thinks when you guys walk out the room, right? Like I'm just literally telling you what everyone says when you fucking monkeys walk out the room
Yeah.
so that you guys can improve. But then they'll get mad at me and say, "Oh, you're a racist, blah blah." It's like, no, bro. There's a reason why the whole term "black fatigue" is like fucking trending right now. It's because people are fucking sick and tired of 13% of the population having an enormous amount of overrepresentation in violent crime in the United States, and just and having this perpetual fucking victimhood, and wanting things for free and blaming everyone else for their issues. Like white supremacy is no longer a fucking valid argument as to why you're a loser. I'm sorry, Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar. Like you guys are just fucking retarded. But there's a big fucking market in black victimhood. Like these guys are still complaining about fucking redlining and
Mm.
and systemic racism and police brutality. Bro, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro.
I
Like
mean,
get the
dude,
fuck out of here.
they burnt down cities with the victim mentality. They're clearly going to stick to that for the next however long they're in America, right?
Well, that and then like everyone is scared to call them out. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
people are fucking terrified because it's like you'll get canceled, you'll get fired from your job, you invite violence to yourself from these people. So like everyone is terrified, but I don't give a fuck, bro. Like someone's got to say it, dude. So
What
yeah, black
happens when
people get mad at me the most.
when black dudes with dreadlocks, gangster ass guys, when they walk by you in public, do they recognize you right away?
Sometimes yeah, I'll get the side
What do
eye
they
like
say? What do they say?
nothing.
Oh, usually it's nothing.
Yeah, no, it's nothing. I'm always armed, bro. Like so
What
it's
about
like
when you're driving around? No one fucking sees you, yells, throws something. None of that.
no, man. I don't really drive like that, bro. I stream and
Hmm.
walk around with my dog, and then
So
I'll drive.
where's the all the hate mail coming from? Which states? Like they're fucking DMing you this
Oh no,
shit.
it's just like DMs. Like it's just like people
Yeah.
fucking sending me like fucking messages on all the social media talking shit, and sometimes in my chat or whatever they'll
What
complain
about
about
airports? And airports, do they come up to you?
No, no, no. Most of the time, most every time they come up and ask for a picture and stuff. Like a lot of black people love me. Remember, like one
Yeah.
third of my audience is black. Like when I say the things that I say, obviously, we have to use a little bit of nuance and understand. I'm not talking about all, but
Yeah.
what I will say is like there's a significant portion of black people that are retarded, and it's actually it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and it's like let's be real, Myron, it's gonna get worse. Like I'm not being a fatalist. I'm saying do you really think this upcoming generation of black zoomers is gonna like dominate, be scholars? No, they're not.
No, no, they're not, dude. It's kind of cooked, bro. Like the only thing you can do is like tell the truth. The smart ones will figure it out. The idiots will get mad and find excuses for it.
I think
Um,
the greatest thing humans do
yeah.
is they when they don't stay in their in group. Like that's the healthiest thing you could do.
You said what when they don't stay in their in
Like when,
group?
when you look at a human that doesn't stay in their in group, usually you're seeing someone evolving past it, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, look, you need to have the ability to be critical even of your own demographic if
Yeah.
if it needed be, and that's I would argue that's a sign of a higher IQ and consistency. Like if you're able
Yeah.
to criticize your own group even though it doesn't necessarily benefit you, that's how I can tell someone's smart and being fairly impartial. But a lot of people have an inability to do that, bro. Inability to do it.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's like you look at mine, you're highly individuated. You see the world as an individual, not through race. Everyone says you're seeing it through race. You're not, are you?
No, not at all. And that's why I'm able to say the things that I say. I literally talk shit about every group of people, bro. Like I
Yeah.
talk all the time about, how mass immigration of Indians is a problem for America because they stink and they don't fucking acclimate and their religion's
And are you
distorted.
joking when you say they stink? Because some of them actually, not perpetuating racism, they don't give a fuck about showering.
No, they don't, bro. They don't, and like they do stink. It's kind of in their culture. And then like I say that kind of as a joke, but it is true. But the main bottom line is mass immigration of Indians will destroy your country. So like
Mhm.
that's when I position on that one. I obviously I talk about the Jewish power, black people being criminals. Um, you know, I've talked shit about white people. I got in a whole debate with a fucking white nationalist guy. It went viral.
Yeah, that
Um,
bald guy, he said, I'm one fourth. He said,
yeah, Ashkenazi, hilarious,
why would he
fucking
say that
Jew.
last part? Why would he shoot himself in the foot?
I don't know, man, but it's sad. Hey, that's what they do. They subvert, right? But like, but yeah, like the thing is, dude. Like people say all the time, "Oh, you never talk shit about white people. You're,
No, the best
you."
thing you said is, I'm using my platform for you to say it because you don't have one. That's the best shit you said to that fucking faggot.
Well, that too. But what I mean, like, the thing is I make fun of white people all the time, but it never goes viral, bro. Debate is the first
No,
time
no.
it's
The
went
one
viral.
time you made fun of white people, it turned on you hard because you said white people got no aura. And some dude posted a picture of Hitler, and you're like, oh shit. It was like it was the
No,
one of
that
the
wasn't me. That
rallies
was
thing.
somebody else. The once the when I got backlash is because I posted a picture of some white girl. And I said white women age horribly,
Yeah,
um,
which is
and
true.
then
Yeah,
and then and then my other criticism that people got mad at me about was I said, well, they didn't get too mad, but it didn't go viral. I've been saying for years that the biggest issue for white people is that the white men don't put their white women in place. That if I had to give one
yeah,
solid criticism is like
yeah,
white men cannot control their women, bro,
yeah,
because white women are the primary pushers of liberalism in America.
yeah,
And they have the most influence. They're one of the most protected classes. And like I've said this before too, white dudes need to realize, hey, these white bitches are double dipping, guys. Like on one end, they're fucking admonishing you guys, saying you have white privilege. Then on the other hand, they're getting all the benefits of DEI and
yeah,
affirmative action because they're females. So they're literally fucking double dipping.
yeah.
So
And
until white
there
men can reel this in and like get their women under fucking control, you guys are going to continue to lose representation, and whites will no longer be the majority in this country. You have to get your women under control. That's the
and
biggest weakness.
where the whole internet confuses this is you, Mara, in your chat. A lot of people in your chat and Twitter say, "Oh, it's the Jews making." No, it's the white guys being cocks. It's the white guy. They're not this idea that the Jews are made me a cuck. That's not how that works, homie. They can do a lot of things, but that spiritual core of procreating, you want to procreate as a cuck, you want to share your wife. That's internal. These white guys, even if Jews didn't exist, they would be cucks. They would be. There's something in the fucking water, man. And I don't mean that like fluoride. I'm saying, dude, you got to hold these white guys responsible. Just saying it's the Jews. Oh, Jews made me a cock. Shut the
Oh
fuck
nah.
up with that
This
shit.
is what I say. This is what I always tell them. I tell them the Jews put out the bullshit liberalism, and then the white women push that progressivism and that liberalism because they're too stupid to
But
realize.
then why are
And
the
then the
no
white
no
guys,
no
and then the
Myron?
white guys. Hold on, let me finish. And then the white men don't put their women in place to tell them, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you, dumb bitch? This is Jewish
But
subversion.
why is that subversion so easily done on the white man? Clearly, there's a soul defect.
It's
Something
I would argue it's
happened.
on the white woman. I would argue more it's on the
No,
white
it's
woman.
the white guy
It's all
acting
women,
like
matter of fact.
a white guy
It's white.
acting like a
So check
cuck.
this out. If you notice, right? This is when you look at like advertisers, watch television, right? You look at advertisers, you look at social media, etc. Like we live in a gynocentric social order, and basically what I mean by that is that like the female way of thinking is like the correct way of thinking, and like we kind of interpret. morality through a female lens and like how things should be done through a female lens. We only interpret things through the masculine lens when there's fucking danger or like we need some type level of security. That's the only time. But in times of peace, we defer to the female mindset on everything. So what people do is, since women are so stupid and impressionable, this is why politicians, advertisers, and everybody make content or advertise in a way that's going to be more susceptible to being accepted by females because women are easier to manipulate. This is why they're 80% of the consumer base, control three-quarters of the debt, etc. And they're more likely to be subverted by this bullshit, which we all know. Jews control media. They push a lot of the liberalism and the progressivism, but the women buy that hook, line, and fucking sinker and run with that bullshit. And the men don't have the fucking frame to tell them, get your ass back in the kitchen, Becky. Like, you're not going to go to college and be a fucking whore. Like, but the white men don't do that shit. They don't have their women under control. If you don't have your women under control, you're going to lose representation. You're going to lose power. It is what it is, unfortunately, because they are the ones. They're the incubators of your next generation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who say if Jews somehow teleported to Mars, white guys would start acting masculine. I don't think so. I think it would take a long time to fix that shit, bro. Like I think it'd take 100 years to make a white man, less of a cock. 100 years.
Well, the thing is that they've been neutered, right? So like you can't, like, if you're a white guy, right, and you have any inkling of being conservative or right wing or practice any type of nationalism, like they're gonna fucking label you like a Klan member and then get you fired from your job. So like if you're a guy and you're a right winger or conservative, right, and you want to be in the normie world, you're gonna have to fucking hide your power level significantly, and it's kind of retarded because women or or people in general can be openly fucking leftist, they can be openly fucking Antifa, they can be openly fucking communist, socialist, Democrat, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves this day, with impunity. But like if you're a white guy and you have any type of conservative belief system, your head's on the fucking chopping block. So they've been fucking neutered essentially, where they can't say a lot of this shit.
Now, what about someone like Sneeko, who is he keeps saying this? I don't know if you heard of this. He keeps saying unify the left and the right, which is like mental illness to someone. If me hearing that, that's pure mental illness. Because bro, a lot of people died in the last 10 years of this shit. It's like, dude, that's not a joke. Like people die for left right arguments. They burnt the country down for this shit. When Sneeko says things like, "This is why Nick will never unify the left and the right," is this the highest level of mental illness we've heard from Sneeko?
No, I don't think it's mental illness. I think his heart is in the right place, and he wants to. He sees that we're aligned on a lot of issues like Israel, Palestine, blah blah. But the problem with the left is they don't respect free speech. They look at us as like Nazis. They are totally cool with us getting shot and killed. They're totally cool with violence coming our way. Because I've said this before, progressives are inherently far more violent than conservatives. You'll have some fucking idiots go out there and say, actually, no, conservatives are way more violent. No, it's not. Progressives are way more violent, and I'll explain why. The reason why progressives are violent is because it's in the fucking name. They want to progress. Conservatives want to conserve. So conservatives want what we have and want to protect what we have. Progressives want to go ahead and push further and further left. That's why people that were progressives 10 years ago are now considered fucking right wingers, right? You look at someone like a Tim Pool, right?
Yeah.
He was considered a Democrat or like a progressive 10, 15 years ago with Occupy Wall Street. Now he's considered a far right winger. So like this goes to show that the progressive needle always goes forward. Now, how do they progress? Well, they typically have to progress through aggressive fucking marketing, which includes violence a lot of the times. This is how you progress. So, this is why progressives have always been far more comfortable and okay with enacting violence. And this is why they demonize us, because the only way for them to continue to progress and utilize the violence and substantiate and justify said violence is they have to demonize us and call us Nazis or whatever.
Yeah. And you got to remember, progress just means revolution. Bloody,
Exactly.
bloody
Precisely.
ass, bloody
Precisely.
ass bloodbath.
Precisely. So this is why when I make the argument, because some people try to say, oh well, no, conservatives are more fucking violent. Look at January 6th. Well, here's the difference, asshole. Everyone that was at January 6th pretty much got arrested. One of the biggest fucking FBI investigations ever, and everyone went to jail federally. Did anyone go to, like? Did we see the same level of mass arrest during all these fucking ICE raids, during all these ICE operations we see during the burning live the BLM when they're burning fucking Minneapolis down? No, like the left is able to operate with a level of violence and impunity that no one else can. And here's another example. Antifa can fucking assemble and organize fairly freely. But if you take like a fucking right wing group, like look at like a Patriot Fund or some shit like that, they're being monitored by the feds 10 times as hard. So like conservatives don't even have the ability to congregate, get together, plan, take steps, move forward. They can't even do it. But left wing groups can.
Yeah, and they get funded too in a weird way. Like, dude, being a left wing hero, they bail you out. How many of those niggas got bailed out of jail?
A bunch of them, yeah, and the Democratic Party like funded it. Yeah, you're right. Like I think George Soros and some other big donors like funded getting people out of the jail for the BLM shit.
Yeah,
And and it took Charlie Kirk getting shot for Trump to finally designate Antifa as like a fucking terrorist organization, bro. And BLM should be designated as a terrorist organization too, because if you look at the definition, it is literally the FBI definition is conducting acts of violence to push some type of political ideology. And I would argue that that's precisely what Black Lives Matter and Antifa are. But it's because we live in a gynocentric social order and that people are pussies that we are reluctant to label these people as terrorists. But we have no problem labeling any type of right wing or alt right conservative groups as terrorists because they've been getting invaded and looked at by law enforcement way more
yeah.
than left wing groups.
You know what bothers me is, bro, Myron, you got to start painting a picture of the future. I know it's a little bleak, but in the next 10 years, men will, you think they're simps. They're not simps. They're turning into real simps. You're about to see much more gynocentric world, like a severely autistic gynocentric world. Like people are not prepared. A lot of people think Trump
Oh
is
no,
like
we're already there, bro.
Trump is
We're already
no
there.
pen. By the way, Trump is no pendulum for masculinity. For some reason, he hasn't moved the needle that much, bro. Like at all.
I mean, dude, controversial take here. Trump is basically a '90s Democrat, bro. I would argue you can make the argument that Bill Clinton was more right wing than Donald Trump right now. Like you can make that argument, and in my opinion, some people might agree, some people might not. That's fine, but Trump is just basically a '90s Democrat, bro.
Yeah.
But it's 2026, so like like I said before, the needle keeps moving. So like what might be considered progressive now
Mm.
in 10 years from now is probably going to be considered right wing because they're constantly moving the fucking needle and becoming more and more radical on the left because it's in their name. They must continue to progress by any means necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Trump became a necessary force for masculinity, but it feels like the first 4 years we got a lot out of it. Now, dude, it's watered down. It's like, bro, what men? No one is inspired to live like a masculine life because of Trump today, bro. Men are cucks and homos, even successful men, not just fucking losers. By the way, I
No,
make the
I
argument that successful men are the cucks, the guys who can burn the fucking money right now. Bro, mine, how many friends have you made in the last 5 years? Do you ever get shocked, like go to a buddy's house, he introduces you to the girlfriend, and you get shocked at what a kind of a cuck bitch he is behind closed doors? You ever have those moments?
Yeah, no, of course. I think
It-
we've all been there. It's very difficult for most guys to stand up to women. I mean, look, I you know, I
to me, what blew me away, bro, you interviewed like every in the celebrity culture, all the people in your first 2 years of Fresh Fit and stuff. And I remember asking you behind the scenes, I'm like, yo, Martin, how many of these guys that we looked up to as, when we were young and, impressionable, how many of these guys are whipped? And you just looked at the floor and you were like, you don't want to know, bro. Like, as in, how many fucking influencers are whipped little bitches? And bro, it's people we loved and grew up with. Like a lot of people ask me, Zherka, who would you vouch for even though you've never met them? I think it's probably just the Hodge twins. I think they're the only ones who are not fucking cucks. Everyone else that I've fucking been around is like they shock me at their level of cuckery. And man, I'm just not made for this world. It's like it is cuck paradise.
Yeah, man. I mean, I literally talked about this shit. Like, I wrote another book, "Why Women Deserve Even Less," and I kind of go into what I see as the future. But I think at this point, this is I'll kind of give this phrase and elucidate a little bit more. I think when it comes to women, there's two options. You can either understand them or you can respect them as equals, but you can't do both. Because if you understand them and you're not a fucking faggot, you're gonna realize they should be second class citizens. And I think if we want to fucking take our country back or have any type of like real power, we need to limit female representation in positions of power. And I know a lot of people are not gonna like that. Oh, that's so fucked up. That's so misogynistic. That's so bigoted. But whenever you give women power, it creates problems, bro. It
Yeah.
just creates problems.
I mean, the last time we gave women all this power, it spawned OnlyFans, right?
Well, but that goes to their nature to a degree because women don't like to work hard. Most girls would rather take the easy way out. But um, anytime you have women in positions of power, overrepresentation, and structures of power, it creates issues, bro. It just creates issues. There's certain things that women just don't understand. Like one of the biggest things I've realized, and I'll be here for a little bit longer than I got to run, but um, one of the biggest things about women that I've noticed from talking to them is most of them have gross negligence for dominant hierarchies. And what I mean by this is like they won't understand the concept of um dominance based hierarchies where like, okay, this guy's the best, this guy's second best, this guy's third best. Okay, best guy gets $100 an hour, second best gets 75, third best gets 50. Like they don't understand that. Like in their eyes, they're like, no, everyone should just get $25. Like and just keep it even. And it's like
Yeah.
they're fucking stupid. Like they have a communitarian mindset.
Yeah.
Obviously because they're female in nature, they operate in the collective because they don't have the ability to defend themselves physically, so they have to be collective in the way they operate. But it's insane, dude. Like how from women that are dumb OnlyFans hoes all the way to girls that have come on my show that are PhDs or master's degrees. The only difference between a girl that has like a PhD and a girl that's like retarded is that the girl with the PhD can just articulate her stupidity a bit better, but they both have the same flawed concept of egalitarianism, of communitarianism, of not understanding dominance-based hierarchies, and then most importantly, they don't understand meritocracies. They just don't get it, dude. It's so fucking difficult for them to understand that shit.
But what's the antidote to living with one? You got to be away for 12 hours a day. Because people who make fun of you and say, yo, Myron's saying I got to work all day to stay away from her. Dude, if to me, if you want to be around a woman as a man with hair on your ass all day, that shows high levels of like something went wrong in your evolution. Like, I've never, since 6 years old, I've never wanted to hang out with chicks all day. That's fucking weird.
I agree, and it makes you. It makes it phagifies you. Like
Yeah.
hanging around women all day will make you weaker, stupider, less ambitious because women themselves are lazy. Like women just they're not built to be ambitious or work hard. Obviously, there are women out there that can do that, but the stark majority don't, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
For me,
And
it's been the dreamy thing, and I noticed that for you too. Is have you noticed they live in dreamland? They have dreamy. Well, what if this happens? What the fuck you mean? You're 30. You get your shit together. What if this happens? This whole idea that you can live. You know how they taught us? Oh, follow your dreams, chase your dreams, bro. Don't be dreamy. Be exact. If you want to make it in places, just look at the world for what it is, what it pays you, what you deserve. Do not stay dreamy. Like a lot of people are like, I can be imaginative. Women make you imaginative. They make you luciferic, where you're like distorted and you're thinking about dreamy things. There's no, bro, your dreams are built conscious when you're awake. Every dollar Myron made, he was awake for it. He didn't make $1 sitting down going, whoa, there's a dreamy aspect to it. Maybe if I just manifest my dreamy energy, shut the fuck up and work, bro.
yeah. So can you hear me, dude? I got headphones in. I don't know
Yeah,
if it
yeah,
still
but
comes in clear.
you were just late like a black guy, but yeah, did you plug him in?
Yeah, I just plugged them. Yeah, can you guys hear me
Yeah,
still?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, the dreamy thing that you mentioned, I'll give you an example because I know exactly what you're talking about here. For example, a girl will, we'll bring a girl on the show. I'm like, okay, what do you want in a guy? Oh, I want 6 foot plus, 100,000 a year. I want all this shit. I'm like, all right, cool. So, um, you know, what would he get back in exchange for that? And they'll say some stupid shit like, oh, just me, just me. I'm like, okay, fantastic. And I'm like, okay, all right, great, fantastic. I don't like asking girls what do you bring to the table. I think that's fucking gay and faggotry. So I'll just ask like, in exchange, what would he get in return? And they're just like me, right? And what I always do when they say stupid shit like that, I'm like, all right, cool. How about this? What if I was a homeless guy that panhandled on the side of 7-Eleven and said, told all my friends and told you I deserve two bad bitches. I deserve two bad bitches. I want two hot girls. This is what I want. This is what I deserve. What would you say to me? And she was like, oh, you'd be delusional. I'm like, oh, so why would I be delusional? Well, because you don't have anything. Okay, congratulations. That's how you bitches sound. Like,
Yeah.
like they can't even fathom that, you have to do certain things to get certain things. Just by existing, you don't deserve it. But like they're totally okay
With,
with,
the
the meritocracy from the male side and men like having to work for what they get. But when I reverse the roles and say, look, well, what would incentivize a guy to get with you? They think just them being themselves is enough. It's
yeah.
like fucking incredible, dude.
You know what?
It's incredible.
One thing that changed, I remember we years ago we spoke about bitches always land on their feet. Dude, no, they don't. These bitches are getting crushed. They hate the dating world. Like maybe a fucking high level fucking escort lands on her feet, like make some money or whatever. But we're talking about like most women are not landing on their feet at all. They look look at the TikToks they're making. They look miserable, dude.
Yeah, I mean, TikTok is a perfect example of like, it's very red pilling because like I can't tell you how many times I see a video on TikTok of like some girl in a car fucking complaining that she can't get a guy to commit to her, and and she refuses to like look inward and realize, oh, maybe I'm the fucking problem. Maybe I'm loud. Maybe I'm annoying. Maybe I'm fat. Maybe I'm a whore. Maybe I have behaviors and or habits that aren't conducive to a good long term relationship, like partying with my friends all the time
Yeah.
or talking back to my man. Like they never do the introspection to figure out why men don't want them. They just blame the men for why the men don't want
Dude,
them.
dude, dude, dude,
And when
dude.
they get fucked and chucked.
Most of them are convinced they're a whole 7 out of 10. Do you know how high level of 7 actually is in society if you see them on the street? You know, the lady in the red dress in the Matrix would be considered like, oh, she captures your attention, that she might be like an 8 maximum. A 7 is so high. You ask any bitch on the street, they think I'm a 6 or a 7. Dude, you know how much a
No,
5
they'll say
is?
they're a 10.
A 5 is,
They'll say they're a 10.
bro, Myron, a 5 is average, which to most men, average looks pretty good, right? It's not the worst thing in the world. They're not
Agreed.
even fives. Myron, they're not fives.
Yeah, I miss girls. If you
What
ask the
happened?
girls, dude, they'll tell you you're being and they sense to me all the time.
Dude, it blows me away. And then they try and do that whole thing. Well, then what are you? What are you, Zherka? What are you? And I'm like, bro, you're judging me off status, network, looks, different variables. So if I give you by your female gaze, I'm really high. But they're like, no, no, we're gonna go off looks. We're gonna first of all, you don't chicks don't just see looks. They see a trinity of status, network, looks in a man. Whereas a man, bro, it's brutal, but a man is looking at looks, bro. You gotta, and here's the sad truth, bro. Very few women are actually the word beautiful externally. Like to be beautiful is a rare thing. That's the truth. Like,
Yeah, no, 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 it's true. I mean, most girls are absolutely fives, even though they run around and say that they're tens.
yeah.
Look, the biggest thing for all the women in here, because I realize that we have a lot of women in the space right now listening. Ladies, the biggest issue that you're going to have, okay, when it comes to dating or finding a guy, the biggest issue is a lot of you guys shoot for the fucking stars, and quite frankly, you don't even deserve a spaceship. A lot of you hoes don't are fucking ugly or very average. So what women need to do is start be more realistic and understand if you're an average woman, there's nothing wrong with an average guy. And quite frankly, there's not enough of these fucking attractive chads to go around because you have two choices. You can either get a more regular guy that's gonna be a good boyfriend, good husband potentially, good father, limit your chances of cheating. Yeah, he'll be boring. Yeah, he'll be kind of annoying every now and then, but you'll be able to have some security. Or you can go ahead and get yourself a higher status guy, but be okay with him fucking bitches on the side. Like, which one are you gonna do? But you're not gonna get a guy that's a Chad that's gonna be loyal to you. It's not fucking happening, dude. Like, men have to work really fucking hard to be a Chad and have money. So there's no way he's gonna be fucking monogamous after busting his ass to get to that point. It's just not gonna happen. And this is what I think is like the biggest issue with women is they just don't understand how little leverage they have as they climb the totem pole of status when it comes to men.
Yeah, I remember always disagreeing with you here. I'm like, no, no, not all rich successful dudes cheat. And then, the years went by, and I'm like, I think Myron cooked me on that because I met all the rich and successful dudes in the industry. They don't even call it cheating. They're like, I worked my ass off for this spot, Zherka. What do you mean? What do you mean? And I'm like, dude, you can't get someone to put 10 years entrepreneurial energy into something and have them be masculine and have them only have one bitch. It's so rare. It's so, bro, I'm telling you, they go to massage parlors, they do all the extra shit. Which is weird because everyone purity spirals with Myron. They say, Myron, that's just you. You can't control it. You can't keep it in your pants. It's like, dude, you got to meet CEOs. Some of them are actually fucked up where they want to be cucks and they, all that. But I'm talking about a normal masculine CEO type, bro, high functioning dude living out his dreams. It is really hard to be smiling with one bitch. It's really hard, bro. It's almost impossible, especially if you're traveling the world and shit. I think, yeah, it's almost maybe when you're older, maybe 50. Like I can easily see Myron settle down, like Dan Bilzerian settle down. But in their prime, when do you see a tiger or a lion in their prime settle down? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, you,
it's no guy is gonna bust their ass to become wildly successful to fuck one bitch. It's just not gonna happen, bro. Like, are there rare exceptions out there? You might find some super devout guy that's Christian or whatever that's not gonna commit adultery. Fine, but the reality is that guys don't become millionaires to fuck one bitch. You want me to make $1 million and only have one of you? What the fuck? That's retarded. Like, and the other thing too that women need to realize, another big red pill, is that you're never going to sexually satisfy your guy by yourself. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. Men innately want variety, and I tell girls, as long as you're the main chick, right? Stop fucking bitching. Does he pay your bills? Yes. Does he take care of you? Yes. Do you guys have a family or something like that? Do you have the house? Yes. Then shut the fuck up. Like, I don't really want to hear anything. Like,
And from
you know,
from most of human
yeah.
history, thousands of years, that shit was more than enough. Because if she didn't get that, she'd starve to death. We're in the only time in history where you could be with a millionaire who's paying everything and you can complain. What?
Well, like I said, we live in an entitled era. We never put barriers on women when it comes to relationships. We tell them to shoot for the stars. We tell them get the best guy that they can. We tell them they're princesses. Like, no one ever really. Um, there isn't like an institutionalized barometer to keep women grounded in reality of where they stand in the sexual marketplace to let them know, look, you're fucking average. These are the type of men that you qualify for. Whereas for men, we do have these institutionalized controls to let us understand where we are. As a man, when you walk through life, if you're a loser, your reality is going to reflect you're a loser. Women aren't going to want to be around you. People aren't going to want to hear what you got to say. No one's going to give a fuck about your opinion. Like, as a man, your reality is based on what you've created and your competence and your skill set. So, basically, if other guys want to be around you or other men want to be you and other women want to be with you, you're good. So we get honest feedback of where we stand. Women don't get this privilege, bro. It's kind of a privilege on the low end. People complain, oh, I'm an incel, sucks. Good. You at least know where you stand in society. With women, since they get fucking validation and they get praised for no matter what they do, it's actually a curse because they're never able to actually understand where they stand in the marketplace and what they qualify for. Because a girl that's a 5 is going to have extremely similar opportunities to a girl that's an 8.
Yeah.
Why? Because that motherfucker wants all the bitches on his yacht. He doesn't care. So it's very difficult for women to ascertain where they really stand in the marketplace because they get the same fucking privileges as a hot bitch.
And it's terrifying. Here's the terrifying thing about the modern world that nobody sees this coming. Young guys don't see it until they make a bit of success, but dude, they change their rules for the successful guy. And I mean, you can see her go unconscious. I've never done this before, but I'm doing it today. I've never done this before, but his name is Drake. You can see the point where she goes unconscious and she says, whatever it takes for me to get on that yacht, I have to do it. And unfortunately, that's you listening to this. That's your wife too. If she's remotely good looking, that's her too. You're born in these times. Accept it, bro.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like all the young guys, dude, like, all you guys that are listening that are in your 20s, I feel sorry for you guys. You guys have probably one of the worst generation of women I've ever seen in my life. Like we're going to get to a point, Zerka, where in the next 10 to 20 years, it's going to be very probable that even an average girl has had some type of ability to date, be around, and or get courted by a top tier guy. So this was like not in existence 20 years ago. A girl was forced to her own geographic location for sexual access and courtship. Now with Instagram and online dating, bro, it's fucked everything up.
Yeah, I see these random chicks in random countries, and someone films them in the background, and someone crops the image, and she blows up online. She blows the fuck up, and she gets DMs and leaves her boyfriend. I'm like, holy shit! They're even when they're background characters, their incarnation work. When they look good, they could just they can blow up to the point where they kind of damage their life and relationships, not all the way sometimes, but they blow up just enough to shift the matrix to break some fucking young dude's heart. And I feel bad for people because a lot of people made fun of you and me and mine for telling them you better, if a police officer can get digitized and fused with the internet like Myron, anyone could, like, literally everyone has to do it. If a cop can do it, like plumbers have to be, everyone has to be on social media just to compete. That's like bare minimum. Because a lot of people are like, well, Zerka, you just enjoy it. No, I don't enjoy it. I know where the future's going. Your bitch will be getting taken from you if you are not a digital entity with a check mark. That's just how it goes. This status thing goes so deep, man. This Some of you guys think I'm going to be a good blacksmith with a good. I'm going to make good swords and be known in my town for this, and that's enough. And it's like, okay, that's enough for what you're thinking now, but you don't know how superficial the world's going to get. And unfortunately, you have to play by these rules, or else you're seen as an incel. Imagine checking out of the game and saying, "I don't want to date." Mine, I get so many people like, "Zherka, I want to buy your programs and shit, but I don't want to date. I just have an aversion to it." And I'm like, "Don't even buy my shit. I understand what you're like. I get it. Like the game is that it's a weird game. Like you're seeing the weirdest type of hoe culture we've ever seen, more in America than anywhere. Like I still recommend people travel, but." Yeah, I think
I think Pearl
but
Pearl's
mine,
in here. Did
mine,
she ask for a mic?
yeah, I'll bring her up right now. But you got to see that Zoomers are also karmically advanced. They are balanced by the Force. Not only are they going to be the biggest cucks the universe has ever seen, but they're also getting the greatest wealth transfer that will make them attractive to hoes.
Man, I think, and again, I don't want to shamelessly plug my book, but again, Why Women Deserve Even Less, book number 2. Go get it, guys.
What
It's
the
on Amazon.
fuck is this?
Yeah, book number 1 is Why Women Deserve Less. Book
Yeah.
number 2 is Why Women Deserve Even Less, and then book 3, Why Women Deserve Nothing, is coming very soon. But all jokes aside, like it's only gonna like because people ask me all the time, Myron, are we ever gonna repeal the 19th Amendment and bring the family back and all this other shit? And I know this is gonna be a black pill, but my answer is no. And the reason why it's gonna be no is that women have all the leverage. They're not gonna concede any of the
Mm.
land that they've taken. They've obviously fought very hard via feminism and suffrage. It's just not going to happen. It would take like a fucking like catastrophe, like a catastrophe where mail order would need to be established back again for pure survival reasons for us to get power back. That's what it would take. But if we're gonna continue to live like the civilized first world life that we live now with convenience, there's no way women are going to forfeit any of the fucking ground they've taken
Which
in
is
the Culture
funny.
War.
What he's saying is they're not going to forfeit their anxiety and depression that they've worked hard to obtain.
Yeah, and it comes back to female stupidity. The reason why is because women look at it like this is another thing that I've noticed about them. They look at it like they would rather be miserable by their own making and feel like they had a choice than be in a fruitful and happy relationship where they might not have had the choice to be a depressed loser. Does that make sense? Like, what I've noticed about females is like, let's say you got a girl that's pro-life, right? And then you got another girl that's pro-choice. The girl that's pro-life will still vote and or enact legislation to allow for the abortion of children, even though it conflicts with her political philosophy, because women reserve the right to at least have the option to have that
Yeah.
available to them, even if they don't agree with it.
Yeah.
Like, and the only time I've seen women vote like for pro-life is if they have a strong father, they have a strong husband or a boyfriend, or they're extremely
I don't
religiously
believe
devout.
them. I don't
But
believe those ones are voting the way you think they're
yeah.
voting.
Well, again, I'm giving like exceptions, but the point is this: women will go ahead and vote against their own ideology, or they will side with someone who's against their ideology because, and I'm talking about most women, because one thing is, look, I have a baby, I don't even have that choice. Does that make sense? So like they will still side with the collective because it benefits all women.
Well, say that again.
Yeah, it's in
Say that
case it's
again.
in case they it's in case they get pregnant by a loser.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like let's
exactly.
keep it a buck. That's why.
You know what is scary, bro?
Yeah.
How come the good innocent ones, how come they can lie just as well as an escort? Like how are they on the same level of lying? Do they start at 5 years old lying? Where does that, because men are afraid to lie because if you get exposed you get cracked in your teeth, right? Especially in sales world, right?
Yeah. I just think it starts from the family unit. Like there's a lot of simp dads out there that like even when you're young as a woman, you're rewarded for lying. Like in the family, if like the sister lies that her brother hit her, they usually believe the daughter. So I think it starts really young.
Yeah, I noticed that like most the this meme went viral that Myron, I think you should touch on this too. Have you seen the meme of the face she makes when you tell her to block her rapist? Which the meme
Yeah.
reminded me of so many chicks I've been around, not so many, but a couple who there was always more to the story eventually. You know what I mean?
I think most of the rape stuff, just in my interviews, it seems like it's just last minute resistance that the guy doesn't stop for.
I don't think so.
Or,
I think it's
really?
regret the next day.
Well, I found that too, but it's like either, I don't know, like it's either the girl's like says no, but it's like she says no. You know, girls sometimes say no, but they don't mean it. Like, oh no, stop. Like they count that, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm shocked how I went my whole life living life like a rock star, and no woman ever came out and lied and said Zherka raped me. I'm shocked that I'm like unscathed. Same, it never happened to Myron either. And to me, it's shocking because I'm like, bro, I've seen many cases where you can prove she's lying, and it's very common. Oh,
You know, it's been kind
is
of weird for me when I started in the like red pill stuff. I kind of thought that it was just like Miami girls or whatever, but it's been weird watching like my little sister, like some of her friends started an OnlyFans and she has like OnlyFans girls in her classes now.
yeah,
And it's so weird watching it like in the last 5 years how prevalent that's become.
yeah.
Where my sister, like, she's just at some school in Colorado, right? She's not into any of that stuff, but it doesn't like her classmates are.
Bro,
She like if she ever wanted to, she could easily,
to
right?
me,
It's
it
not.
never shocked me when they joined OnlyFans and became pros. What shocked me is when they started filming their dads, and their dads are like, "I'm so proud of you, sweetie." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
That's why it's like deep. It's in the family. Even these Christian interviews I've been doing. Have you seen those?
Yeah,
It's like where they're all worshiping their wives.
yeah. I'm
It's just
shocked they all distorted scripture just for their wives because they know that the wife is so. Even if she's not around, it's that she's in their head. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
you were thinking, oh well, maybe I'll give the Catholics a chance. I knew that even the Catholics would come out cocked. I knew it before you even went there. I was like, don't do it. Don't make us look crazy.
I know. I thought it was gonna be better. I'm Catholic. I'm like, here's your softball interview, and then they like get in front of my sign.
Yeah, there's something where it's when it's a hybrid with Americanism, they always let you down. If you went to some other Catholic places around the world, I think they would answer it better. But in America, I could just see you always like you have infinite content for doing stuff like that, Pearl. Like, and
Yeah,
I love taking down the church if it's some fake church. I love that shit.
I might even try the Amish. I'm gonna see if the Amish women are any better.
Oh, I think you'll lose there because I'm pretty sure they're like making food all day and shit, right?
I don't know, but I don't know.
You think
I
they'll
know,
have a
and I'm
say in
like
a
too.
lot of
I'm
shit?
by.
They'll be yappy.
I think people are people, women are women. I don't know. Ever since I've been young,
Yeah.
my dad, every time I like tell him, "Can you believe this happened?" Like his answer is always, "People are people." Like
What does
wherever
that
you
mean?
go, like people are. My dad would just always say, growing up, "There's a lot of weird people that you don't like know
Yeah.
about."
Yeah.
And like people are gonna do crazy
Yeah.
stuff.
No.
Like
Yeah.
they're gonna do drugs, they're gonna whore,
Yeah.
they're gonna
No. No.
like people are
That
people no
sounds
matter
like
where you go.
the yeah. My dad would say stuff like, leave people alone. And I'll be like, dude, these people are lying about this. And there's this boomer defeated attitude. You know, like the boomer does sound really defeated if you talk to them, where they're just like, you know, they want to enjoy their barbecue, goes to the swimming pool, and that's about it in June. And then there's me who's trying to make sense of the world. I'm like, did you just say it's a 50-50 partnership in marriage? You're quoting scripture where?
I don't know. I think older white guys, they just think they have better things to do. Like my dad kind of views us as losers, even me, because he's like, you guys just have time to like
Yeah.
stream and like talk into space all day. He's like, I'm worried about my chickens or whatever,
Yeah.
you know?
What if you say, "Oh,
That's
it's a lot of money here"? Does that change him, or he doesn't? He thinks arguing is just
no,
stupid, right?
no, he just kind of views it as like you're not really because my dad's a really I always say if my dad didn't have 10 kids he would have been Donald Trump in terms of like competence level, like he's just a really really smart guy, um and I don't know, just talking to him, he just doesn't like the way the world is going, like how people are like lazy, they don't cook their food anymore, they don't fix their own stuff,
Yeah.
they don't like And so he kind of views a lot of these new jobs as like like for losers kind, even though I do do it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just nothing. He wouldn't do it because he just views it. They like
Yeah.
a lot of these guys that are super competent. They just can't believe that people have time to argue on the internet. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
No, I view it
Like
as a
they don't have
loser.
time.
If I view it as a loser job a lot of the time, where I'm like, I kind of wasted my day arguing with an idiot. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, yeah, kind. It's like you make money, but
Yeah.
it's I don't know. Like when I was doing the shows with all the girls, I just felt like it was such a I don't know how Myron how you do it because I don't know. I just it feels like a waste of time because nobody's opinion's gonna change, you know.
I always wonder from Myron how he does it because I'm like, dude, there's been many shows where I say I don't want to come, I have a headache, I don't want to come, blah blah blah, and I'm thinking like he hasn't missed a show, he hasn't missed one show. Just
I know.
what? And I don't think being a police officer trains you to deal with annoying people that much. Like that's
Oh my gosh. That had to be such a switch for you, Myron, because I'd imagine everyone you worked with in law enforcement was pretty smart.
no, I
And
I
then you
have
have to talk to
I
OFOs.
have I have a feeling Myron misses the law enforcement days because it was more in the field. You know, it's there's no way sitting down all day in front of a computer is the same shit. Like hell no.
Yeah, it's I mean, I like it, but I just know how like older white guys are gonna view it. Just you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but don't
They
you?
just they just don't get it. It's like a different world to them. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
which I disagree. I think boomers, if they were our age, I think they would see the money and they dominate our fields. Like they would because they work harder than the people our age, right?
Um,
You can't see boomers
yeah,
taking over the market if they got one more chance.
I don't know. My dad just grew up on a farm, so like
Oh,
I don't know.
really?
I think it would drive him crazy.
How do you have
Yeah, like
10
my dad.
kids? How do you even have 10 kids? That's crazy.
I don't know. I met my mom when she was 17,
Oh,
and then
really?
they just my dad's been with one woman his whole life. Like they
Really? Oh,
mhm,
wow. Oh, so he's like
had
the
10
perfect
kids.
Christian.
Not even. He doesn't. That's kind of what started the series. Was I found that the most moral men I know aren't religious, and my dad's one of them.
So
Like he
base.
acts in a
That is
really
so
moral way.
true. Say it again.
Yeah, but under 30, it's a little different. But like if they're over 30 to 40, like my dad's made a bunch of money. And I mean, I can never know, but I would bet my life he's never cheated just because he wouldn't do that. You know what? He's just one of those really, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't,
Mhm.
like, he's just one of those guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, he just works, like, he fixes everything himself. I don't know. My dad's like superhuman, though. I always tell him I wish I could follow him around with the camera because people just wouldn't believe the stuff he could get done in a day.
Yeah, and it's funny because yeah, I'll say to my dad, I'll be like, "How do you problem solve without first the ritual of bitching and moaning?" Like my generation, we gotta complain a bit before we start, and it's same with the YouTubers and all that. Like you have to complain a little bit before you start fixing something in your life. But dude, these guys are a different animal. They just
I know.
quietly fix the problem. Like what?
Well, I think that's why, like, a lot of them have their wives run the show because they would just rather fix the problem than argue with her because they view it as like a waste of time.
Yeah, no,
Like, what I'm going to spend an hour
I am
arguing with her, like
genuinely
putting her in her
I
place?
think
No.
arguing makes you the biggest cuck in the universe.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, imagine your whole life just arguing with someone in your own house. Like that's the highest level of crazy.
I don't know. I'm telling you, I'll try to explain some of these concepts to my dad. I've red pilled him a little bit, but just explaining them to him, he's like, "How do these people have time for this?" I'm worried.
Yeah,
Like my dad just killed like 7 raccoons from his chickens the other day. Like, he had like a raccoon attack,
right.
and that's just the kind of stuff he's worried about. I don't know. Different generation.
You know, that's still murder, dude. Those are sentient beings.
Well, I mean, they killed his chickens first,
Oh,
so
it's okay. So it's
yeah, yeah.
they're gonna keep attacking.
Yeah, yeah, like they he had like a chicken attack.
Yeah,
And so he had like 10 die and so then he set trap. But this is the kind of thing like my dad gets excited about,
yeah,
it's not dad, like I argued with a church person today. It's like, well,
yeah. But it's also like I wonder if these boomers understand how degenerate the world is. Because, I remember what kept me away from being a degenerate in my youth was because I was really worried. I'm like, how do you make it in life? Like, what's it, $1 million for one piece of property and it's not even that big? And how do you make it in city life? All of my time was preoccupied with that fear of like, how the fuck do you even do reality? And all my buddies are hooking up and shit, not giving a shit. And they're, I guess they're being smart because they're at that age, they're getting it out of their system and all that. But in my head, I'm like, I was puzzled with how hard reality actually is. And then you grow up, you find out these fucking losers just go unconscious and swipe credit cards and go in debt. And I didn't want that for myself. I remember all of my purity came from the fear of like, how do you make it in society first?
No, they don't have any idea.
Yeah, and
Like
everyone's yeah.
it's because you have to think their existence, especially like high performing white guys, is working. Like that's their existence and they get joy out of it. So they're just not like a lot of, at least where I'm from, like a lot of them are just too busy until, and this is kind of what happened with my sister, it hits their real life. But a lot of times I've noticed when I cover a trend on my show, like I covered antidepressants like 3 years ago, and I found out my one of my best friends is on them like in the last 6 months. So it's usually 2 to 3 years where I'll cover it and it hits my real life.
Oh, and then it's an
So I don't know.
emotional, it's a whole thing.
I mean, not really. It's just more like, oh, you know,
No, there's
I mean, I
nothing
guess it's
more
kind of
art. No, no,
weird.
no, bro. I once gave a whole speech on my buddies' girlfriends and wives being extremely unattractive to me and to the world. And I give this whole speech, and then I forget. A couple months later, I have to have dinner with these people. It was like the most awkward feeling in the world because I have to like sit there pretending I didn't say all this because I don't want to ruin the dinner for everyone. I don't want to be like the black guy that I usually am. So I'm like being all polite, but in my head I'm thinking like, dude, this job is it's so hard to be transparent without having that awkward feeling of like you got to sit. It's like if you make 2 hours of abortion jokes and then you sit down with some fucking sensitive ass people, it's over. It ruins the whole dinner.
I know. It's kind of like I was at the gym and we do these like in body scans and all the men lost weight and all the women gained weight. And I'm like, that's just typical. Like women, right?
Yeah.
Like, and everyone looks at me like I'm crazy because it's like right in front of you once you see it, you know. But
Yeah.
it's almost like everyone else is hypnotized.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They probably think I'm hypnotized, so maybe the feeling's mutual.
Yeah, I'm a weird guy because when I see chicks gain a lot of weight, I never attack them for it because I know in that phase they're not smashing as much, so she's being less of a hoe. So when they gain 20 pounds and they're all stressed and they're to me, I'm like, that's a good thing. Yeah, she looks like not that great anymore, but she's going through that phase of her life where she regrets some hookups, and they have some of those phases too. And so I like that. I'm like, okay, but you see a bitch shredded year round. Oh, she's getting piped year round. Her body count is insanely high. Like it's shockingly high. So anytime I see a bitch fluctuate, I go, good on you, baby girl. You're slowing your soul down a bit. Okay, I guess I'll just go fuck myself.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
No, sorry. I agree with you. I
Yeah,
agree. I
Myron,
just
hit
didn't have
us with
anything
some
to add.
fire.
Um, yeah, as long as you don't interrupt me again. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no.
What?
Sorry, I'm in the gym right now, guys. What I was saying before, so you guys mentioned a couple of things I was listening in. Number one, females lying. Well, I've always said that like anyone that has to put on a pound of makeup on their face to face the world is going to obviously feel more comfortable with not necessarily adhering to reality and being honest. Because the other thing, I say this all the time, like the feminine mystique is all draped in deception, right? Wearing makeup, heels, waist trainers, getting boob jobs, getting lip filler, getting their eyebrows done, getting their nails enhanced. Like everything when it comes to female nature is either a mirage, deceptive in some manner, or like just a straight up lie, right? Like we don't know when women are attracted to us because they're taught to feign interest, right? Or they're taught to, not show interest. We don't know when they're on their period, obviously, right? So everything about women is supposed to be shrouded in like mystique. So the reason why women are able to get away with or they're able to tell lies better is because number one, they tend to be a bit better communicators, right, with being able to be deceptive, and then their entire reality is kind of fucking astroturf. If you really think about it. And another thing, also I've noticed with women is they lie by omission. And I'll give you a perfect example of what I mean by this. If I ask a girl, what happened in your last relationship? 9 out of 10 times, she's going to put a majority of the blame on the guy. She's going to say he was toxic, he was insecure, blah, blah, blah. But she'll never fucking tell you what she did to get him to behave like that, right? She makes it as if like the guy just woke up one day and decided to be a fucking dickhead. But she'll never tell you how maybe she antagonized him. She won't tell you how she was
Hmm.
maybe rude and annoying. She'll never say how, she was going to the club when he told her not to. So one thing about women is like they lie by omission. And the reason why they're able to get away with this so much is because we're kind of trained as men to kind of take the woman's side because they're considered the more vulnerable gender. And most guys are not going to like tell a girl like, okay, well, tell us his side then. Like, well, come on, bro. We know that you didn't. It wasn't just all him. Like, you did some bullshit too. But men aren't like predisposed to do that. And then there's two main reasons. Number one, because we have this, let's believe all women kind of mindset. Number two, men are protectors. We naturally want to protect women. And then number three, guys want to get laid, so they don't want to fucking, oh bitch, why are you lying? Like I know you didn't do this shit. Like he's trying to get laid. So like this is why women are kind of able to, I'm not gonna say like straight up lying all the time, but they're able to admit certain things. They're able to tell white lies here or there. They're able to kind of, be deceptive because it's in their nature, and we usually give them the benefit of the doubt. So that's
Okay,
that's why.
okay,
And then
but
as far as like
Myron,
me and my government stuff, yeah, I miss being on the job. And Zherka, I wasn't a cop. I was a federal agent. Very different. But it's fine. I know you guys in Canada all look at it the same because you guys got cops that ride mooses and shit with RCMP. But
okay,
yeah, but yeah, no, I miss it, dude. I miss it a lot. Like talking to these OnlyFans girls, they're fucking
yeah.
retarded.
Yeah, yeah, which is good that you're in politics, so it kind of soothes that a bit. But I can tell your feet want to move too. Like sitting all day is not the thing. But I'll tell you this, Martin, riddle me this. Anytime I see a woman get slapped hard or even punched in the face by some fucking dude outside of the nightclub, why is my first instinct always she deserved that? Riddle
Well,
me this.
because
Like when I was young, I didn't have this instinct, but as I got older, it just my whole world changed.
yeah, so here's a couple things because like domestic violence is like a thing that's another like fallacy that people tend to hold. Like most domestic violence cases are like they both beat each other up. It's like a byproduct. Like both of them are like the guy hits her, she hits him. It's like they're whooping each other's asses. Now what's interesting, right? And they did a meta analysis on this. When there's one way directional violence, it's normally, and I'm sure Pearl can probably add to this too. It's normally the woman beating up on the fucking guy, right? Contrary to what people think. It's whenever it's one party beating on the other only or exclusively almost, it is the woman beating up on the guy. It's actually rarely the other way around where the guy beats up on a woman. I think there's a bunch of like, societal reasons for this and everything else like that. But that's typically what it is in relationships. Now, what you said when you said a guy punched a girl at the club, outside the club, yeah, I mean, look, that's a funny way to look at it. Like she deserved it or whatever. But yeah, I mean, look, a lot of the
No, I'm
times,
saying I would bet money that if I didn't see what happened, I just saw him swing. I usually would bet money that she had it coming to her, and I would win that money. That's what I'm saying.
no, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because dude, women do a bunch of bullshit, bro, and they get away with it. Like we coddle them, we never fucking hold them accountable. So, if you actually like looked at it deeper, there probably was some instigation on her end. I'm not saying you should run around punching fucking women, but I do think that we give women way too much benefit of doubt when it comes to the bullshit that they do, where it's like you don't even question, like you don't even question her. It's like, yeah, the other guy's guilty, just off rip. Like you don't know if she said some wild shit. You don't know if she hit him earlier in the day. I'll
No,
give you
no,
a perfect
Myron.
example right now. Let me just one last thing, and then I'll mute myself, and I'm in the gym right now. So the last thing I was gonna say, everyone thought that Diddy was like this like crazy predator or whatever, right? I was there watching the testimony of Cassie. She testified for like 2 or 3 days straight. There were a couple instances where she was on the stand and like she admitted like, yeah, no, I punched him in the face. Like I punched him.
Yep.
But no one knows that, right? And obviously it's federal court, so it's not gonna be like on TV and shit like that. But like, dude, like she was whooping his ass too. It wasn't just him hitting her. Like she was punching him right in the face, all that.
100%. I worked 5 years, 7 nights a week in nightclubs as a bouncer, and it changed my whole worldview. Because anytime I saw a woman get her teeth knocked the fuck up by some 300-pound dude, it was always the same story of her pulling out her phone, calling some guys to come jump us and get us killed. And she's calling back up and she says she's going to kill us with a knife and she's going to slice us up. Or she knows some gangsters that are crackheads and blah, blah, blah. And it's never an empty threat. It's always someone actually coming to our nightclub. And so the bouncers would fucking punch them through their fucking teeth. And it was always like that. I'm like, bro, you would be shocked at how many times they'll cry and they threatened serious bodily harm first. And they have weapons in their purses for this kind of stuff. And bro, you don't know how easy it is to get poked up with a little blade, let alone a big one from a big black guy she called. And I just seen it so much. Now when I see footage, I'm always like, I've never seen a good girl get punched at a nightclub. Have you ever seen that's never happened? I've never seen that.
Well, the other thing I think that's also important for people to realize is women don't understand the concept of violence appropriately. And what I mean by this is like men a lot of the times understand that if you get into a fight or an altercation, there's a very good chance you can get killed. We're kind of designed for it. We understand that if two men fight, there's a problem. Women don't really understand this concept. So that's why, they'll mouth off to a guy that's significantly bigger than them or a guy that like could do some serious damage because they know that they have, the state and everyone else is going to protect them. So they can kind of absolve themselves of any like real responsibility of getting retaliation. So that's why women mouth off so much the way that they do. Um, but yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Go ahead. You were say something?
Yeah, I mean, this gynocentric future we're headed to, it's going to be funny where you and I fit in there because it's not like our voices are getting smaller. It's like we're always going to be talking like this, but it is going to be shocking. Like, first of all, we're going to do the I told you so parade, but also, Myron, you ever realize that one day America will not be suited for you or me or like anyone who talks like us? It's not going to be built for that at all. It's going to be
Well, we're
something
slowly
else.
moving into like the UK/Australian model where, we're we're gonna start legislating, hate speech and all this other fucking faggot shit. So yeah, I mean, we're getting there. All these like other Western, liberalized, fem-run countries.
And I make an argument that people like Chud the Builder are speeding up that process.
I mean, you can make that argument. I think feminism is inevitable. So it's like, it's like a fucking cancer. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when, and it's permeating throughout the world, bro. Even the Muslim world is starting to deal with it. So feminism is a cancer and it's spreading rapidly.
I always find it funny when people try and shit on you for any kind of relationship error. They're like, oh, this. I'm like, you guys are shitting on a dude who has all of his finances together. In normal society, you'd shit on the guy who loses half of his shit in a marriage. In today's society, they're trying to say, oh, well, Myron doesn't know what he's talking about. Myron is literally living and breathing what he teaches. He can date anyone and not get his SMV lowered by 60 fucking percent. Like, that's the whole point of dating. If dating lowers your SMV over time, if it makes you fat, it makes you poor, it makes you whatever, then clearly you're headed to somewhere where you're going to jump off a bridge and kill yourself. Anything that I don't give a fuck about your marriage arguments. If you have a chance of lowering your whole total lifestyle and SMV by more than 50%, she takes half your shit, which who cares about the stuff, but she's lowering your SMV, making life harder for you. And you have to psychically deal with all that. Your whole soul world gets fucked up. Like, dude, it's so shocking to me that you could point to Myron breaking up with someone as a bad thing. All I see is a winner who has everything intact. His work ethic, he's bigger than he's ever been. He's not botted views like all these fucking losers. It's like when you look at Myron, it's like, dude, that is the biggest win ever. You want to exit relationships like Myron. You don't want to be these fucking. It's all these unemployed, divorced boomers in your comments, bro.
No, no, I appreciate that, man, because I got like in a big debate with this one fucking retard who was like a feminist dating coach, right? Which is kind of an
Say the
oxymoron in
name,
itself.
shit on him.
Now he's a nobody. I don't even want to give him attention. But the thing, and there's lots of guys like this, by the way. There's lots of these dudes. Sorry for being out of breath. But basically, he tried to make the argument that how can you give relationship advice when you're not in a relationship? And I told him, look, dude, like you do understand that the barometer of success for a man isn't necessarily being in a relationship. Rather, It's the ability to be so attractive or have such high SMV that you can choose when you want to get into a relationship. Most guys just saddle up with the first girl that sucks their fucking dick. The guys that really have their shit together are reluctant to get married and or get in a serious relationship, or they juggle multiple women. Because as a man, your value is not determined by being married. That's the woman metric of success. Women are the ones that want the relationships. We're the gatekeepers to that relationship. A man's metric of success is, do other men want to be you? And do other women want to be with you? And the only way that's going to be accomplished is you have to create a legacy and make your last name valuable. And that is the male metric of success. So we choose who gets relationships, they choose who gets sex. So when these fucking married cucks come up to me and say, well, how are you going to give relationship advice when you're not in a relationship? It's like, dude, I got a lay count of almost 600, right? And I didn't want to say
Yeah.
this on the fucking thing and be an asshole, but like, since I have to pull out fucking receipts, I have a lay count in almost like 600. I've had multiple girlfriends at the same fucking time. Like, I pick and choose. Then they bring up like my ex. Bro, the reason why me and my ex aren't together is because she wanted a fucking family. And I said, okay, you know what? I'm not ready to give you a family right now. You're getting older. You want a family? We're going to just end it. And that's what happened. And the people say, oh, see, you're not even in a relationship. It's like, no, I did the right thing, dickhead. I did the ethical thing. Like, who the fuck am I to tell
Yeah.
her, like, no, I'm going to make you
Well,
wait
no,
and
they're
get
really,
older and not be able to
bro.
have kids when that's your dream? Like, no, we'll just end it. It's fine. But like, these guys don't
Every,
understand
but
this. Hold on, Zherka. They don't understand, like, men don't understand this level of like, the ability to like let go and like having a fucking a non-scarcity mindset. Most guys have a scarcity mindset and they just fucking shack up with the first girl that they fucking
no.
get. You know, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say when they say that thing in the comments, like, "Oh, there it is, there it is." You didn't want to have a family. They're really self-leaking that that's where they would have bent. They'd have been like, "Oh, I would have just had a kid. I would have." But that if it bends your rule, there's no masculine authority there. If you don't want to, you don't want to. But they're leaking. That's the exact moment they would bend. Like, oh, if she says this here, you got to bend over backwards. That's the right move to make for the marriage. And it's like, dude, you bend once, you're a fucking faggot. Like, that's a big bend, changing your whole lifestyle and shit. That's huge. I mean, if you zoom into these profile pictures of the guys who said that, you can see they're like out of shape losers that are broke. You could see they've been bent for years. I think tradcons piss me off more than anyone
And the other
because
thing
they
too,
lied.
sorry about
Yeah,
that. I had
yeah. Go
myself
no, go
muted.
ahead.
The other thing too is like with tradcons, like they don't realize that the sexual marketplace has changed. Like what would have worked 10, 15 years ago when you got married isn't gonna work now. Like guys have to be way more fucking suspicious and cautious when they deal with women. So it's not really in your best interest as a guy to get married like that in today's day and age. So it's like they think like these guys are basically trying to like a lot of these dating coaches that are like married and you know these stratcons, they're telling you to go into a gunfight with a knife. It's like, dude, your tool is fucking outdated, right? You met your bitch on fucking Match.com in 2002. Like that's not the game anymore, bro. It's not the meta.
Yeah, I had so many people. These guys have come to me. They're like, "Yo, Zerka, I need to understand how Myron, after his breakup, how come nothing changed? How come he just kept working? How come he didn't go into depression? How come nothing? How come his opinions didn't change? How come? Because when I had my first breakup, my heart was broken. I'm like, because his SMV didn't change. You fucking idiot. When you got broken up with, you got some bitch comes up to you and she takes half your shit. You're divorced. Your whole SMV, your whole lifestyle changed. His SMV didn't change 1%. That's why he didn't give a fuck. You guys are so stupid that you think SMV is not real.
Yeah, no, it's very real, and guys need to understand that um, a lot of the times, if your S&D is low, what's going to happen is you're going to have to be stuck in a relationship you don't want to be. And that's why these married guys cope so much. Like, they'll be like, oh, well, I'm married and I got kids. It's like, all right, bro, great. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But understand, you're using the female metric. The male metric of success isn't getting married. The male metric of success is being successful and having other women that want to marry you. And then you pick who you want to fucking marry. That's the male metric of success that guys don't understand. And, but we live in a gynocentric social order. So, of course, they're going to say stupid shit like that.
I think the most terrifying thing is dudes going into dude. Myron, I know sensible geniuses that I envy their skill, I envy their knowledge, I envy these guys. These guys come up to me and say, "Well, I'm in love with her. That's why I got married." And I give, she has half my stuff, and I'm like, "Damn, I look up to you. How the fuck, you're so cool. You're like one of the most important people in my life. You're giving me the love argument. Like that's the gayest argument in the universe. Like, what the fuck?"
And he will end up getting, hi guys, he will end up getting screwed in the end because she'll lose respect for him. Like, if the guy's always coddling the woman, she will keep pushing the boundaries, loses respect for her man. And before you know it, she's already, having an affair with someone that she works with. And, the only time she wears makeup is for when she's out of the house, and at home, she looks like a homeless bitch. So, I mean, the man has to make every
Yeah.
decision. Even my husband said, like, even it should be men who are the gatekeepers of sex, because immediately when it's women are the ones that are saying, "Oh, I want to wait till marriage," you're already putting the man in a submissive position. Like, the man should make every decision, and the woman who is so obsessed and in love with the man should be willing to do whatever it takes. Like, fine, Myron, like this, I don't even know why people care.
She tried to rape me.
Okay, thanks. um,
Real quick,
anyways,
I'll say this before I go. No, well, I'm not. I'm just gonna mute myself for like a few minutes. Yeah, the thing it just basically comes down to is this: the TradCon methodology of dealing with women, courtship, etc. It's no longer applicable to today, where we have an expansive sexual marketplace where women hold an enormous amount of leverage, and quite frankly, most women don't respect men anyway. So like the only thing I think you could do as a guy nowadays is have such a high S&P that women will feel pain by leaving you. Not physically, of course, but saying like, damn, missed opportunity. Because like, oh, one of your best weapons as a guy against a female is her imagination and the fear of missing out. So if she fucking feels like she's gonna miss out or something like that, that's your strongest weapon, man. Because that's like women kind of that's hypergamy in a nutshell. It's the grass is always green on the other side methodology, and the only way you can maintain that is by having your S&V. And like, yeah, you're right, Zherka. Like my work, it didn't change. If anything, I worked even more. And that was a big part of the reason why I wasn't ready to have a family and I land here. The other big reason why I wasn't ready, because a lot of people say, "Oh, bro, you're 36, why don't I have a family, whatever." Like, bro, do you not understand that I'm one of the most hated fucking political commentators in America? Like literally, like I get death threats every day. It would be fucking irresponsible for me to try to start a family at this point in my career, where I'm literally one of the most controversial people in America. So that was another reason too why I was like, I can't have a family right now. That'd be fucking stupid and irresponsible. Because I'm fine. I carry a gun everywhere. I don't give a fuck. People can say whatever they want to say about me, but like, they're not gonna attack me. They always attack the people around me, right? And I always felt bad for my ex because like they always attacked her, and she
Yeah.
didn't do shit. So going into the next relationship or in the future, like I have to be more cognizant of that. That like people can't really attack me so much, so they have to attack the people around me. So that's another reason why I didn't want to have a family yet either.
Dude, I gotta admit, I felt so bad for Angie when I saw you work way more. If a man after a breakup works way harder, bro, you didn't affect him at all. Like none of like, and I'm not saying she's a bad person or anything, but I'm saying, dude, men usually take breaks from their jobs and woe is me. After I'm going through a breakup and all this. If you see a dude carry on and work harder, clearly all of the energy is on one side, and I'm telling you, like souls like that are unfazed, you have you don't even know how bad it is. I'll be honest, man, even some CEOs take breaks. I've seen it. They come up to me, they go, I'm going through heartbreak. I'm like, you're a CEO. How the fuck you stop doing your job because you're going through a bit of heartbreak, you fucking cuck? When I saw that, I was just like, I felt bad because I was like, ooh, like that's a very dumb play on the woman's part, really. Because, bro, women, I'll be honest, man, they should be. I think if you shackled women as slaves to successful men, I genuinely believe they would smile. They would be happy. Like if society just said, "You get a millionaire, you get a millionaire, you get a millionaire," they would be happy. This system that they're in right now, they're confused as shit.
yeah, that's so true. And the thing is a woman would not admit that she would want that, and she probably doesn't even know it herself, because we don't know what we want. That's why it's so important to have a man lead you, because even me, who like has, more extreme opinions when compared to other women, I still get caught up in weird imagination things where I create problems, and I just have to follow my husband's lead, and I'm like, "You know what? I didn't even think that I wanted to do this, or I didn't think I would agree with how, or just think I wouldn't think that this would turn out well." And then it does. And I'm like, see, this is why I listen to my husband, once again vindicated.
What, Isabella, was your life really hard before you had a man?
Um, I mean, I've always well, the funny thing is it was
Like, what
very
were you doing? I don't know anything about you for before Josiah. Like, what were you? Were you in marketing? Like, what were you doing?
well, I worked at Arsenal. This is why I know Ashley St. Clair. I worked at Arsenal Media Group. I was her replacement with her first
Not that
baby daddy.
fucking hoe. Not that hoe.
Yeah,
What
literally.
the hell?
That's why I know she's so evil. because I've spent time with her one on one.
Right.
Literally, the first time I ever spoke to her was like an onboarding call, and it was supposed to be onboarding me in the new position. And she spent 3 hours telling me about how baby daddy number one beats her, is going. She's afraid he's going to kill her and their unborn baby. That she needs to file a restraining order. Fast forward a few months later, she ends up moving in with him and telling me just to forget about it. Forget
Oh,
about
what
it.
the
And
hell?
I was like, oh, I knew exactly who I was dealing with. I mean,
Oh,
I knew the
wow.
first phone call. I could just tell she was crazy. It's pretty obvious, but I was, oh yeah, I knew.
Yeah,
But
she gives Jewish vibes.
well, duh. She also has mental
Yeah.
illness in her family. Like all bitches are crazy, but she's clinically crazy.
Yeah, no, she's calculated
No,
crazy.
she really is. She used to have because she would always want me to come over, and I would say no a lot of the times, but sometimes I would because she's technically I'm supposed to be like learning under her, and she would teach me how to manipulate people. Like just you want to sit at the highest seat, so go sit at bar stools. Put your hands in certain positions. She is a calculated bitch.
Like
She
an
is a
escort.
liar.
Yeah, like an escort. What was the job exactly?
It was the operation like what COO of Arsenal Media Group. Basically, they did like political campaigns. Like I would direct
Okay, but Isabella,
campaigns.
it's just right wing niggas
Yes,
trying to
yes.
trying to hire you to smash you? Is it one of those things?
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
It's not. They weren't hiring like as many right wing girls as they could.
I mean, I guess they were, and the boss did sleep with someone, but
I don't even know what this is, by the way. I don't know. I'm just shooting in the dark.
yeah. I mean, I guess it could be like that, but I never experienced anything that was
Wait, you were
uncomfortable.
hired by Ashley St. Clair, weren't you? She was the one who brought you in.
Yeah, she's the one who brought me in because I had funny tweets, and then she would proceed to get mad at me about my tweets and be like a mom
Oh,
or a
what the hell?
principal. It was the worst.
Oh, well, which one's pissed her off?
Well, what was it? It was a Gabby Petito one. I was like, at least Gabby Petito died doing what she loved, and it was like she was choked to death, and she was so appalled by that. Like,
What the
my boss
fuck?
thought it was
Yeah.
funny, but then she was like spam texting him, "How could you even respond with a popcorn emoji? Oh my gosh." And she used to always tell me, "Do not associate with Nick Fuentes. Don't respond to Nick Fuentes on Twitter back when he was before being banned." Um so she was like one of the gatekeepers, and I always said like litmus test for conservatives, they're gay and
Mm,
suck if they're like you can't associate with Nick. I was like, no, all this blacklisting and gatekeeping is all
mm,
gay, and I hate
yeah.
all of it. And it made me want
I,
to support
I
abortion.
think that's how I judge. Like I've never in my life thought someone's right wing just because they say they are. To me, it's anytime they use language like "Don't stay with Myron, he's problematic," and I'm like, my nigga, that's my first fucking homie in this fucking sport. What are you talking about?
Literally anyone that says problematic in a serious way.
Yeah.
Also, whenever anyone says go touch grass, I hate those people. Like they're so condescending. Like they need to go
Mm.
touch grass, but they suck. But yeah, no. I mean, Ashley's always been a feminist. She's always been a man hater. So it's
Hey,
not
have you ever
surprising.
noticed that the people who have a problem with language, they do make a lot of money, those types of people. They make a shit ton of money. Like nobody knows how either.
Yeah, well, because they play everything so safe
Yeah.
and they think about it too much. But those are always the worst people. The people that care so much about appearing
Yeah.
to be a good person online, they tend to be the biggest pieces of crap in person, and the ones that are the meanest, most ruthless online, according to other people, they're the
Yeah.
realest ones. Like because they don't care. They
Yeah.
don't care to like impress people or make people think that there's holier than thou. It's like no, you guys
Yeah.
can think I'm I don't know, a Jew hating troll, which spot on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And it's weird because you kind of pick up on some people, you meet them in person. And like if I met you guys in person, we're cracking jokes
oh yeah.
first few seconds, but some people like Ashley St. Clair, they're sitting in the car funny. They're calculating everything going on. They're like, is this being recorded? They're so in their head, and you're like, ah, this is not a free speech type of soul. This is something
No,
else.
there's like no one in the right wing movement that's free speech, like really. And
Yeah, yeah,
Ashley will work
yeah.
the room though. She has all the connections. That's why I don't
Don't say
no,
that.
it's
Work the
true.
room. She'll work the room.
No, seriously, that's why I release her text messages for her baby trapping. I don't even agree with doing that. I actually was like, I
Yeah.
don't know if I should do this. I let my husband make the choice, but I did it.
No, for baby trapping, fuck that shit. That's a lot.
Yeah, well, I didn't even do it on behalf of Elon. I did it because she has so many connections all the way to the White House within right-wing media that she will stifle
Yeah.
people's careers that are good people. So I was like, fine, I'll look like the backstabbing bitch. I don't care, whatever. This
Yeah.
bitch must be
Th-
destroyed, and she's never been respected since.
But doesn't she look so fucking comfortable joining the left? Like it looks so cozy for
Don't
her, right?
you have no idea? Like when I watch her little interviews, and she did an interview with Luke Beasley, who I did a podcast with, and we disagree on everything.
I
But
like Luke. He said
I
good
like
shit
Luke.
about me. He said I'm funny.
Listen, no one laughs at. No, I don't want to expose him, but let me just say, he didn't seem to actually hate Nick Fuentes when he would make us react to the clips. I'm like, you're watching him more than I am, dude, and you seem to really try
Yeah.
not to laugh. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Nick,
he seems like
Nick
he
really
seems way smarter than his audience, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. He treated us really well. But I had to call him after that he did an interview with Ashley, and I was like, "Look, I don't care that you did this with her. It's just, oh my gosh, the way that she spins everything like she's such a victim. It's
Yeah.
disgusting. I mean, she literally, there was one video where she said, people in the right wing movement, they use honeypots to try to get information out of people. It's disgusting and it's sick. You want to know what's funny? I know exactly what she's talking about. She's talking about like Emily Saves America or whatever. She coordinated it. It was her effing idea, and now she's the victim that had to
Why?
be.
What happened with that? I should unfollow Emily?
No. I mean, I don't
Oh.
agree with everything with Emily, but I actually like Emily because
Well,
she's real.
Yeah, she just is a whore, and she's like cool with it. Like
She's not
so.
anymore.
What?
She has a boyfriend now.
She's a hoe. Emily's a hoe? I thought she's like more mature and shit.
She is now more so, but back, I mean,
What
all
what
girls are
about
hoes
Priya?
until they're
I
married, and
think Emily
some stay hoes
Emily and
too.
Priya are super nice, but are they hoes?
Who?
Emily and Priya, they have their show together, right?
I don't know Priya that much, but no, Emily. Listen. All women are hoes. I don't know what
Because
you're saying.
I'll be honest, Priya seems like an angel. There's no way she's a hoe. She's got horses and shit. Like, what
Oh
the
Oh,
fuck?
gosh, don't
horse
get me
girls. Yeah,
don't
horse
get me
girls are
started on
hoes too,
don't
but
get me
just in a different
yeah.
way.
Yeah,
They like get
yeah,
off
yeah,
to riding their horses. It's weird. It's actually we'll
yeah,
talk about it. Brett
yeah.
Cooper.
I posted the article under her comments. You know, it was, and she liked it. She liked it. Thought it was funny. I guess so.
No, but Emily's cool. Like, didn't Emily and Myron post a photo together or whatever? Like she doesn't.
I never talked to Emily that much because she DM'd me, why don't you like my Jewish husband?
Uh,
And I'm like, my nigga, I just want to see whites marry whites. And I was really specific. I'm like brunettes with brunettes and blondes with blondes. Like I was getting really specific for the marriage thing. And she's like all angry about that. Well, not angry. She wasn't angry, but she was against it because she's dating a Jewish guy. And I'm just against that. I'm like, that's just I'm against that's my personal thing, right?
yeah, I think Jews and blacks can go together because it's like it's already tainted and F. So it's like,
That's Saint Clair with some black guy would make more sense. Yeah.
well, wasn't that like her old tweets, Big Tyrone or whatever?
Sex
Yeah.
laptop. Yeah.
Yeah. 2019. Good times.
Yeah.
I
Good
want a
times to be a
big black nigga named Tyrone
yeah,
too. Like
bro.
he's
In those days, I was Groiper Vegeta.
Really?
Vegeta, I was Vegito Groiper in chat. No, I was definitely in the shadows. And in 2019, I remember. You guys know Ashley Sinclair has been around
I
since like
right.
2016
Yeah,
or some shit.
she's been
She's been
around
around a
town.
long time. Like she did everything you're supposed to do in social media correct. The social climbing thing,
Yeah.
that's like a master at it.
Yeah, no, she 100% would do that. And even when I first met her, she would always want to like take photos together and like post and tag me. And I would say, it's cool that you're doing that, but we don't need to I don't need you to tag me every time we're together. Like we can just hang out and work and not have it be like I hate when people are like that. Like it doesn't need to
Mhm.
be for show and social climbing. Like I like to develop real relationships with people. I don't really care
Yeah,
about the other stuff and I don't really want favors.
yeah,
So I mean, that even alone, I was like, oh, I know she's doing this so that she thinks in the future that I owe her. Like, I just knew. I just knew what she was doing. I don't
yeah,
like
yeah.
it.
I don't like that feeling of feeling bad for someone either. Like, oh, you need clout. Like, I feel bad for you. Like, can you
Yeah,
not pay your own? You can't even pay your own bills. Like, that's what the fuck.
yeah, that's so true. But then again, I like to retweet and stuff, like support my friends and stuff. So I
Yeah.
like to do, but not because I think am owed something later, but just because I want to be supportive.
I know.
But don't be sending me your
I
shit.
love to retweet Isabella because every one of my haters goes, he doesn't hate women. He retweeted this girl, Isabella. Then they click on your channel and you're fucking worse than me.
Yeah, yeah. That's so funny. Yeah. I've been sucking at Twitter lately. I've been still obviously still pregnant and not interested
Oh
in
yeah.
it. So I just log on, say something about Jews or something, and log off. My husband actually had to say, "Okay, Isabella,
Yeah.
the Jew stuff, it's getting a little
Yeah.
repetitive." So I had to cut it down.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's like how many people have you met besides Ashley St. Clair? Have you met everyone? Because I never did that. A lot of people put me in with the political people. I never went to one of those conventions. I never did the politics thing, even though I'm associated with it. I was more with the fresh fit side, the red pill side. I never jumped into your world. I never got to go to those am fests and all that shit. And I always felt like, did I miss out?
No,
Like,
no,
Yes, you did.
no. I mean, you can
was it fun? Was it like good memories?
It was bitches galore.
listen.
Is it? Why does everyone say
No,
that? Everyone says
it's
Because
that.
it
not.
is, dude. It is.
Yeah, but they're all
It's
like,
not fun for a woman, but it's fun for a dude.
honestly though, the girls are ugly. I
Really?
swear, like the last like few Amfests, which I haven't even gone to them in years, but I just go and I stay in Lisa, Myron. I know you know Lisa. Me and Lisa just camp out in her hotel room and just
And then go
don't
to
talk
the bar lobby. Yeah, I
for
Yeah.
like
remember.
2 minutes, and everyone's like, "Where are you guys at?" And then we just go back into the room and just hang out because we just use it as a way to hang out because
Dude,
she lives across the country.
every single political channel messaged me and they're like, I don't believe you're actually like the person you are on camera, Zerka, because you never went to clean up all the political bitches. You would have smashed all the. I'm like, you what? There's no
They're
way this could.
ugly.
Yeah, there's no way this convention has hot chicks. Like, there's just no way.
They're
I
too
don't even
old.
like the Twitch. I don't even like the Twitch ones. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, you get enough bitches on your own. Like, how many bitches do you need to post for them to get it through their heads?
But the weird thing is, these guys love political women. Like if she's a trad cath in the bio, they love that. They love that more than
Bible
anything.
verse.
Yeah, and they DM me and they're like, Zerka, bro, this one's for you. This one's Catholic, and I'm like, just because she has Catholic on her bio, that's like a huge reason I'm
That's
turned
a red
off.
flag.
No, that's
Yeah,
fucking worse, and it's actually a plague. People read bios and they fall in love with these women and they romanticize and they fantasize and like
yeah,
imagine what they're like. And they're
yeah,
like talking to their homies and they're like, "I bet she's a virgin. You think she's a virgin, nigga?
yeah,
She is not a virgin, bro."
yeah. Like the Groy pets, bro. They get so much fucking attention. I'm like, bro, these are just random e girls, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I
They,
don't.
they,
Yeah,
I consider Isabella more of, in Nick's movement than Groy Pets, right?
I've never like I would never call myself a great bet. I mean, I support like what he says, like most of it. Whatever. Obviously, I love that he pisses people off. Um, never
Would
talked
you
to him.
trust the Groy Pets? I wouldn't trust it. I
I think it's
DM'd one.
cringe
I,
personally.
I DM'd one of them, give Nick another $10,000. And she got so mad at me, bro.
No, I mean they're just like groupies. I mean, some of them are nice, but I would never label. It's just you're a groupie. It's embarrassing. Like
Yeah.
I would never do that.
I have a feeling they're doing it to just to build up a social presence because if you want to blow up fast, it's not enough to be liked and it's not enough to be hated. It has to be both at the same time.
Yeah, but you'll never truly. Yeah, I guess, but you'll never truly like blow up and be an actual name by being a great bet or like being a follower. Like you have to do your own thing.
I don't trust the Groy Pets at all. Like if they go shake Nick's hand, I'm telling him, hey man, I don't trust her at
Like
all.
cut your hand off, bros. Don't let the disease spread.
Yeah, I genuinely think Groy Pets, even if they've got their V cards and they're not lying, let's say it was like that, I think they have the potential to be the highest level hose the world has
100%. They're
ever
probably
seen.
selling
Because who was
crazy.
originally a Groy Pet? Ashley St. Clair.
Well, that's the thing that's annoying though. It's like she kind of has an alliance with Nick, I've heard behind the scenes, but she was also one of the biggest blacklisters of him. So that always annoyed me.
Didn't she take a picture with him and then they nuked her?
Yeah, but that was
Yes.
from like early on with TPU.
Yeah, she took a
Yeah.
picture because she went up to him in person because she was a Groy Pet. And I
Well,
was the first one to say, "Don't take a picture with her. She's Jewish." And I'm not just me. A lot of Groypers were. They knew.
That's
They
so
knew.
funny. That was before I started politics. I remember she
it's
girl.
it's also if women are virgins over a certain age, they're usually kind of weird, to be honest, because women don't do anything from a place of like morality. So it's probably just Chad didn't want her for some negative personality trait.
Probably true.
I
Usually,
think it's more of an
yeah,
a.
because otherwise she'd lose it to like the Chad at her high school
I
or
think it's
whatever.
more of
You
an
know.
asexual thing. That's what I think.
I don't think women are. I mean,
Oh, dude, there
ugh,
are some people. There are some people, male and female, who they feel broken in the world because they're not into anything, and they DM me and they look really good on their profiles, and they're not fake accounts. And I tell them, dude, go go master your life. Like it's a blessing that you don't have that kind of an impulsive curse and stuff. And I feel bad for these people. Have you ever met an asexual good looking person? It's actually a tragedy because they want to use their powers, but they, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, it's
clearly
just
you
the
guys
whole.
haven't met anyone like you've never met someone who's just not. I've met those kinds of people, and it's sad. And
Yeah, I've met women like that where they're just usually really socially awkward, like
yeah,
extremely.
and
I
I've
find
had
it
phases. Like I've had a couple years. 22 years old, I had a couple years. Excuse me, no, 20 to 21, no bitches. Then 24 to 27, no bitches. Then a lot of bitches because I was suppressed, and the COVID helped too. And I just remember, yeah, I got a lot of stuff done alone, but it's no way to live. It's very hard life alone. Like, it's unless you're like me or Myron, who is just we're fucking making the money. But imagine being a chick and you're not into it. Like, dude, I feel bad for some of these asexuals, even though they're 0.1% of the population, 0.00 whatever. But they exist, man. Hey, shout out to you asexuals.
Yeah, we need more bitches like that because they're way too much of hoes these days. But Pearl, hi Pearl. Pearl's one of the real ones in the so-called right-wing movement, by the way. Pearl and Lisa are some of the real ones. Me and Pearl talk every now and then on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I attract the right people, and really, have you noticed? It's people who can anyone around me. It's people who can laugh. It's
Yeah.
all people who take life as like a lot less serious,
Yeah.
and and that's like a lost art nowadays.
Yeah, people take themselves way too seriously, especially e-girls, and especially people that take e-girls seriously. Like
Yeah.
they're all just retarded and yeah.
But e-girl by definition means she's out to destroy your life. Like even if she's not trying, e-girl means something went wrong in her evolution, dude.
So true, so true. Yeah, I don't know why I decided to do this. I've literally came out the womb wanting to piss people off. Like I used to always write nigger draw
Yeah.
swastikas everywhere. And my dad always gets mad. He's like, I hate when people call you a grifter and say you just say these things because you can now. And you've been saying this forever. Like I couldn't even have a smartphone until I graduated high school because I was always getting in trouble for what I was saying and posting.
And did you go to a regular school?
Well, I went to a Catholic school, got kicked out of
Oh my God, Josiah, you gotta break up with her. You gotta break.
my family wasn't even Catholic though.
Josiah.
It was just they wanted me out of government schools.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was it all chicks school?
No, it was co-ed. It was a retarded
Okay.
school. We
Oh,
had a
that's
teacher
more normal.
banging a student.
Yo,
Okay.
Zherka, I don't know if you just saw. Apparently, Lena the Plug filed for divorce from Adam 22. Yo, the red pill's
What?
undefeated, bro. The red pill's
No.
undefeated.
Why would she what happened? What
What do
they
you
were doing
mean?
perfect.
Oh no, they were perfect. Perfect.
You guys should look more into that though, because when I just saw that when I looked it up, it's like they've been posting articles about this for like the last year, so I don't know how true it is.
Yeah. You know, Myron, why I don't believe it? I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not on your side for this. I think cuck relationships last a long time because she's winning everything. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
she
Like
gets the best of everything.
Yeah, fair. You can make the
yeah.
argument that the relationship lasts, but is it optimal? I would argue no. And
No, no,
it's like
I make it
anything
I
can
make
last if the woman is like running around and still like smashing other guys and being a 304. Of course it can last, but I would say it's not really even a romantic relationship at that point anymore. It's probably just like some weird
yeah.
partnership.
Yeah, but do you think someone like Adam 22, I talked to him offline and he it doesn't seem like he's bothered by it. Like actually it doesn't.
Yeah, no,
No.
he like for him, I guess and look, I like Adam. I don't have a problem with him. But some there's some people out there that money is the bottom line. They don't give a fuck about anything else. Like
Yeah.
capitalism at any cost.
Yeah.
Um, but
Sometimes I
I
think, are they the
no.
smart guys? Because they're like, hey, everyone's a hoe anyway. You know what I mean? Like, what if they're the smart ones?
No, but
You
they're
you can
not.
make
They're
you can make the argument that they're pragmatic, fiscally
Yeah.
pragmatic. But like, look, dude, I do think that one of the most important things and one of the things that you can't purchase is the ability to go to sleep at night and be proud of the person you go to sleep and you look at yourself in the mirror and be
Yeah.
fucking proud and not be a faggot. And unfortunately, a lot of guys don't have that privilege because it is a privilege. You got to fucking work really hard to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, damn, I'm not a faggot. I like what I see back looking at me. And that takes
Yeah.
years to be able to
But
earn that privilege. So it takes
no,
years for you
but
to not to
Myron,
get that privilege. So like for guys, a lot of dudes, they just don't have that, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, I don't have it. Let me just make money in the process. I don't care about my soul.
I do think it's also like a bitterness to a this if this is the society I'm inheriting, then fuck it, they go full Joker mode and say, let's go all the way. To me, I wouldn't do it myself, but I do feel for some of these. Like you could see Adam 22 is like, oh wow, the world changed. It moved on without me. It's like this whole land. I guess I'll just maximize the whole shit. You can see that I mean, it doesn't look like he's bitter, but look at me, bro. I'm bitter. I'm like, I grew up thinking when I'm an adult that it's gonna look like the 1950s. I swear to God, that's how delusional I was at 18. I swear I thought you were gonna go make out with her in the backseat of a 1950s fucking Chevrolet or Corvette or whatever. And in my head, it was gonna be like this Jay Leno 1950s Americana paradise, and I can move out there. And then when I saw Horland for the first time, when I saw Horland, there was veins in my eyes. I couldn't believe when I first went to a rave, when I went to a festival, the shit that I
You
saw,
went into the
and
wild.
when you see a Chad winning in life and you go, wait a minute, I'm not a Chad. To be a Chad, I have to be the highest level degenerate red pill. And you just explode and come. You just explode and become something else. And then one day you grow up and you realize, you know what? I don't have to change for this fucking world. I'm going to get married. And you take a step back away from all of it. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm looking for marriage.
We gotta find you a girl.
Yo, Zherka, are you in this? Are you in Miami? Or are you in the States? Where are you?
I can't say where I'm at exactly, but I'll text it to you. Do you need it right now?
No, it doesn't be right now. If you're well, let me ask this: are you in Miami at
I'm
least or
really
no?
close.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool, cool, cool. Let's do something next. Let's do. I'll be back in Miami tomorrow. Let's do something for Friday.
Okay, all right. I'll text you. Yeah, yeah,
Post the
yeah.
addresses in favor of free speech, guys. Like,
What addresses?
post your addies.
What? Oh, wait, aren't you guys in Miami?
No, we're in Phoenix.
Oh yeah, dude, Phoenix got babes. Why don't I visit you guys next?
Yeah, we want you to.
Oh, Phoenix is one of those places that has like the Hooters and all that kind of shit, right?
Do they? I have no
Dude,
idea.
if I took him to
I've
the
no,
chip,
no, Josiah. I went my whole life never going
oh, dude, if
inside
I
that
took you to the
restaurant.
chip, it would be so dangerous. That'd
Bro,
be
no,
epic.
Josiah, let's go somewhere where I'm recognized and we go full degenerate. I want to be the Ashley St. Clair, no, the Hunter Biden of this shit, bro. I want to be
Ooh,
Hunter Biden of this shit.
no, that's a goal.
Dude,
Seriously. Honestly, kind
Phoenix
of like
got
sky.
That's kind of above my pay grade, but we could figure it out.
now. You guys are a young couple. You guys can tame it and be like, yo, Zerka, don't talk to that one. Talk to this one. She has Tradcath in her bio and shit like that. Like you guys would know.
People would
Yo,
love to see
yo,
me.
I'm gonna be in Phoenix in August. I'm gonna go do ASU. We're shooting to get a table either August or early September, debate table in Phoenix for ASU. So, if you guys are in the
Okay,
area,
I'm
Oh,
feel
definitely
free
gonna
to.
book.
definitely.
I'm gonna book my ticket right now. If I'm not in Tokyo those days, I'm 100% coming. 100%.
Yeah, and when I have the dates, I'll definitely lock it in. But we're shooting for somewhere in August or September as the semester starts.
Yeah,
Um, so yeah, because I got a chapter there. It's just that ASU, dude. Basically, because this is why these college things are so fucking annoying. You need someone to like make like an org and then like petition for you to go there, and then like you need like a staffer or a professor or somebody. And like when they found out who I was, they all fucking backed out. We were supposed to do this shit back in May 1st, and like all the teachers got fucking terrified after googling me.
yeah. No, I think those are the
So
best.
we got to push it
Those are the
back.
best interactions when the teacher goes, "Who are you?" and it's like some fucking arts teacher or something. It looks like a police officer that's had enough, federal agent that's had enough, and the teacher, the liberal teacher. That's Let's be real, teachers are destroying the world.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you guys have been pretty successful, though. Were you guys successful in getting into UCLA, Myron?
Yeah, man, but it's a lot of work, dude. Like I'm really starting to appreciate, what Charlie Kirk was doing with Turning Point, and I can kind of see why he had that infrastructure, because the whole process of like going to a college campus and like setting up a debate table or whatever, it's an extremely bureaucratic and retarded and annoying, monotonous process, and it's almost like they make it difficult like that on purpose. And you add in, the last, variable, which is like if you're a conservative, they already have like a preconceived notion to like resist having you there, and they try to find like little ways that they can like wiggle out. Like I'll give you an example, like University of California Riverside, right? Like we had everything locked and ready to go, and then like they dropped on us, oh yeah, it's going to be 15K for security, and they mandate that you get the security. Like you have
Wow.
to get, it's their police officers, you have to do it. So then I was like, well, it is what it is, fuck it, I'll bite the bullet, like, fuck it, let's do it. um And then then when we said yeah, they're like, oh no, it's gonna be 20K. As a matter of fact, it's gonna be 20, and like that's our quote, and it could be more when we bill you and invoice you after the fact.
No.
So it's like
Wow.
they do bullshit like that to try to keep you like off the campus as a conservative, and like that's why like Charlie Kirk had so many different Turning Point chapters all across the country. So like he would have like an infrastructure kind of set up in place
Mhm.
to do it, and it's obviously it's way deeper than that, but it's incredibly annoying and bureaucratic, bro. It's so fucking gay. And then you take someone like me who's like, a lot of people consider me a radical, and then it just becomes even worse because like the number one thing they'll Google me and they'll see me like doing a Roman symbol, like what the fuck, this guy's a
Yeah,
Nazi.
yeah, yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
they lose their minds,
Yeah, but it's so important because Charlie's whole thing was college, and that's where he fought, and that's where he died. Like that was his battleground. So it's important that you can like pick up. Dude, it sounds so gay. But pick up that microphone, man.
Yeah, you are Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk.
but it
Holy
really is,
shit.
especially
And
being
it's
more
kind of
radical.
crazy because
Dude.
like the thing that pisses me off so much about the Kirk situation is like, bro, like Kirk wasn't really like
Yeah.
he was a very moderate conservative
Yeah.
dude. Like he wasn't like over here like doing any like he wasn't over here going like crazy. And like people are over here like he's a racist one, I'm dead. All these fucking chimpanzee blacks like fucking dancing on his grave and shit. It's like what the fuck is wrong with y'all? So it's like if people are very weird, bro. Like I would have considered Charlie like a very normal, your standard
Yeah,
GOP Republican
Yeah,
conservative.
yeah.
but you know what
You
he
know?
did was he hit all the counties where he knew he could flip and have the Zoomers
He was
pop out,
affecting
and
elections.
he was super strategic in that regard. And so because he did that, I mean, I say that Charlie like basically beat democracy with his plan and his plan of action when it came to hitting those campuses and getting people registered and getting the turnout. He was the one who said
Oh
too big
yeah,
to rig.
he ran Trump's like he doesn't get enough credit for that. Like he ran Trump's ground game. Like absolutely ran Trump's ground game for him, pretty much.
Now, Martin, when you said it takes a while to build the infrastructure, how long would it take you?
Well, it depends on the students because you have to rely on a student to make the organization. Then they have to, write their mission statement, do all this fucking bullshit.
Oh,
So it's like,
damn. So
yeah, dude,
oh,
the
wow.
student has to do everything, bro. Yeah, dude, that's why this is so fucking gay and annoying.
Oh, dude,
And
this
then
is a
like they'll run into red
nightmare.
tape. They'll run into red tape when they're trying to get things pushed. And then like with ASU, for example, we had everything ready to go, and we had like a staff faculty member ready to go, and like obviously like be the petitioner. And last minute, dude, like literally days before we were supposed to show up on May 1st, they backed out because they're like they got scared.
So how many times are you flying there and then nothing happens, so you have to come back?
No, no, no. We confirm before we fly out
Uh-huh.
there, but the problem is like it's just we don't like actually announce until we got it committed, but it's just incredibly annoying because like we've had to like you know cancel stuff and shit like that. Obviously, no one knows because like we were doing it internally or whatever. But yeah, there's been like some ones where we had to either cancel or push it back or some staffer was
Hmm.
being a faggot or got scared or got cold feet. It's like really gay, dude.
Myron, do you worry
Yeah.
about that? Do you worry about the security, like you hiring and outsourcing that security through them?
Here's the thing, like a lot of these schools won't let you bring your own private security. And like even if you did, they can't even carry a gun really. So when I was at UCLA, for example, they had a pretty good setup. They had like guys on the roofs and shit like that. University of Florida did too. But it's kind of crazy that this is what it's come to, man, where you gotta have security to that level. But yeah, a lot of these schools mandate you get their security. You can't even bring your own. And if you do, they can't be armed.
Legally, can they stop you? Like, because I know in Texas, if I'm on a public sidewalk or public property, you cannot stop me from filming. Like, you can't, there's nothing
Yeah,
you can
no, no,
do.
no. Yeah, no. So like the trick is you have to do it with like public schools. Like if I went to Harvard and showed up and tried to set up a table, like they can tell me get the fuck out of here. But like all these schools that like are state and federally funded, they have to abide by freedom of speech, but that still doesn't stop them from like making the process extremely difficult and monotonous on your end where you don't want to see it through.
Oh, really? I'll just stand there. Like, what are you going to do? I mean,
Oh,
if
they can tell
anything,
you to leave. They
no,
can they
not
can
on,
tell you to leave.
on public property, though, if it's a
They'll
public
still tell
university.
you. Yeah, I see
Yeah,
these videos all the time.
if you're at the university, they'll still tell you to leave. Like you would have to, like the only way I could see maybe you can do is like maybe if you walk around with, like an IRL stream setup or whatever, but they can still kind of tell you to leave.
Right. But isn't that illegal for them to do that, though?
If they threaten to arrest you, or if they do arrest you, yeah, it's illegal and you could sue. But usually they just like are nonstop harassing you, telling you to
It's
leave.
it's murky waters, man. It's murky waters because like they got campus police. They can like make the argument like, oh well, you're creating, a or some shit like that. Like they can always find some way to like justify kicking you off. So it is
I
what
don't
it
know.
is.
I'm stubborn. Maybe this is the woman in me. I just go to the nearest sidewalk.
Yeah, but then you're gonna be off campus.
That's what I told. Oh damn.
Okay, off the area to be in, or so I have to like go like somewhere else that's public and like not those traffic. And then
All right, are you smashing bitches when you go to these places?
no, I get in and I get out, dude. I don't stay there much. I just try to get the hell out because it's like
You
rural
don't
areas,
go
like
out
some of these
nightlife?
schools.
Yeah, yeah. No,
No,
I'm curious because I'm never in rural areas, and you saved my ass because you remember when you said never go to England? I never went. I just trust that it's going to be the worst place on earth.
well, I mean, I think London is one of the most overrated cities in the world. Every time I've been there, it's like this place sucks. Um, but England now, like they got this whole new thing in 2026 with like these ETAs, where you have to like kind of like pre-apply to go, even though it's a visa waiver country. That's what got Cenk and fucking Hassan sniped. So they're being super gay now, man.
Wait, so what? They signed the papers and that's how it happened?
No, England. It used to be you could just take your passport and go to the UK and not have a problem. But like the UK kind of created something like in the US where like you have to kind of like
Mm,
pre-fill some stuff out so that like when it's kind of like a
yeah,
pre-screening before you go there. And Hassan and Cenk, I guess, filled it out because they're supposed to go to Oxford or some shit like that. And England denied them entry, and as well as Kanye West. The Jewish lobby in England basically like made sure that they would get banned.
right, right. Well, it started with British Zionists, right? They
Yep,
have
it
the
definitely did.
power.
It's funny you're saying that because I was just looking
They're
into
Brits, so that makes
latter
sense.
rains. Have you heard of latter rains? The doctrine, like theology, Zherka?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like Jim Jones was heavily influenced by that, and that's like a British Israeli op.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, people say it goes back to Israel. No, it goes back to Britain. I don't know. Maybe it's the American energy, but ever since I was 5 years old, I always thought the Brits were faggots, man. Even if there's no Jews involved, they're still faggots. Everything about them is horrible, right? Why would anyone go to the UK and be around? Well, not the UK. Why would anyone go to Britain when you can go to the US, right? You
Well,
know,
Pearl lived there for a while. She could probably fill you in on the UK. I mean, look, I didn't like it every time I went there. I always looked at it like as extremely overrated. I think London is one of the worst cities alongside New York City and LA, but that's just me.
what? New
But
York
Pearl
is
lived
the
there for a
best
while, so
place
she
on
can.
earth.
Hell no, bro. New York City
Why? Why
fucking
are you
sucks.
saying that?
You actually like New York City?
What's not to like? The hot dogs, the bitches, the busy life.
Probably for you because it's like novel. But like,
Yeah,
I grew up in Connecticut, man. So like, I would go there often. I just don't like New York City at all.
it's because of the black people, right?
Dude, Sneeko, Myron, and Isabella all from Connecticut. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is crazy. But I'll tell you this, man. New York is very blue. I can see why you're sick of that shit. Is
Yeah,
we?
it's just a bunch of fucking like faggot socialists, bro. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah,
it's only gonna get more left, by the way. I truly do think the next political movement for the Democrats is gonna be democratic socialism. Mayor Mamdani proved that it can work, and he proved that you don't have to necessarily have the Israel lobby on your side, and you can just run a grassroots political movement.
yeah.
And I think that is gonna be the strategy for the Democrats in the coming elections is, social democracy.
Yeah, but I could see you running your show from. It wouldn't work from anywhere else except New York. Like New York would be really easy for you to run your show if you had to up and move. Bro, there's a bunch of people who sign up for the show, so I could see Fresh and Fit from only New York or Miami, nowhere else really. Like that would be a funny ass show with New York loud ass bitches. That would be hilarious. So I like these places with like, let's be real, bro. If you've got a bit of talent, you go to New York, you go to Miami, you're making money immediately within like a first week of going there. And
Yeah,
I
no,
love places like this. And then they try and say that London is like this. I don't think London's like this at all.
yeah, no, it's irrefutable that there's an enormous amount of opportunity in New York City, et cetera. But like I mean, gay. What I mean by that is like the culture is gay. It's immigrant friendly. You know, way too many. Dude, you know, this whole concept of like, what's the word I want to use here? Melting pot, culture melting pot. It's fucking pure faggotry, bro. It's pure.
We'll see how long. I mean, New York has opportunity. I feel like a lot of the corporations and elites are going to move out soon. And what's cool about it is you see Mamdani, but then you see like a counter revolution happening on the West Coast with people like Spencer, who I think might have a legitimate chance of becoming mayor.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Say nigger if you can hear me.
Nigger.
Yo, there's a Smurf trying to talk. Like, is that a real? Like, should we allow people up? I think we got a good thing going. No, I still haven't been to Chicago either. I think I should check out that place. I think I'd like that. Like Nick makes it sound like it's a nice city, right? As long as you don't stray. New York is one of the greatest cities I've ever been to because, hey, if you ever are depressed in life, if you're ever sad in life, go in the middle of Manhattan and just walk around. You see fucking disgusting ass shit. It's a fucking 4D movie, man. It is like, and I always say, like, if you're a type of guy who doesn't like alcohol, but you could dabble in some drugs, go do some drugs and walk around New York. You know, it's a 4D Spider-Man, Doctor Octopus, Green Goblin fucking movie, dude. It's and I was kind of embarrassed because when I was there and I filmed that YouTube video, my brothers messaged me. They're like, "How come Zherka's the loudest, weirdest guy in New York? Like that doesn't make I was ashamed that I was the loudest and weirdest guy there, and then I realized, damn, maybe that's why Myron doesn't fuck with it. Is like he doesn't. He's more orderly. He's not a fucking he's not like a psychopath. So
When you're in New York, you have to like act like a New Yorker. If you don't, you're gonna get harassed.
yeah,
I went to New
yeah,
York with a buddy of mine. We were working on this story, and I went in with my Yankee jersey and everything and dressed the part. And he had his like Bass Pro Shop and like some like skinny jeans, looked like a fisherman. And he got harassed. Like all the black people would come up to him. He got Jamba Juice, and this black person kept harassing him, like, "Yo, let me get a sip.
yeah,
Let me just get a sip of that Jamba
yeah,
Juice."
yeah.
So if
No,
you
it's
don't play the
it.
part,
To,
you're gonna get cooked.
when people say they don't like NPCs coming up and talking to them, I go, yeah, that's kind of the best part. Like you can't get bored. Like there's always someone trying to rob you. It's like if you want a boring trip, go somewhere else. But New York is like a high stress environment. Like you're not allowed to be sleepy in New York. Something horrific could happen to you. I love places where it's like, no, too many black people. You have to stay awake. Gotta drink the fucking latte. Gotta drink the coffee. Gotta have the espresso. Gotta stay up. That shit, for me, is thrills. You walk around Brickell in Miami, it's too safe. It's like these aren't black people. These guys are like very safe to be around. So for me, there's always been that like excitement thing where I think if America became a safe white nation, I think I'd miss some of the violence. I genuinely do because there's this feeling. Have you ever been out in public and you go, every one of these black guys is taller than me? Like that's hard to do, bro. Like that feeling in your stomach when you're surrounded by everyone being bigger and more violent and crazy and they have more weapons and that feeling to me is what makes a vacation. Like people say, why do you like to go to third world countries for vacation? The feeling of less safety to me is the fun part. I don't know I don't I like Cancun, I like safe places, but to me the fun part is that feeling and yeah, I guess maybe this is where
No, no,
every
no.
yeah, I don't know.
That's what we should be. You know, the idea that America should be safe and like
Yeah.
the ideal America is one where it's extremely safe is actually boring and gynocentric.
Yeah,
So
I mean, like, if I went to Chicago, as much as I'd want to be downtown, I would want to rent a car and drive outside of town for a bit and just see how black it gets. That would be the best part of the fucking trip. Like with the boys, you're just driving through the inner cities and you go, look, a black guy. Like, we'll wonder if he's gonna shoot at us. And obviously, this is like childish thinking. I don't want my followers doing this, but my character flaw is that I enjoy that part And obviously, Myron can't say, "Oh, I'm sophisticated. I don't enjoy that part," because he fucking goes to college campuses where they could blow his fucking brains off. Like clearly, that part of life is fun too, right, Myron? Like you get thrills out of being a federal agent or going to these ASUs. Like there's thrills in that too. Don't just say it's for the right cause. Like let's talk about the thrills aspect, right? I make the argument that everyone has that cocaine thrill in them. They find it somehow, right? And some people beat their wives. Like, so by the way, if it was legal to beat your wife, I I wouldn't. I couldn't imagine how fun marriage would be. You just fucking get to light her up and shit. Like that gotta be the hottest shit on earth. Like you just punching a human that's smaller than you. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's like, Josiah, you must be having so much fun because she's right wing. She can't even speak up.
Yeah, I was about to say it's only illegal if she presses charges.
Yeah, yeah. No, there's got to be some excitement in having some kind of wrestling matches, like just the idea that Isabella, are you going to be a left wing pussy, or are you going to just not call the cops? Like, what are you going to do? You guys have to have some electricity there, where it's like, what if Josiah loses his way and joins the Sith Lord? Like, what if he starts choking Isabella? Like, it's clearly more boring to be on the left wing relationship than the right wing.
Yeah, when I get into those Anakin Skywalker edits and that liar, liar, when I hear it the
Yeah,
50th time, it's just like
yeah.
gotta go choke Isabella,
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
coded.
yeah. No, like the best part is if you ever like pushed her in front of me, I'd be like, "Oh, this is just a right wing relationship. This is total. This is fucking normal, right?" He's asserting dominance. Like this is a natural hierarchy happening.
Zherka, do you remember Dalton Clodfelter?
Why does that sound familiar?
He was like a streamer during the cozy days.
He's really cool.
Yeah,
Oh, I do remember the cozy. He'd have like 100, 200, right?
I can't remember exactly, but yeah, he was popping
Dalton,
off.
I
He
know you've talked
requested.
shit. I know you've talked shit about me, Dalton. So just own up to it so I can let you speak.
Dude, shut the fuck up, bro. I have never.
Did you
I have never.
were you day one with me?
What are you talking? Of course, dude.
Let's go.
What are
Let's
you
go.
talking about?
Were you
I
day
was
one
doing,
with
dude. I was
Sneeko?
doing.
Were you with Sneeko?
No, 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 no. But I was
Okay.
like doing blow watching your streams in Tampa.
What the? Oh yeah, cozy guys were a little fucked up.
Well, no, I mean this was like way after Cozy, but yeah, dude, I was having fun.
Right, right. And you don't recommend that, obviously.
I mean, maybe like I think it's like definitely once a year kind of thing.
To
Like
to me, you know why drugs is cope? You
yeah,
never meet like Myron's crushing it. The guy doesn't even have a drop of liquor. And anytime you see Donald Trump crushing it in life, he hasn't had a drop of liquor. Like, bro, we have to start. As much as we like to joke about drugs and destroying your
yeah,
life and all that, we gotta really look at the high level players are sober, dude. Like, let's be
yeah.
real.
No, I mean that's dude. I mean I totally like. I mean I crashed out. It was
No,
crazy.
sometimes it's a whiskey night and you have to beat up a woman. Like, I get that.
Yeah, dude. And it was just part, it was like par for the course. So,
Yeah,
it is what it
I'll
is.
be honest though. Right wing people are such pussies because, bro, I've never pushed a woman illegally unless she's a diehard liberal. If she's a diehard,
Oh yeah.
that's playing
Yeah.
hardball, nigga. I play real ball. I don't play this fucking Isabella shit.
High
I fucking
stakes, high
the one with
stakes.
the fucking nose piercing. What's that called? The septum.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the bitch I push. I'm like, call the cops, bitch. I'm a fucking nigga.
Zerka plays high stakes domestic
Yeah,
violence.
dude,
That's
if you want to be
crazy.
a real nigger in society, you don't fucking push a right wing girl. Like, what are you gonna go push Priya or the other one, Emily? Like, go to
But
the
dude, they are like
septum.
really like I mean, I don't know about those two, but like some of these you guys are talking about the girls with the bios, and it's like those
Yeah,
girls, I mean, those girls might
Did you guys ever hear about when
need it.
Ashley St. Clair got pushed at Amfest?
by who? Nick?
No, it was
Got her.
no, it was
He
Down
sprayed
the
her ass.
stairs.
He sprayed her ass like.
you guys remember Sovereign Bra from whatever?
I actually do. Yeah, the guy who was like a Christian beta male cuck.
Yeah, he was like trying to
Mhm.
speak to his girl, and like they were going through something, and Ashley St. Clair like jumped in front of him, was like, "Do not talk to her," and he like ripped her arm and like drug her across the room. to like talk to this
Based,
girl.
based as fuck. What the hell are you
And
talking
she
about?
called the
That guy?
police, dude. Yeah, she called the police. She pressed charges. I mean, nothing came of it, but yeah, she really.
Bro, I promise you, if he had slapped the shit out of Ashley as hard as he could, she would have nutted right there. But she would have just fucking right there. Like you can tell. I'll say this, bro, Josiah. I don't have respect for you because you didn't dabble in left wing women. You're supposed to dabble there. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I came, I saw. I take what's mine and take some more.
He's like, I came, I saw, I puked. That's crazy,
So
dude.
wait. So like, how does that work though, right? Because like growing up in high school, like everybody was like a leftist, and then in college, everyone started like forming their political beliefs for
Mm.
real, and it was like all liberal girls. Like
I'm saying
I
I'm
knew like
saying
maybe
the
four conservative
no,
women.
the septum level attitudes, those ones.
Yeah.
If you haven't had experience with those ones, I don't think you've ever really dated. Like really, like the ones that go, yeah, my forefathers, my George Washington, and he raped me, and it's like, what? What the? How the fuck did that happen? It's like he's blood tied to my uncle, who, bro. If you haven't had that story, you haven't dated anyone. Like, what the
Dude, they
fuck?
always like know their like their ancestry, like more
Yeah.
than like these white nationalist guys.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
studied
No,
up, bro.
they're all liberal until you tell them, hey, you remind me of brown people, and then they go, actually, my great grandfather was a slave owner. It's
Yeah.
like, what? Why are you flexing? Why are you flexing on us, bro? And by the way, anyone who's like, whoa, this guy's heartless, he's talking about slavery and laughing, dude, slavery wasn't what you think it was.
It
It
was
was
fucking
literally
cool,
no, it was
dude.
literally blacks who had low impulse control, who murdered children, and then they got hung. It wasn't getting hung for no reason. Like, do your research. If they're doing it today, let alone, dude, they're having shootouts on the street. You think they were
Wait,
at a,
Zherka,
you think they
did you
were,
just, bro? You
what?
said slavery and then you described lynching.
Yeah, no, I'm
What?
saying no, I'm saying for slavery, when they killed a black guy, it was usually because he did something really gruesome. I'm not even race baiting right now because I don't this isn't even my content. I'm saying no white racist guy, because remember they had the Bibles. They didn't want to, like, they didn't want to get punished by God, so they were afraid. But when a black guy would go ape shit like they do today, a lot of them, when they murder a child for no reason, yeah, they used to lynch those guys. That's how it was back then. It wasn't for no reason. I'm not saying this as race baiting. I don't have race baiting content, right? I don't even have I'm not even doing content. I'm living my life, man. I'm rich and famous. But I'm telling you right now, this idea that they were just getting lynched because someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed, it's not how it went
Well,
at
dude,
all.
people have like this like desire to create like villains all throughout history, and even like in their everyday life. Like they want to think that like their douchebag coworker is like an awful person deep down to their core, and it's like,
Yeah,
okay, like this is what we did with Hitler, slave owners, all of these people throughout history. It's like they weren't like just evil to be purely evil.
yeah.
Like they weren't like sadistic. I mean, I'm sure there's like a few, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't that
I'll
bad.
just I'll word it like this: would you want to live around those blacks that got lynched? Like, be honest, would anyone here volunteer to live in those times in a house next to those guys who got lynched? Like 9 times out of 10, you'd be like, actually, I don't want to be violently raped for no reason, just because this guy's he's expressing his black pigment evolution. Like, dude, clearly go to fucking Africa. They have bows and arrows, some of them. Are you telling me those guys you're gonna fucking go kick it with? It's like Nelk boys went and had a few beers with them. They're like, Zherka, come with us. We're going to Africa. They got spears and shit. We're gonna have some beers with them. I said, fuck you, no. I've got enough. I've got enough to worry about with a successful black guy in America. Like
But there are places in
spears.
Africa where they like build their houses out of shit, dude. Like Indians don't even do that. Like
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
you've never seen that? These like
I have.
places,
I have.
dude. It's like insane, dude.
I'm just out race baiting, but yeah, they do build it out of. Did you see that mud cookies thing? What the
Dude,
fuck?
yeah, dude. Did you know that there's a fucking Publix in Port-au-Prince, dude? These
Yeah,
Haitians just go to the fucking Publix.
yeah,
It's fucking
yeah.
ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, there's something about like not let's say you told your child, hey, don't be racist, and they flew around the world and went to one of these places, they're fucked. Your child is dead, like literally dead. And I'm not that guy who's on Chud the Builder side. I genuinely believe Myron, Isabella, Dalton, Zherka, Josiah, all of us do not want Dalton walking around our parents in the broad daylight. We
What,
think
bro?
he's in we you would
What?
excuse me,
Yo.
not Dalton. We would not want Chud the Builder, excuse me, Chud the Builder. Would you want Chud the Builder to be walking around your mom or dad in broad daylight? Fuck no. Because you know he's doing fuck shit. You don't know if your parents are gonna catch a bullet. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, this is not if it was a race thing, I would say black good, white good, black bad. But I'm telling you guys from the bottom of my heart, don't go to Tanzania where they have bows and arrows. Don't do that. And don't hang around Dalton's either. Like
Okay.
that guy's clearly not Dalton. What the fuck is this guy's name? Chud the Builder. I'm mixing up these fucking
Bro.
guys. Don't go around
Dude, you know what's
Chud the
crazy?
Builder.
I lived where he lives. Like
There
for
you don't
like
go around Dalton
4
either.
years,
There it
dude.
is.
That's it's crazy.
There.
I was
Listen,
curious what you thought about that whole situation though. I caught kind of the tail end of it earlier.
I genuinely believe the white Dalton, excuse me, the Chud the Builder guy. Is his real name is Dalton,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it is, yeah.
So I'm getting it right. Why are you laughing?
Because dude,
What the fuck is going on? I'm getting it
this is
right.
fucking funny, dude.
All right, check it out. Dalton, the Chud the Builder guy, that guy's a nigger, bro. Like, dude, if you're going around doing that, people are like, why is Zerka, don't you think the content is good? I'm like, yeah. If the content is good on easy mode, clearly you're cheating. Like, bro, I can go out with a gun and make a lot of good content. You know what I mean? Like, that's really easy to do. Like, if your content is on easy mode, innocent people can get hurt, right? That's the truth, right? And I'm not an angel, but I don't know, just the idea of like acting like a nigger to beat the nigger is fucking wild to me. That's just like, and by the way, I'm instinctually more of a nigger, right? Like I got the bitches, I live like a rapper lifestyle. I'm nothing like you civilized baboons. Like I'm actually that nigga. So clearly I should be on the black guy's side because I want this liberal world that I benefit in. But dude, deep down in my heart, I know, yo, the races are evolving differently, man. Really like, bro, have you ever been to a Chinese neighborhood? You know how fucking safe you are in a Chinese neighborhood? Dude, you're so
Yeah.
fucking Chinese people are the biggest cowards in the universe. Like they will Chinese people don't even rob you. They have the impulse to steal, but they don't want to do it because I am too worried. Bwong, I am too worried that I'm going to get thrown in white man prison. And bro, I've always said this, I know it goes against what I preach, but something about the Chinese man is like that's a bug evolution. Like if your people ate bugs, like,
Dude,
dude,
they did that too.
what?
Like, well, they still do it now, like in some places, but they
I
like,
don't trust people who eat
bro, those people were
fish.
starving 20 years
I
ago,
don't trust
30 years
people.
ago.
If I see Dalton eating fish or Isabella, it ruins my day. I go, dude, I thought I trust you as a person. Why the fuck are you eating crawfish and seafood? And people who eat seafood are eating bugs. Like you're bug people,
I don't agree. That's crazy.
bro. What are you eating?
I love seafood, dude.
Do you eat the box too? Is that what you
No, I
do?
know. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Maybe. Nah.
No, we gotta
Nah.
ask Josiah. We gotta no. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I always have this instinct to ask fucked up questions when a couple is in front of me, and I always feel bad about it later. So I have to like, we're gonna switch off to Myron. Myron, don't you think Asian people, like as nice as they are to live around, they're kind of, Nick called it. They're kind of like bug people. Have you seen those videos of Chinese guys running you over with their car and they just drive home? Like they don't have a conscience. Bro, I grew up thinking, why do only white people have a conscience? Like old white boomers, because the Zoomers are cocks. Like, what the fuck is that about? By the way, even the right-wing Zoomers are cocks. Did you know that? Like, talk to them. They're fucking faggots. Bro, it's these old was that lady called that fucking elderly woman with the gray silver angelic hair? Those people are at the highest level of evolution, clearly, bro. Like Pearl's dad had one woman his whole life, and it doesn't even sound like a lie. Like you know what I mean? Like they're
Dude,
spiritually
we're
just
we're gonna look like a retard. Like, well, I don't know about
yeah.
you. Like, I feel like I'm gonna look like a retard when I get like when I hit like 68.
Why?
Like, it's I don't know, dude. Because I look at my grandparents and I'm like, these people look like grandparents. You
Yeah,
know, so it's like I
yeah.
have this like idea and like, what am I gonna be, dude? I don't. It's
Dude,
gonna be fucked up, is what it's gonna be.
I'm wondering how do we go back to being like human and get married when we're aren't you used to coking bitches? Like, is it, like once you open that door, the level of electricity is never the same again. You're just like, you're going on a date to Starbucks and you go, this frappe or whatever frappuccino, it's not hitting because I'm used to blowing blood out my nose and doing rails with whores. Like, this is not my level of excitement at all. I'm used to people pulling knives on me, and now I'm at Starbucks with my married wife, and oh, honey, how are you? That's why I say don't enter the liberal world because it's never exciting to go normal again. When you go normal, your family pats you on the head, everyone's like proud of you, but you're just sitting there thinking, like, this bitch has no STDs for me. She's so fucking boring. Like there's nothing that's life threatening if I smash her. But if I smash some septum bitch, dude, my dick can fall
You
off.
might
Like
die, dude.
and I've never gambled. I've never been a gambler, but my brothers say just because you shit on gamblers doesn't mean you're not gambling with your life the way you live it. I'm like, dude, maybe I am a gambler. Like maybe you don't have to gamble with chips. Maybe you can gamble with, bro, I've never had an STD. And bro, you can ask the doctors I never went to either.
Dude, that's awesome, actually. Dude, what a great dude. That's so that
Yeah.
was such a good go on, dude.
Dalton, you used to do react streams. I remember you.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah, I was dude, I
You
well,
you
and then
used
when
to
we did
rate
Yay
you
is
used
Right.
to
We
rate e-girls too on what they look like Groy pets and shit, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, we
yeah,
did
that's good
that.
content. That's good content.
Yeah. I'm married now though.
Oh, what though? I lost you too. What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry,
Oh,
bro.
what? Is she a trad calf at least?
I mean she's like normal.
Oh, she
Like
didn't go to Catholic school with Isabella.
no, no, no.
Yo,
No.
Zherka, my bad, bro. If you guys
Yeah.
were trying to call me, I was like, I was stepped away for a second.
No,
My
Myron,
man.
Myron, we're talking about how there's thrills to life people can't explain. Like when everyone says, "Yo, Myron, aren't you afraid to go to this campus and someone might blow your head off and shoot at you?" Dude, be honest. It's not just doing the right thing. It's also thrills. Like, be honest.
Well, people say that all the time, like, "Hey, man, are you scared or whatever?" Like, I come from a law enforcement background, bro. Like, I remember like hitting houses with like, fucking, cartel dudes. You know what I mean? Like, and you'd go into a house and you don't know what you're going to encounter. You see like, kilos of drugs where like it's worth like $1 million. So it's like I dealt with like way more dangerous people. So like this whole like campus thing, it's like, and I don't say that to be like complacent or whatever, but it's like I just don't have the same level of fear that other people might based on like what I used to do. I used to have a way more dangerous job back in the day. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but address the part of thrills. Like there is something about I became a federal agent because of thrills. Bro, it's 50% you want to do the right thing. This is what you
You want
incarnated
me
to
to be
do.
honest, bro? You
But
know it's
it's
kind of
thrills
crazy.
too. It's thrills.
Now, so for me, like I never got a kick out of hitting doors, bro. Like my thing when I was on the job was I was really focused on like doing like very large scale complex conspiracy investigations, and it's like there's two types of agents. There's guys that do big cases that are working with U.S. Attorney's Office. They're fucking rock star agents, and then there's guys that are like what I call tackleberries, where they don't really carry cases. They suck. They're not good at doing anything. They don't have informants. They suck. And all they do is care about like, oh, let me be a tackleberry and fucking hit houses and shit like that. And they join the SWAT team and they don't do anything else. So like, obviously if you could find an agent that does both, I think that guy would be a rock star too. But I always prioritized case management, having big cases over like hitting houses and shit like that. So like, whenever I had like a takedown, I wouldn't fucking hit the door. I'd get the SWAT team, let them do it, and then they bring the people out to me and I'd interview them and do my case. Like that's all I cared about. So like I never cared about being one of these like thrill seekers. Obviously I did it, but it wasn't really like my style when I was on the job.
Yeah, but when you were a kid and you're like, yeah, I want a job with a gun. That is a part of the psyche that is looking for it's looking for
Yeah, you
thrills,
can you
right?
can make that argument, man. Yeah, no, you can. But like for me, it wasn't really the thrill of like let me just like get involved and do tactical shit. It's like it was like kind of a part of the job. What I really cared about mostly always was doing like complex cases.
Really? Like, what about if you had to spend a bunch of time in the office? Would you like that?
I did spend a lot of time in office because I was always writing reports. So like
Really?
a typical day for me, bro. When I was on the job, like I had a lot of informants. That's like kind of something that I was like known for in my office. So I had a lot of informants, and I was doing drug cases, human smuggling, human trafficking cases all the time too, and weapons. So like when I was in Laredo, like it would be like a common day for me. Like I'd meet with an informant with one of my, co-case agents. We'd debrief him. We'd come back. I'd write a report on it. Then we'd do like maybe some nighttime surveillance or some shit like that. Or, I'd have to go to court or whatever. I'd write an affidavit for a search warrant. Like that was like a typical day. So like I did spend a decent amount of time, like, drafting and writing reports and shit like that. But that's because I was always out like doing shit, like, because when you have to, obviously you have to document everything you do. So like my style was like I would go out and do surveillance, or I'd go out and debrief an informant. I would write the ROI that fucking day, so it was still fresh in my mind. So like I was very diligent about writing my reports and documenting everything, because like if you want to bring a federal case, like you have to be very monotonous, very articulate. You have to be
Yeah.
very sharp, and like AUSAs are very picky when it comes to taking cases. There's a big difference between the feds and the state. So AUSAs have the privilege of not having to take a case if it's not like sexy enough for them. So I was always very like monotonous with like documenting everything I did.
Mhm.
So that's kind of what it was like for me. Like as far as like hitting doors and shit like that, yeah, that's cool. But like for me, I was way more concerned with like doing big cases.
And how sure were you? Remember that guy came up to your studio and you pulled a gun on him? How sure were you? How close were you to actually popping that dude?
Look, me and him are cool now, bro. Like we've been squashed that shit. So I don't, it's always about deterrence, bro. You never wanna have to use deadly force. You always want to make it a last resort thing. So like that's kind of how I always operate.
And did you have that situation on the job a lot of times or no?
There were a few times. There were a few times.
Like you're pointing it at them.
Yeah, like the one that sticks out to my mind is the most. Back in 2014, I was like fresh out of the academy. I had an informant, and he told me that this guy was going to get kidnapped, and they were going to, because one of the things in so I was out of Laredo, Texas, I was on the border. So like what basically happened was this. I had an informant, and the informant gave me information that they were going to kidnap this fucking dude and bring him over to Mexico to torture and kill him because he had lost like 1,000 pounds of weed, which back then I think had like a street value somewhere between 500 to $1 million. So this was very common, where if you lost dope, they would fucking kidnap your ass and bring you over to Mexico, because they thought maybe you were an informant or you fucking lost them a lot of money. So we knew who this guy was that they were going to kidnap. So my informant had set up like a meeting with the victim, kind of, and the other guy that we knew he was going to show up to try to fucking get this guy. And when we went ahead and did the operation, the fucking guy that we were trying to grab, he was like a very dangerous dude, and he kept fidgeting with his fucking hands. And I'll never forget. I got out the fucking, it was F-150. I was there with BORTAC or BORSTAR, one of their like tactical units with Border Patrol. I get out, and I remember I had my AR, and I pointed at him. I said, "Yo, put your hands up." And I was like saying in Spanish, "Manos arriba, manos arriba," because nobody speaks English down there. And he was like fidgeting with his hands, and I was like, "Dude, like you better fucking put your hands up, or else it's gonna be a problem." And obviously, you have your finger off the trigger, but like I was like, I put it on, and I was very close, and someone fucking came from behind him and slammed him on the floor, and we ended up being good. And I had another big situation where I thought I was gonna shoot somebody, where we did a fucking bust this border patrol agent, bro. Fucking crazy case. I did this one with like Office of Inspector General. This border patrol agent was like talking to an undercover HSI agent with who was posing as a mom with like a 14-year-old daughter or 13-year-old daughter that want to have sex. And we did the fucking takedown in a place called Catula, Texas, which is like in the middle of fucking nowhere for anyone that's familiar with southern Texas. And when we set up the operation, I led the operation because I was the only person familiar with that area, because I had a drug case in that area. So I set up the operation. I told where everyone should set up and where we should do the takedown. So the border patrol agent shows up. Obviously, he's in plain clothes. He's off duty. He goes into the fucking grocery store to pick up some things, and I said, "All right, when he comes out, we're gonna grab him," because we knew more than likely he was probably gonna go in there and get like condoms and lube and shit like that, and that would be like really valuable evidence. So when he comes out, I remember we fucking all like fucking surrounded him in the cars like out of the fucking movies, and I get out the driver's side. And I remember yelling at him, "Hey, put your fucking hands up, federal agents." And obviously he's law enforcement too, so like he fucking like turned around and he saw me, and I saw him like kind of reach like to his right. And I remember when I was doing the briefing one of the questions I asked was like, "Hey, what is this guy right-handed or left-handed?" and they're like, he's right-handed, because obviously they keep all that shit from the academy. So we were able to get his records and see. And as he was doing that, he was swinging his jacket to the side, which they teach you how to do that, to grab your gun. And I remember telling him, "Don't fucking do it, don't fucking do it," because the guy was so shocked that we were taking him down, and he was like, it was like his instinct. And then I saw him like kind of do it, and then he paused, and then someone else came from behind him and threw him on the floor, and and obviously I didn't have to shoot him, but like, yeah, dude, those were two close calls that I can kind of remember vividly. And it was a big case. Like that case, you can look it up on US DOJ. Like if you type in on Google, Border Patrol agent arrested Cotulla, Texas, for child pornography or something like that, you'll see it. It was a case that I basically plan the operation for that case to take it down. So
Was it 2015, right?
2015, 2016ish, yeah. If you
Yeah.
Google it, you'll see it.
And
But
what
yeah,
was it,
dude. And then
mostly
no,
Mexicans?
what was that?
You said Mexicans, right?
Mexicans, like
Are
South
these guys
Texas?
Mexicans?
Yeah. I mean, you're in South Texas, bro. Everyone's Mexican. Like I
Yeah,
was
all
like the
right.
only fucking, like, yeah, dude. Like I stuck out like a
Yeah.
sore thumb. Like if you're a white dude or black or something like that, and you're not Hispanic, yeah, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb in South Texas. But like, yeah, dude. Like, and then people say all the time, "Oh, Myron, you changed your name," and it's like, no, fucking retard. Like I did real cases. Like if you search my my government name, like you'll see like affidavits and shit that I used to do back in the day. So like for me, when I started the whole, podcasting thing and social media thing, like I still had a clearance and I was still working for the government. And since I have a unique name, if you Google my name, like you'll see shit. So I was like, all right, let me use a stage name. And then obviously, we started to blow up and stuff like that. So the stage name just stuck when I resigned from the government. That's why. But like I never actually changed my government name. But it's always the stupid fucking retarded black people that think that. But anyone with any like real level of IQ understands, like, if you have a unique name, the last thing you want to do is use your real fucking name if you have a clearance, especially when you're like actively doing cases and writing affidavits, which are all completely public on Pacer.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got
But yeah,
some Aryan femcell joining. She's a fellow racist, right? W racism. That's funny. Does anyone know her? Pretty sure Dalton would know her, right? Dalton, is this your wife? Fuck is going on?
No, no, that's not my way. No,
Okay, all right.
no. Um,
And Isabella.
dude, when I was in the so like I joined the army for like
What
the
branch?
reason like you're talking about, Zerka. Like I wanted to go kick down doors and like
Are
kill
you
people. That was
infantry?
like, yeah, yeah.
Run.
And I was like, this was like 2018 going into 2019. Trump was in office, and I wasn't like, I wasn't, I wasn't even like, I didn't know Nick existed at that point. So I'm like, dude, I just wanted to go fight and kill people, overseas, overseas, dude. So I mean,
What the
I know a lot of
fuck?
people in the military. I
Yeah.
was thinking, hearing Myron talk about it, I think a lot of people in the military have more of like a desire for the like extreme violent element of service. I mean, it's still service certainly, but they want that combat. They want to, you know, enforce their will in that way.
Yeah.
And, I think with law enforcement, it's a lot more duty based and less like self-aggrandizement,
Dude, the day the infantry accepted my paperwork and I'm all ready to go, right? The same day, that's the day I popped off. I was like 25 years old. And I had to call them and say, yeah, I can't join military, I can't join the
Wow.
infantry because I just popped off on Twitch. And bro, they want to kill me, bro. They want to kill my ass for that. And
You blew up on Twitch while you were like thinking about going in, dude. You would have been so
I was
fucked,
desperate, yeah.
dude. You would have been so fucked if you shipped. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that
I
would have
mean,
been
I blew up streaming while I was in the military actually, and like everyone knew what I was doing, bro. They like my friends would like,
there's a lot of streamers that are in the military. It'll shock you.
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, people like you're allowed to actually like if you're enlisted, you can say whatever you want online. You just can't, say that you're in the military.
I'm so glad I didn't go. Dude, everything about me was so not what they're looking for. They would have just sent me right to the battlefield. Like I had nothing. I had nothing, bro. Like
Yeah,
that
dude.
was desperate infantry, grunt work, retard work. That's where I was headed.
Do you know like what you were gonna like sign for? Like, were they like, gonna give you a bonus or any? What year was this actually? Is the
This
real question.
this is when I was 25. So whatever year is that, and Trump was just getting in and shit, or whatever it was. I'm
Okay.
32 right now. So no, it was, yeah, Trump was already in office, but dude, I just remember calling my
Dude,
older
we
brother.
could have been together. We could have been serving together,
Bro,
dude.
I called my older brother. I'm like, you gotta get me, because he's so high ranking. I'm like, you gotta get me the fuck out of it. I popped off on Twitch, and my older brother's like, what's Twitch? It's like this gay liberal platform or left wing platform. I had to explain. But man, in a weird way, it's like there's something like there's something crazy about you just go to a different country and go die there. Like that's fucking insane. If you really think about it,
Yeah.
it's not, in a weird way, it's not a waste of your life because it was like, it was an army incarnation, but it's also like you don't know if you're the good guy or the bad guy. Like you never
Well,
know. You
hang on.
never know that.
Well, I've had to like rationalize this. I mean, Memorial Day was just a thing. So like I sent out a lot of texts and a lot of people like reaching out to me. I got some pretty fucked up, calls and stuff leading up to it. And I always like try to tell guys like it doesn't matter if like your country, whatever nation you're serving in the military of, it doesn't really matter like what if your country's on the right side or the wrong side of history or whatever, the bad or good. Like fundamentally you're there in that position with your gun to just defend your friend beside you. And that's your mission as a soldier.
Yeah, but
So
that's not in
I think it
scripture,
fucking
dude.
sucks. It
That's not in
fucking
scripture at all. In scripture, like I think if it's a World War II incarnation, you have to fight. You have to. You're conscripted.
well, yeah, of
It's.
course, dude, of
But if you're
course.
volunteering to fly there, you'll explain that to God. You'll never be able to
I don't
explain that.
think. Okay, so I mean, maybe then there's like a difference, right? I think maybe you'd have to answer for it if it's
If it's
if
a
a war popped
child
off, if
involved, if
if a
involved a
war,
child.
yeah, definitely. But if like a war popped off right now, like a real on the ground war, invasion type shit,
Oh, that's
uh,
different.
well then it would be like, yeah, now you have to answer to God for that for sure. If it's not like a draft or something, but like
Yeah,
if
Total War, I could see that incarnation being heroic, right? And this has been talked about, but it's also like, bro, Dalton, you volunteered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like most people don't volunteer thinking that they're actually going to war, like we
True. Yeah.
like especially like since like the
You'd have to get
GWAT stuff
lucky
fell
and
off.
not kill anyone. That would be the best case scenario. But
Yeah.
you're also that means probably you're losing the battle, right? But I always tell people the number one thing you should do before you finish your incarnation is don't kill another human being. And black people, they can't obey this part. You know what I mean? They just have to, like, there's something about the young black Zoomer. He's gotta be, listening to rap and killing people. It's
Well,
fucking.
I think it's like it's derived from like like a very real like flippancy to just life and like the beauty and meaning of life. Like I think if you like there are people you couldn't ask them like what it would feel like if I had a broken arm. So like if I walked up to someone and I go, "What would it feel like if I had a broken arm?" They couldn't like understand that. They couldn't tell me how that would feel for me because they like that part of the brain just isn't working properly. And I think that's
What
what you
the fuck?
see. And I think it's
Yeah.
expanding actually across a lot of different demographics to like kind of a frightening degree.
Yeah, I
People
think
just don't care anymore about anything.
the first thing I ask when I make a new black friend, the first thing I ask is like, what kind of black are you? And then like I try and like gauge it, I try and gauge it if they're gonna snap
Yeah,
or not. You know what I
anime
mean?
or yeah.
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 Are you
Did you watch
watching
Naruto
anime?
growing up?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what's funny? Naruto, Dragon Ball black guys, they're really chill.
Yeah,
Even
for sure. Yeah.
yeah. But then there's the other ones where it's like, bro, if you see someone who has no dad and loves rap music, you can almost guarantee that guy's gonna harm someone.
Yeah, but dude, it's kind of dude, it's like scary how people like can't perceive reality. Like they consume entertainment that's like, I mean, I know it's like a trope of like video games cause violence or something, but like it's crazy that that does happen. Like people just consume enough violent music and they like believe they have to like adopt this lifestyle, and commit violence.
I think we should also look at the sinful nature of man. It's like, dude, humans love to rape. You know what I mean? Like if the guy's enjoying it and the girl is reading novels about it, it's kind of showing both sides argument. It's like, bro, there's a s- there's a rotten nature about humans. Like obviously it's so bad and so evil to talk about, but I can describe it in words that everyone listening will be like, that doesn't sound so bad. That doesn't sound so like you can find a way to justify anything in your mind. It's like it's very interesting that the Christian mysteries are not more upheld by society. It's
Well,
obvious,
dude,
obvious we're in a fallen nature, right?
dude, I was thinking, so you were talking about, the whole Chud the Builder situation, and it's like this form of content that is like essentially meaningless. You were saying it's like low tier, like, anyone could do it, and if you want to
No,
get
I said
views, right,
it's
you could like
so
kill
good. I
people or
said I
something.
said the content is so
Yeah,
good
yeah,
for
it's
a
easy. Yeah,
reason.
yeah.
For a reason,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think that you're touching on something. I was talking with a friend of mine about art earlier today, and how like we as humans have deduced art to a meaningless form where the observer of a painting has to like sit there and interpret it for the artist, where if you compare that to like what is the most beautiful artistic creation
Mona
in
Lisa,
in the history of the universe, it's us, dude.
right?
We were created by God. We
Yeah,
are
in the
a wonderful
image.
work of art,
Yep,
and our in that art has meaning,
yep.
and that's what art truly is. So if you look at like how like why do people not care about the world around them? Why do they not care about their communities? It's because they have devolved everything into being like meaningless nothing.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that up because if you guys look into Dr. Steiner's work, the reason why Kanye and artists, music, even painters throughout history, the reason why they're so popular, get paid so much attention and energy, and they change the world with their beauty. Do you know what the real reason is? Is because when art is done in the right way, in a Da Vinci level way, it liberates spirits that are trapped in matter. They go upwards into higher levels of consciousness. That's why the artist is rewarded more than anyone in society. And I had no idea because I was like, oh, it's just invisible. This is just invisible forces. But there's spirits that are not human that can't breathe trapped in matter. They want help up, and only a Beethoven symphony can lift them. No one else intervenes. God doesn't know, but we help each other throughout that evolution and we get grace from the Lord. But really, we're supposed to liberate every part of society, even the invisible parts that we can't see. And that blows me away that I'm like, whoa, there's more than just animals, plants, and minerals. We're the crown of creation. There's more to it than that, and that's why if you ever give a really motivational speech, you gain 100 million followers. The whole world wants to be your dick riding little bitch. But
Oh,
why? Why is because you've liberated mankind's soul. That's why Jordan Peterson used to hit so hard. Do you remember? Remember when he spoke to our hearts? Man,
yes,
I miss
dude.
those
Yes,
days.
dude. I miss that shit so much.
I think he was the first guy that was like, "This is the guy I want to lead the right." Yeah,
He was cool
he was
at one
so
point.
cool. He had the suspenders. He was just, and then something happened. He started crying and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know if that was like the benzos or what, dude. Hanging
Yeah,
around gays too much,
dude,
the
that was
neuroticism.
the greatest black pill on earth is finding out, and everyone forgets about this. Jordan Peterson's whole career, like you think, oh, I can't be a good public speaker like him. He was on Xanax more than rappers. He was on more Xanax than rappers. So if you're ever thinking, bro, my life sucks, I can't do anything, I can't public speak, just remember your biggest hero, he didn't have a coke run like an idiot. He had a Xanax run that took him to $150 billion. That's why when people say drugs are never the answer, he made 150 million with his little fucking Xanax thing. Yeah, he paid the ultimate price, but if you really think about it, it's like, dude, your heroes are cheating on drugs, and you want to sit down and tell us, actually, this is the sober Olympics. It's like that shit pisses me off so much because I'm like, Jordan, how many of those performances, in front of everyone, would you have given without Xanax? He said he couldn't even get out of bed. And I'm not pro drugs. I'm just saying that everyone who beat you and made $100 million, it seems like they cheated. It's like Frank Sinatra cheated. Everyone you look up to in history cheated, and that sometimes you're just you're working, concentrating, and you're like, wait a minute, my hero is cheating. Drake doesn't even write his own lyrics. Drake's a faggot. But you know what I'm saying? Like everyone's cheating when you look at it. It's like when you find a great writer in history, you're like, man, his you know, fuck the Harry Potter shit. Like, who's a good writer? I can't think of someone, but
T.S.
let's say,
Eliot.
yeah, who I bet you anything, every night he's drinking scotch, writing that shit. And that's what I hate about reality is when you find out your heroes are using alchemical enhancements, and it pisses. Or like, have you ever seen those rappers that make great art when they're fucked up on drugs, and then you go, what the fuck? Like, clearly they're tools, but they get demonic quick because then you could get hooked, right?
Well, I mean, so that's like the whole thing about drugs, just in general, is like, is it a window into the demonic realm? I was talking to a friend of mine. His name's Nick Stumphauser. He made the documentary "Died Suddenly" like years back about the COVID vaccine and stuff. And I was talking with him about weed on the show, and he said that the question surrounding weed in particular is it a pre is it a pre-fall plant, natural, given to us by God, or is it a post-fall manipulation of like breeding different plants together? And
Oh, I get.
if it is
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
right,
yeah.
it is a potential serious window into the demonic realm. And not only is it like a window into the demonic realm, but I mean, I feel like you can kind of, most people probably have like experienced it to some degree. If you've ever smoked too much pot, you know it sucks. Some people don't even like to take a
Yeah,
hit.
yeah, it's always when it becomes an unconscious thing, it's bad for you. But if you're doing it consciously in the beginning, it's fine. And then it becomes unconscious later and it's driven by impulses and desires. But really, it's more like, dude, is a crusader doing cocaine, but finishing the crusade? Is that guy on Team Jesus Christ? And it's like, dude, yeah, like let's be.
Yeah.
If I saw the study on one human lived to 125 years old and he injected growth hormone every day. Well, if it's pro-life, is he really cheating God? Like that's what I don't get. Is like if let's say growth hormone gets humans to live to 120 years for all of them, right? Then you can't make the you can't make the argument it's against God because it's increasing life. Life is connected to God, and so and Dr. Steiner talks about this beautifully. He says it's not just spirit and soul, it's also matter. They have to work in a trinity, all three of them. And that means don't ignore your medicine, but don't stop
Yeah.
praying. Don't stop, don't stop praying for your illness. If you can mix prayer with real medicine, that's when the patient heals. That's the highest level of medicine. And Paracelsus talked about this, and all the greats talked about, all the greatest physicians, and they said if they're open to the treatment and they believe you love them and want to heal them, and you give them the medicine, the matter, that's ultimately what heals a human. It's a tripart thing. It's not just medicine, like, oh, take this needle. And I'm like, dude, humans need to start thinking like this, that this is the future will be drugs and peptides. You don't want to tell an obese lady to pray to Jesus for her heart virus to go away. You want her on the treadmill with a bit of work ethic, with the Holy Spirit, with some faith, but you also want to give her the peptides, right? That's matter. And you also want her to pray for the weight to go down. That is how you get a successful incarnation on earth. And that's really what we're here for. Dogs can't pray, animals can't pray. We can pray. So don't ever forget that how important that is. And man, it's just we piss away our whole lives thinking it's one or the other when it's all three forms: spirit, soul, and matter. Think of it as one in
Yeah.
unity.
Well, something that a lot of artists, politicians do this too. For some reason, intellectuals tend to do it. Like a lot of them do forget the importance of their physical essence. So, you see a lot of like writers, right, become alcoholics or something, and they also, what I was talking with someone else about this too. The like suffering that like a very like hyper aware overly intelligent or overly achieving person suffers from, because he like simply cannot wrap his head around the existence of God because he is too intelligent to believe in it. is
Yeah.
like kind of heartbreaking. And I think that these people, they abandon God because they believe they're too smart to care about such a quote unquote ridiculous thing. And then they pull all their inspiration from alcohol, from drugs, from meaningless physical endeavors that are really like degrading them. And you can drink a glass, two glass, three glasses of wine every night and live a very healthy lifestyle and probably get many of the same benefits if you catch a
Yeah.
little buzz.
Yeah.
But if you're totally reckless and nothing matters and God isn't, holding you accountable for your actions, then, who cares? Destroy yourself. You'll make a few
Yeah.
extra bucks.
And if you are going to destroy yourself, why not do it with God? That way you land as a millionaire, famous Zherka person. Like I always remember in a classroom of 100 fucking students, a couple classrooms together, I'm like, what makes me different from all these other degenerates? I'm the only one talking about God. Everyone else was talking about like StarCraft and weird shit. I was the only one, you know, I knew I could destroy myself the furthest and get away with it. I just
You
knew
you
it because
remind me of,
I
of a lot of saints. Not to say that you are a saint, but like,
that is you now you're pushing it, bro.
but that is like the essence. That is sort of like, I mean, I think you sort of
Yeah,
represent that role in a way where it's you and I think of myself, and I sort of identify with Saint Augustine as my patron saint. So I
love
like
you.
these people like lived very like troubled, hysterical, chaotic lives, and they all had to they eventually grasped the reality of God's importance.
Yeah, and they had the most weight to transform, like the most potential, so it was the
Yes.
most beautiful. But to me, the question is, I get this so many guys hire me, and they're like the most asked for question. I'm like, this question is huge, man. The most asked for question is always, Zerka, I want to have a degenerate 5, 6 year drug phase or alcohol phase or something. I'm like, why do you like alcohol? Like, yeah, I find myself around it a lot. I'm like, are you a degenerate? They're like, no, I'm working on projects. I get paid a lot of money. I make this kind of artwork, blah, blah, blah. But I use alcohol to cope as I'm doing this kind of project. And I'm always like, would you ever encourage a human being to exercise all the beauty out of that suffering? Like if you think about if Da Vinci came up to Zerka or Dalton and said, hey, I do the Mona Lisa, but I get hammered as fuck. Like so I Jordan Peterson brings me Xanax, I tell him I want alcohol. He brings me some alchemical alcohol potion, and I get hammered as fuck and I make the Mona Lisa. And Dalton and Zerka would be like, dude, this guy's a fucking, he's a tweaker. He's fucked up. He's a weirdo, but he's producing Mona Lisas. He's
And give me some.
he's he's doing something with the Holy Spirit. Let's see it. We
Yeah.
would never tell him to stop, but we'd also not want to be a part of the guy's downfall if he kills himself or anything. But it's weird because it's like, dude, a lot of these troubled individuals, they are going through something in their like 20s, and they ask me, Zerka, if it's a project and I'm working on it and I'm making this kind of speed with, I'm making real momentum with it. Can I destroy myself for the project? And I always say, yeah, you can. I always say, yeah, you can, because it seems like you're already it's already got you by the fucking claws. You're already talking about it. But if you go to that bar and become an alcoholic, you are the biggest faggot in the universe. Like if something's eating you from within karmically, and it just you have to fucking evolve that way. If that's what's happening to you, you have to damage your instrument. I'm telling you right now, you cannot be a party person. There's a lot of Wall Street guys who smoke 1,000 cigarettes and make $100 million. Dude, those guys get a pass. If something's killing you from the inside and it has to, your unconscious has to be just gushed out that way, then at least be a part of a project and like be an artist in your life and look at that phase of your life as that suffering meant something. But then I get a million other people saying, I'm at the bar drunk as fuck, I like to drink. I'm like, I don't have that. I don't, whatever you have, I never had that. Because anytime I was coping in life, believe me, I was creating. Believe me, something was coming out of me. I'm not suffering just to have shots with some fucking whore at the bar. What the hell? No, I'm not ending this incarnation until I'm so famous that I could say I'm a rapist and she still goes out with me. And I can do that. I can literally tell people I'm a rapist.
Yeah, that was a really cool arc. That was fucking It's so funny.
Well, I mean,
Um,
Dalton, I'm asking you, would you tell
yeah,
Da Vinci? Would you tell Da
that's what.
Vinci
Yeah, no, it's
stop doing the alcohol? Because I remember Nick, he said it
I
for
wouldn't.
Clav. It's hard to tell someone no. Even Nick said that. I'm like, yeah,
I
it is
wouldn't.
hard.
I wouldn't. And you know what? I'll tell you why. I think um so the reality that I faced when I was like, so like I was doing coke and Molly and fucking
That's-
acid and shrooms, and I remember actually
Oh
I was on
damn,
I
you're
was on
serious,
bro.
bro. I
Hang on,
never
hang on.
mixed psychedelics with acid and coke. I never did that. What's that like?
It was well, I'll tell you. So I was we were up for a few days, and I had like, I was coming down off acid and MDMA, and I was like doing coke to like stay awake. And then there were these caps of like mushrooms that were like sitting in this hotel room that we were at on the beach. This was in St. Petersburg.
This is so dangerous, by the way, guys, because if you have a little bipolar schizophrenia
Oh yeah,
in your
you'll lose it.
lineage, you'll kill yourself.
Yeah, you'll totally lose it.
It's
So
it's not like coke and molly. It's something else, bro.
yeah, it's so I actually I felt was feeling sort of like ethereal, like really light. I remember that, and I walked outside after I like took the caps and I just chewed them up, and I walked out onto the beach, and dude, it was like 5 a.m. The sun was like barely coming up, and I like just broke down. And it wasn't like it didn't even feel like I was tripping. It was like I was like barely cognizant, if that makes sense. I was like
Was there a
so.
self,
Yeah, a self, yes, yeah.
or did you melt into the sand?
Um, no, actually, maybe for a second. I mean, I definitely dropped down and I was like on the ground, but then I like
Yeah.
stood up, dude. And you know what I did? I called my dad,
Oh, on MDMA. Oh, that call is so intense,
dude,
dude.
on all of that, and I was, yeah, dude. I just like sat there and had a conversation with him, and I told him, I said, I'm tripping right now, and he's like, I can tell. I was like, oh
Oh, he
fuck,
knows what it is. He's like a boomer who knows what that shit is.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, dude. So that's a very different call. Okay.
Yeah. Well, then so what I did was, dude, I realized that like everything that like I had done leading up to that moment was like actually a waste. And I hadn't done anything. I hadn't produced anything. I hadn't made
Yeah.
anything. And I
Yeah.
I quit streaming. I was working another job and I was getting paid a lot of money, but it was just not
Was
good
this
for.
like your heart chakra full blown wide open, where like you're just emitting love as you're talking, or it's not that much MDMA?
No, it was definitely fucking yeah, it was definitely an explosion.
You were crying? Were
uh
you crying?
Yeah, 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 of course. And I normally would not admit that. I think that's really gay. I think it's gay when people cry on stream
I
or,
think you could cry
talk
to your
about it.
dad. That's normal.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I'm trying to, I want the story to be accurate. So anyway, I ended up, I called my, there was like a few things that happened in between, but I ended up just calling my boss at the time and telling him that I was going to a hotel and I was just going to stay there for a few days and sober up and leave and go move in with my grandparents to just figure out what I want to do with my life. And yeah, I stayed there for a month and a half.
And
And
this is one of those things where the psychedelics are telling you enough, clean this shit up.
yes, yeah, yeah, exactly. And and I listened, and it worked out. And I haven't done, I still drink
Yeah,
occasionally, and I don't, but haven't done any drugs.
yeah.
So, I think what I'm getting at
I know
is
where you're at.
what
You're
broke
you're at
me.
that place in your life where it's not appealing to you, but if there's a character like Zherka, you'll do it with him because it's
Oh
fun.
yeah, for
Yeah,
sure, for
yeah, yeah.
sure. Yeah, for sure I will.
I'm there too.
What broke me, right? And I think this is what really like hit me in the face that day on the beach. It was like the realization that I had not created anything. I'm a very creative person. I danced all throughout high school. I did theater. I did,
What the
I
fuck? You're
write.
a dancer, bro. What the? We're not
Yeah.
defending that. We can't
I did
defend that.
tap, jazz, and ballet.
Holy shit,
Yeah.
he did ballet, guys. How are we
Only
defending
for
this?
like a
Bro,
year.
this is dude, you're
Relax.
like me. You're a liberal in disguise doing blow and
Oh
shit. Like
yeah, dude. Yeah. This is why I was like, dude, like we got to keep Zerko around. Like I was hoping that nothing
yeah,
bad would happen because I
yeah.
was like, dude, this is the
I was
man. I
watering down
relate to this
everything.
guy.
Yeah, yeah.
I
No,
did.
I can't tell you how many groypers told me I started drugs because of you. I'm like, whoa, that wasn't really my
That's fucked
message.
up.
Yeah.
I guess so. To wrap it up though, is it was the realization that I had not like tapped into that creativity that entire time. I was like gone. It wasn't even like I existed, really thinking about it. And I decided that I wanted to I said I'm going to get a sketch pad and start writing again, and doing whatever. And it's just incredibly fulfilling just for myself. It goes out to, a few people that follow me now.
Isn't
Um
that the most beautiful thing in the universe, though, when you can rely on your dad? Like, they're not to make this crazy, but he called
True.
his dad. This guy called his dad, right? I would never call my dad if I'm fucked up on anything. Like, I don't want, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was awesome. I'm just, I guess I'm lucky to have a dad like that who just
I
All right, Zerka, dude, it was great talking to you. I got a debate with Andrew Wilson and
oh
Richard
fuck.
Spencer right now on my channel, so I'm gonna get ready for that. But
crush it, but Richard Spencer will destroy you, bro.
he's debating Andrew Wilson, not me.
Oh, is he?
He's
I'm just
gonna
sitting in the
kill
couch
Andrew
chair.
Wilson, dude. He's gonna drag him.
I love Andrew Wilson, but Spencer, he's got nothing to hide. There's nothing in his closet, right?
Spencer dude, Spencer can like argue
All right,
any
guys,
point
see
and
ya.
like make it make sense. It's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
crazy.
All right, who else we got in here? Who else want to talk? Let's see.
Zerka, I was curious, because I never like watched your early content, but like
Yeah,
I like your philosophical takes, and I was wondering like do you pull from anyone in particular? Do you like anybody? That you like? Do you read anyone on like a regular basis, or is it all just like yourself? Which I think is like totally reasonable.
yeah. I think for sure. In a weird way, I have like a tier list over the last 10 years of all the philosophers in my head. And in a weird way, I don't gravitate towards philosophers because I think at the end, a human will always be remembered for how he lived his life. So you could say, "Oh, I'm with Augustine. I love everything," but eventually, people will be like, "No, you're nothing like him. You're your own thing." So at the end of the day, I find it like a waste of time if you're not developing your own philosophy. Which Christians hate me when I say this because they're like, "Well, no, it's just got to be scripture." I'm like, "No, scripture looks a little different for LeBron James than it does for a plumber because it's like different incarnations. They're doing different things, right? They're one's playing basketball, so you can use it to amplify you, but eventually, how you live your life is how the world's going to see it and all that. But man, I'm telling you right now, man. Ever since 21 years old, my self-remembering process of like what I came on earth to do has always been more linked to mystics, dude. There's I have there's this immense gravitational pull towards spirit from me, and you could tell because there's such a big shadow on me too. I'm telling you right now, the philosophers, they never. I started with Thales. I love Thales. I like Schopenhauer in the beginning. I moved on to Soren Kierkegaard, one of my favorites, real Christian. And then I love Nietzsche. I like a lot of people, but I see them as like these are kind of just like commercials in my life. There's no philosopher that's gonna fulfill spirit. I don't just mean like reading scripture. I mean like go out in the world and feel the intensity of reality, like feel everything out there that is for you, like all the trauma, all that, and feel how it's evolving your soul. It's very different from these philosophers who don't feel like they're evolving. They're writing, most philosophers are writing about moral progression for the sake of the community, like Kantian philosophy, all this gay shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, Earth is small. There's so many higher worlds above this, and you don't have to have many psychedelic trips to see some of that. But I'm telling you right now, there's so much more to reality. And ever since a kid, my mind doesn't want to go with the intellectuals, doesn't want to go with the philosophers, doesn't want to go with the athletes, doesn't want to go anywhere. My mind is dead set on spirit to the point where it gets luciferic where in my youth I could be a lot more dreamy, a lot more like if you ran a fantasy in front of me, I'd say okay, let's see it through to the end, which is super dangerous. You could die that way. But I was always away from this harmonic, cold, calculative force of there's no spirit. To me, all I see is condensed spirit everywhere in matter. Everything, if I hear a symphony, everything, every part of the world is not alive to me, but it's waiting for me to touch it so it can become alive. Like not that I'm making it alive, but it's like I'm refining my perception gradually. And so that's why When people say, what do you mean by phases? Dude, you're going to have a gaming phase. You're going to have a muscle phase where you get muscular. You're going to have a clout phase where you want clout. You're like, no, my face is pretty. It deserves an audience. Then you're going to have a phase of money. I like money. Then you're going to have a phase where, I want to be a good person, have a girlfriend. Then you realize, you know what? These are kind of like hoe incarnations. I kind of want to be a rock star. If they're going to be hoes, I'm going to be the other version of that, rock star, because that's the only winners in society is these OnlyFans bitches who get all the money. Unfortunately, they're landing on their feet, bro. They're winning. You could make the trad con argument all you want, but they're literally moving mountains with their money. They're making millions of dollars. And when you see that, you go, I don't want to be these fucking degenerate fucks. But let me tell you what I won't be. I'm definitely not going to be in an office. There's a lot of moral people working in an office. So I'm like, bro, I can't join liberal society, but I'm definitely going to make liberal money. That's 100% what's going to happen because, bro, the world's going to try and box you in. They're going to say, oh, this philosopher Kant told you can live a boring life. No, dude. This world is about adventure. And I'm talking about there's so much adventure out there, and none of the money you spend on adventure is ever a waste. Money's only a waste on material. When you look back in your life, everything spiritual has a synchronicity towards it. And you're like, I should have farmed more of that. I should have had more of that. But bro, they're trying to put you in an office typing away on an Excel spreadsheet. They're trying to do some weird fuck shit to you and they're winning. Look at most people's jobs. It's like, dude, if you don't feel like snapping and slapping the shit out of someone at your workplace, bro, you are unconscious. You are in the machine. You're a fucking weirdo. And me, I used to look at the TV and I'd be like, wait a minute, I don't want to be a rock star. I don't want. That's so annoying. They're gonna annoy me. The public's gonna annoy me. But then you see the rock star and what they get to drive. I'm not even a materialistic person, but I need 500 horses. I need. Why? It's like imagine incarnating right now, today, and never knowing what it's like to ride a motorcycle. Dude, you incarnated in a world of motorcycles, big fat engines. There's like, dude, this is not 2,000 years ago, right? And 2,000 years ago, I'd want 10 horses. Yeah, I would. I'd want 10 fucking horses for my carriage to feel that kind of power. Why? Because we're men. We're not fucking faggots. That's why when people say, Zherka, how are you a spirituality incarnation that talks about money? Because you're in the time of technology, bro. Do you know technology means you can make money from anywhere? You can do anything right now. It's never been done before. You can do any type of work and get seriously paid for it. And I make the argument that as long as your thinking becomes alive and there's passion there, it's gonna pay. It might take a couple of years like me, but it's gonna pay in dividends, my nigga. And I'm telling you right now, focus on spirit, dude. And spirit is not what you've been told. You might have a spirit to go really fast and get on that motorcycle. Don't kill yourself, but enjoy the breeze. That spirit of freedom, don't block that. Some people block that with a marriage. They go, "Oh, I got married, Zerka. I feel like now I can calm down." And I'm like, dude, you're a freedom incarnation. You think a woman is gonna calm you down? Like, are you an idiot? And that's why I say to people, once it becomes your party phase, once it becomes your money phase, clout phase, girlfriend phase, max them all out with serious heartbreak too. Max out everything, all those little phases, so you could go to the final phase. When you're in your final phase, Myron's inviting me on his show, but I'm just busy doing whatever the fuck I want to do. This is what I'm talking about. And this is going to shock you the most about God. The only reason you incarnated is to do whatever the fuck you want to do. That is my spirituality. I'm telling you right now, the only reason God created you is so you can play with what you want to play. And even if you're King Solomon and have 1,000 wives, nobody's stopping you. Nobody. It's your universe. Go fucking nuts. Even if it's unskillful, even if angels are saying, hey, you don't want 1,000 wives, but you can do it. Go max it out. The world is very serious for your evolution, so you don't get left behind and get hurt and suffer unnecessarily. Right? The world is very serious. But don't forget the reason you were created. You were created with different levels of heaven that you get to experience, and you get to build your next one through your thinking, feeling, and willing. You're building it with the thoughts right now. That's why my face is better looking than yours, because I have different thought forms from you. You incarnate with those thought forms. That's why you're short and I'm tall. You think low of spirit. You think spirit can. Spirit is my scaffolding. It builds me. It builds my etheric body, my life body of formative forces. You guys are the reason you guys are all so. I'm 5'4". You. God never made you 5'4". God gave you a light body, a spiritual body, and then you descended. And yes, it was a part of evolution for mankind to fall. It's just we did it too early because of the Luciferic impulse. But dude, don't act like you didn't incarnate at that height, because that's all you built up with your thought forms, and you know it. Deep down, you chose your parents too. Don't ever lie that you didn't. I don't like my parents. You chose to incarnate with them. That's why you should be around them so you can fucking see what the fuck they have to teach you. And that's why some of you have to take care of your parents, because they were your children before, you fucking idiot. Right? You're here to learn this shit from the ground up so your thought forms don't kill others in higher worlds. And I'm telling you right now, man, look in the evolution of the world. All the philosophers got it wrong, man. Follow the mystics, follow the controversial mystics. They all say the same thing. Morality and the evolution of it is key. The reason you see someone having bad luck in society is because they snaked someone in the past, and it reverberates in space and time at the perfect time for him to learn his lesson. Not because it's a cruel system. It's not cruel. It wasn't cruel when you're winning. It wasn't cruel when you're cheating people and hurting people. It's only cruel when you get it back to you. But you
But it
can't.
does. Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. In I think many ways. Number one, I mean like the idea of, I think that you do have to like accept, not just accept, but I think you have to like love the suffering that you have within your life, and whatever it, that represents to you. Because people oftentimes, I hear, you know uh my childhood was so bad, right? But it taught me these things, and I think that that's a good way to look at it. But then they go to this wild instinct where they then say, well, I other people should feel this pain too. You hear this from like generation to generation. Gen Xers will tell their kids that they need to suffer just as much as they did, to learn something. And it's like, well, we're all given these different scenarios, or they're chosen by us, as you put it. And we have to love the fact that they're there just for us. All of this, literally, I mean, everything that's in your vicinity, like within your line of sight, within your scope, is there for you. And I think that people do forget that they have just the amount of freedom that they actually do, and they end up gridlocking themselves. You talk about a wife, and what is, I mean, truly, the purpose of a wife obviously is, you want to have children and you want to build a family and these sorts of things. But I wrote today, I was just sitting here, and I was scribbling things down, and I wrote about, picture a wife as a tree. She's the seed, and a tree sort of grows out and expands, and that tree isn't coming from you as the man, as the husband. That tree exists independently of you, and
Mm.
but it exists because of you. You planted the seed, and when that seed is planted, it sprouts a family, and a history, and love, and many incredible things. And the leaves will grow, and they will offer you shade, and they will offer you safety and stability, and you can return to that tree and sit by it, and enjoy the incredible view that you built with that seed, which is your wife. And so it's not, a wife should
But
never.
Dalton, what about the inner seed? I'm talking about Dalton's seed.
Yes.
If a seed has a whole potential inside of it to turn into a tree that no one can predict what it's going to look like,
Yeah.
what is the spiritual seed in the middle of Dalton? What is he evolving? Is he just going to keep that? you are evolving into something and you don't even know because your mind is so cooked. It's thinking about marriage and all this fucking.
No, no, no.
There's higher worlds
Well,
than marriage, bro.
Zherka,
There's
wait,
higher
wait.
and the future. Everyone's
Zherka,
gonna be a
wait.
cuck in the future. Everyone's gonna
No, no.
share.
No, I'm saying, I was only bringing it up because you brought it up. I think that for a man, independent, whether or not he's
Yeah.
married,
Okay, do a line. Do a line. Okay.
yeah, it, it is truly just about whatever they desire, and I think that that's just fundamental. Like, if you want to go get the motorcycle, just go do it. You should, and there's really nothing that could stop you other than yourself. You can't afford it, well then it looks like you need to make more money, and I promise you, you are capable of doing so. Our
But even
society.
if you can't afford it, you broke ass can go even as a black guy, get
True, you can
get
steal
a
one.
credit card and you can buy it, bro. When I needed to feel freedom in a Harley Davidson, I didn't get the license. I didn't learn how to ride it. I didn't go to school. I didn't have a license plate. I didn't have the money. I rented and I didn't give it back until they charged me, until they said I stole it, and I did, nigga, because I forgot to bring it back, and I was so depressed, but I was on that motherfucking 1000cc chopper, and I was like, this is what a credit card is made for, and I'm telling you right now, I'm rich as fuck. I'm glad I did that shit, because let me tell you right now, bro, we don't got time for it. If you have to do something, you go do it, so you can see who the fuck you are when you did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's the only way that you can ever truly feel be fulfilled. And there are a lot of boxes to check off. I think the worry from like my perspective and like where I'm at today in my life as someone who I'm 26. I was married
Oh,
once. I got
Unc,
divorced. I
old
got
as fuck.
remarried.
You're old as fuck, Unc.
I Yeah, I've done like so many. I've done all the drugs. I've made a lot of money. I've lost a lot of money. I was a live streamer, which is crazy. I did that for 4 years. I was in the military. I was the youngest elected representative in North Carolina. I went to college. I've done so much in my life now, and now I feel like I've rushed everything, and that's my concern. My deepest fear is that, like, I don't like, what do I have to look forward to outside of the tree, basically, like outside of
Bro,
the,
you
and I'm not
have
just saying that that's
don't
not
forget
enough.
cheating on your wife. You got to look forward to that.
I'm not. Stop. You're out of your mind. You're out of your fucking mind. No, I think, like, there is something that's like frightening to me about the how quickly I just did so many
No,
things.
it is crazy because you start thinking, oh, I done all that. If I repeat it, I'm those dumb idiots who get trapped. What's
Yeah,
next? That is
and I
a
can't go
that's
back.
a
You don't want to go backwards.
yeah. I hate people who they finish their gym phase and then they go to the gym to just maintain like little faggots. Bro, when I go to the gym, I go to gain 80 pounds of steroid muscle until I'm dying. Like where I take it to the maximum. I'm not saying people should do that, but bro, once that gym phase is over, it's over. Like, dude, stop pretending you're playing college football, bro. Like, move the fuck on.
Yeah. Do you think that, like, what are you looking forward to? Let me ask you that. Like, what in
I'm
your life
telling
is.
you, Dalton, the only thing I ever look forward to every morning of my life is that spiritual seed. Like after death, the next higher worlds, evolution, how deep the mysteries of Zherka are going to become. Is he going to get closer to the Christ? Is he going to become more evil? All of that potential that is just, there's a lot of fucking religious people who say, oh, it's in God's plan. That's not how it works at all. At all. It's all a mystery. It's in your hands. Literally in your hands. You work through. If you want to see Jesus Christ's hand, pick up something. Walk somewhere. The Christ is within. It's your turn. You are given the seed already, the flame. It's your turn to do something. And a lot of people don't realize what a body is. Like, what do you think you're going to give back at the very end of it? What are you building? Why are you taking care of your body? Why does it need to eat piss and shit? Dude, your body is a universe in building. You're gonna give it back like a gift. Take care of it, use it, go to the next level, but don't think life is just picnics with your wife and kids. There's so much more to it, like mastery. What is Zherka gonna sound like at 40 years old? How many books is he gonna write? How much money is he gonna make? How many women is he gonna CNC rape? Did I say it right?
From
Did I say
CNC.
did I get it right? Is it called CNC?
I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
good.
how
That's what
many
it's called.
exactly? How many, like, nobody knows and nobody understands that. It's like, imagine Zerka didn't do all those things. Everyone and their mother, 8 billion people, 8 billion people would say, that's not a Zerka incarnation. Like, go back to being a rapist. You know, like, obviously, cosmically, I'm a cosmic rapist, right? It's like, it's out there. It's like, it's CNC, it's play, right? But I'm saying, like, man, the day you realize who your mythic character you're playing is, it's so much. It's so you start giving every homeless guy $100 because you know how far you're gonna take your character. You know, like my buddies used to be like, Zerka, you always bought homeless guys a lot of shit when you were a poor bouncer. I was like, yeah, because I looked at your faggot face. I knew you're not gonna be famous. I'll do that shit. I knew there's more money this way. And it's not like I'm hanging with the homeless guy all night. Like, I'm kind of grossed out. Like, there's flies around you and shit. But I want to feed you. If I'm eating, you're eating. That's how it works. I'm with the Christ force. That's just I didn't even read scripture. I just know instinctively. I know. And my buddies be like, bro, you spent too much on these homeless people. I didn't give a fuck because I knew where I'm going, and I still do that shit. And now it's from a convertible. But I'm telling you right now, holy shit, the mystery of, forget life, the mystery of your life. Like, who is Dalton becoming even after life? Even when you split up from your family in the spirit world, you do your own thing, you have other things to learn. The game, and it is in a weird it's too serious to be called the game, but it is made for play. Don't think it, when God's nature is love, don't think that the universe is not play. Don't for 1 second think, oh, I know better than, oh, actually, he's an angry guy. He's a dude. His nature is love. In the center of your spiritual core, you're connected. If do you know what love means? It doesn't mean just grandmotherly love or romantic love, or it's all of those combined plus the higher divine love. So when you're in love with a girl, it feels wonky, it feels crazy, it feels too much. That's low levels of love. You don't know where you're headed. You don't know what eternal love is, and you don't know that you're getting a slow drip of it in your life every day through grace. And remember, I'm not a Christian like all you fucking faggots. Christians believe that Christians get blessed. No, no, I teach something else, that Hindus, Muslims, they're all benefiting from the Christ force. I teach the opposite of what Christians teach, and that's the truth. All grace is from the Christ force, the Christ. And this level of love is not something you can jump into, and you'll get obliterated by it. This is something bit by bit you go up to. And I'm telling you right now, every day is a blessing. All the grace imparted in your life is, most of it, you don't deserve it. I'll tell you the truth. Most humans don't deserve the nice TV in their house and the girlfriend, that none of that. You think you do, you don't deserve none of that. 0%. I'm telling you, you think you've evolved because the years went on. You haven't evolved. That's why you have the same problems. And who's this fucking faggot? Bro, I will ban you. Don't get the fuck out of here. Listen, I'm telling you right now, you don't, if I could take away your suffering right now and say, the whole world has to suffer except you. You get saved. You know, most humans would hesitate. They'd say, well, why is God making the system so every other human has to suffer? And it's like, dude, they're suffering so they evolve further. You've never passed a point of evolution through just time. It's also with suffering, mostly with suffering. And suffering slows you down from actually falling away completely. It's like you can get dragged along and really get hurt, or you can rise to, who the fuck is Dalton? Know thyself. Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I going? And then that Harley Davidson makes sense. And then the Zerka incarnation. That's when everyone points their finger and goes, I know why he has to fuck 1,000 bitches. Because he's not a regular Walmart incarnation. It's Zerka. Like, it's clearly what he came here to do. And it's gonna look even dumber when I get married because everyone's gonna be like, he got his cake and ate it too, just like King Solomon. And that's when I bust a load of nut on your face and I say, I told you so, my nigga. I told you so. Don't ever doubt your blessings.
I Zerka, I told you last space that I caught you on. You know, I do think that you're definitely one of the like smartest thinkers I've listened to for a long time.
I'm a
And I always
smart nigger.
I do appreciate your commentary. Like seriously, I think that you not only like
I'm
you
a
have like a
smart
firm
nigger.
you have a firm grasp on like exactly what you believe in, and that level of conviction is like
And I love you too, bro.
it's very admirable. I don't think that many people have that, and it's like and that's like I think just an extreme.
Dalton, speak from your heart. What are you on earth here to do? You've done it all.
What
You've
am
done it
I?
all. Yes, don't say it's to go to the park with your wife. What's next in the Dalton incarnation? Like, is it cheating on your wife?
No, dude, you fucking idiot.
Maybe that has to
No.
explore your soul a bit.
No, dude. What's like next for me? I don't know. I don't know yet. I gotta figure it out. I'll let you know though.
Come to Colombia and just reduce your racism power level enough to where you can fuck a different race and come to Colombia, bro. It's mine, bro. They're in
You're dude,
chains. They're
you're
in chains, bro. They're
tripping.
literally you buy
Dude, are
them and
you
they're in.
like actually doing coke right now? What's going on?
I'm telling you, Dalton, I am the force of love, and you can tell right now that I am sober, but you can also tell that it's only because no one has it around me.
Oh,
It's one,
okay.
it's one of those things. But I'm telling you right now, I'm just saying it, bro. 90% of people shouldn't listen to what I'm saying, but if you are the rock star incarnation, sometimes you got to do a line with Zherka. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's
Yeah.
just it. I
Hey, I'm
look
in
in the mirror.
Miami,
Oh,
dude.
who's that? There you go. I look in the mirror. I see who's that Lincoln Park guy, Chester. You remember
Chester
Chester?
Chesterfield?
Bro, like yeah,
That's what you're talking about?
he killed himself doing drugs, but also don't forget he also lived on
Yeah.
drugs too.
Yeah.
So we got to look at everything as good and bad so we can transform it. And I'm telling you guys right now, there are whores in society waiting for us. Like, tell your wife there's competition in the
No.
universe, bro. Like, no, but you can say it, but you incarnated in a time where there's hoes. Every 8 billion souls incarnated for hoes. Did you know that? Why else would you choose this timeline? Why didn't you stop in the 1950s? God lets you incarnate wherever you want for your development and you chose this one. So explain yourself and explain why your wife chose this timeline as well.
um,
Hmm.
I mean, well, I don't want to speak on her, obviously. Not she's not really online like that.
Dalton, listen, your
But
next phase has to be an Elijah Schaefer phase.
I already did that, dude. Like, I
Really?
don't think you know, dude. You gotta learn my, dude. You gotta learn what I did, dude.
He
Like a
doesn't
year
know.
ago.
You know what's funny? Elijah's my
I already
friend.
did that shit.
Elijah's my friend, but there's something about him where I hate him. You know when you find out someone's just like he keeps
Wait,
talking to me
Zucker,
about,
Zucker, Zucker,
bro. I
Zucker,
love
Zucker.
him.
I gotta tell you.
All from all my friends that I love. If my friend ever waves a Christian cross little necklace at me, and they're fucking bitches in the shadows. To me, I don't care if you're my friend. You're pissing me off because I'm doing it in the open, and you're fucking like he used to.
You're
Bro,
hiding,
he used
yeah,
to go live and
dude.
he'd
I
be
gotta
like,
tell
I
you.
don't
I
know
gotta
about
tell you.
Zerka's Christianity. It's like, I don't know about yours, bro. What the fuck?
Bro, I invited him, so I don't hate him, and I'm not holding this against him, but I do think this was a bitch move. So I invited him on my show. This was like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, or something. And I DM'd him, and I was like, "Hey, dude, just want to let you know, I'm extending an invitation. You work with some people that work with me, and I have called you a faggot in the past. So I'm just want to
Whoa.
get that out of the way, right?" But
Whoa.
that's not that. But like, okay, but like I did though. I said he walked like a faggot, okay, and like he does. And like that's not bad. Like I don't know. Like I didn't think he would like take it wrong, but then he like sent it to those guys, and he was like, you know, the fuck is this guy talking about? You know, this is how you invite someone on a
Bro,
show.
for me,
I was
it's
like, dude, at least I was being real with you. Like, could you imagine if I brought him on and then proceeded to like belittle him?
dude. For
Like,
me, Elijah Schaefer is like. I remember I was supposed to meet that blonde. What's the blonde girl's name? Forget her name. That he just the track
the
star.
one with all the
Yeah, yeah,
controversies.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
supposed to meet her and I said no. And then he went and piped her. And obviously, I'm not jealous, but he got so much clout off that. I'm like, all you had to do is break up her marriage. Like, bro, I should have soaked up that clout. Like, it's just, and I realized, like, even in his losses, Elijah Shaver gains followers. Like, it's so badass. Like, he usually in business losses, it's something else, but he just smashing bitch after bitch, and they all have controversy about them. And it's like the guy is a winning machine, bro. When I smash a bitch, she's like fucking cutting her wrist and shit, and it's all depressing. And I'm like, what the fuck is this liberal shit? But when he does it, he's just gaining followers, and he's just like Elijah Schaefer is an Aryan winner. He just wins in life.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I was trying to be honest with him. I like him. I think he's cool. I don't have a problem with him. But like, yeah.
No, if
Anyway,
he doesn't come
I
here
gotta
to
get going
defend
though.
himself, like clearly he's not cool at all, bro.
Yeah, clearly he's a bitch.
Elijah,
He
get
clearly
over
is
here,
a
bro.
bitch, man. Dude, I gotta go. But
No, thank you for sharing. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Hit follow me back, dude. I sent you a DM.
Yeah, yeah,
And yeah, we'll talk
yeah, yeah.
later.
I'm not following you back. Like, what the fuck? Did you know how much I charge for that? Like, this guy's out of his mind, bro. He thinks he could just do a line with me. And okay, who else do we got? Um, we have women here. Please tell us what it's like being a female incarnation, Aryan femcell.
Hello.
Please introduce
Hi.
yourself, who you are, how much you've been hurt by the world and everything you've been through, and how old you are. And give us everything.
Do we have
Niggas
time?
speak, bro. Of course we have time. Well, you think I have a job? I literally own slaves for a living. Like I collect slaves in third worlds.
I don't know if we have time for all of
Okay,
that.
well, like, how do you make money? Like, I always want to know how you e-girls make money.
Um, I have multiple mysterious forms of income.
What the hell does that mean?
Mm, how do you make money? You do more than just
I
stream.
have a website. I have a like consultation firm. I have like grown up ways of making money. How does an e-girl like you guys go to all the little fucking conventions and shit? Who's paying though? Is it a fucking moderator? Is that who's paying your bills?
Yeah, we can call it a moderator.
Oh, really? And you're considered right wing because you're a racist online, right?
Are you tapped in?
I know you. You've said the N word to black people. You've
What?
said the N word, right?
No, you're getting me mixed up with Impact Chat.
Or am I actually?
No,
I thought you all do the
I
same thing.
think
You guys
so.
hang out together and shit.
I mean, she wants to fight in a ring. That's what she told
What?
me.
Cause
You have connections for that, don't you?
yeah, is it Aiden Ross? You guys want to do that?
I don't know. I'll have to see.
Okay. And so what is your thing? You're an Aryan femcel? What does that
Mhm.
mean?
Like, I'm a femcel and I'm blonde and
And do you
blue-eyed.
say nigger? What the fuck? Like, do you say the N word?
Um, no, not typically in spaces, no.
Oh, okay, because you can get banned, right?
Right, and I get banned all the
And
time.
do you know Elijah Schaefer?
I've heard of him, I've not had sex with him, no.
I didn't even ask. I didn't even ask. Why would you say that?
You don't have
Why
to.
would you say that? I didn't even.
Because that's the question. We have to make
Right, right,
sure.
right. Okay, who else do you know? Do you know anyone? Do you know Nick?
I know of
Are you a
Nick.
groipette?
I like Nick. The Groupers don't accept me.
Why?
I mean, they don't like e-girls anyways.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to trust e-girls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, and how long have you been 20 for?
I've been 20 since January 5th of this year.
Okay, and what do you want to do with your incarnation?
Good question. I'm not really sure. I've been thinking about it this whole time that you've been talking.
Okay, like, dude, like, what are your talents?
Um, Talents? I have many. Um, I like to I don't know if I can share right now,
Okay,
honestly.
have you ever been beaten up?
No.
You've never had a guy swing on you and shit?
A guy? No.
Oh, oh, you haven't been jumped in,
I mean, not a girl
but
either.
you haven't been jumped into the right wing. You've never had a guy punch you in the fucking face.
No.
Ooh,
Is that what we
I don't know
do?
if we can trust you until we jump you in, right? Yeah,
What?
like we
Is that
beat the
a
shit out of Isabella. Yeah,
when?
that's how she joined the right wing. It was three dudes, and we started swinging and breaking her teeth and shit. And that's how
Oh my
that's how she
god.
got with Josiah.
Whoa, I heard a different story.
You know, different Isabella. But like, would you be open to getting jumped in, or
Uh, I don't think so.
they're saying you look like a murderer? Like there's something wrong with you. Don't have a soul.
Who
My
said that?
chatters.
Well, tell them to stop.
Hey
That's not
guys,
true.
stop it. All right. And are you rich? Do you have money?
I have enough money for me, enough so.
Okay. All right. And what's your voice so robotic? Like, what's going on with that?
I'm in my garage. I'm in my car.
Why are you in a garage?
Well, I got disconnected. That's why I had to request again because I was in traffic. So
Okay.
that's what I've been doing. I've been driving.
And what do you drive? Like, what's the car?
Um, Car. It's
Is it
paid
like a
for.
Nissan
It's like a
Altima?
Nissan
Is like, what are
Altima.
you driving, dude?
Oh my god! Talking to me? You need to stop.
No, I'm like, all right. Well, what's the brand of the
Um,
car? Like, are you fast?
that's freaky. No, I'm actually scared of going fast.
Hmm. Okay. And have you been around black people this year?
This year, no.
Why not?
Um, I mean, I don't know. I just don't surround myself with black people.
And have you left America or never?
I'm leaving America
For
soon.
Europe, I hope.
Yes,
Which
actually.
part of Europe?
I mean, just I'm going to the UAE.
UAE. What? Why?
That's not Europe.
That's not Europe at all.
Or is I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Why?
Are you
Because
going to get shitted on?
no, I don't like that rumor.
Are there Arabs there?
And that actually Arabs? I would assume so, yeah.
Sand niggas? You're going to get shit on by camel people?
Okay, we have to stop with the like shitting rumors. If Dalton was here, we could allow it,
Why?
but
Don't girls get shit on in Dubai?
I've heard that, but I'm not really I
Well,
mean, I
what's the
wouldn't
reason
I'm
you're
not really
going? Why are
sure.
you leaving?
I mean, I'm just going just
Why
to
are you
know, like,
laughing? What the
what do you mean?
fuck?
You're
I'm not laughing.
laughing.
You're laughing and you can't
You're
answer why
gaslighting
you're
me.
going there.
You're trying to
You didn't
gaslight
even ask
me.
for permission. You're just leaving America?
Ask for permission from
Listen,
who?
dude, are you an American?
Am I an
And
American?
you think
Yes.
it's okay for you to go interact with sand people as an American woman?
I'm not gonna interact with them.
Dude,
I'm just going
dude,
to
they're gonna beat you with
what?
this stick. Those are sand people.
I thought Dubai was like a really safe place. Oh, that's what they
You
said.
have no idea the mistake you have made. Cancel your flight, dude. Like, what are you doing with your bum life, man? You need to stop. You need to repent. Like, why don't you just go to Europe
Where
like a
do I
normal
go?
person?
I mean, I have a Euro trip booked too, and I was gonna go to Mexico and Europe. Like I was gonna go to the Yay concert in Italy.
Okay.
I
Oh,
need to
there's
get
one in
tickets.
Albania too, but are you gonna be doing cocaine?
I've never done
You're
that, no.
boring as fuck.
I've never done that. I guess
What
I'm
the
boring.
okay, you're going to a Kanye concert. Are you gonna be backstage with him? Like, do you know his people?
Um, Me and his wife have the same birthday,
Oh shit, what date? What's the date? I know this shit. Be-
January
oh,
5th.
you're an Aquarius, dude. You're fucking useless.
No, it's
Is it
Capricorn.
actually? January
Yes.
5th is Capricorn?
Yes, Aquarius is March. What are
No, in
you?
March
What's your
is
birthday?
Pisces. February, March is Pisces.
Oh,
You
you're
are a
right.
Aquarius. You
Oh.
are literally the
No, I'm
worst
not.
sign in out of the
I'm
12.
literally a Capricorn. What are you?
I'm the
What's your
best
birthday?
sign.
What,
You
Gemini? Leo?
no.
Are you a
I'm
Leo?
the
What are
best
you?
sign. I'm a Pisces.
Oh, you're
February
March?
23rd, 1994.
I don't know if that's
You're
1994. I
Aquarius. You're the worst sign.
I'm not an
Let me
Aquarius. I'm a
let me Google this
Capricorn.
shit. January
Yeah,
what?
Google it.
5th.
5th. Correct.
Oh shit, you're a
What?
Capricorn. Oh, that's pretty
Yeah,
good. That's okay,
I
that's fine.
know. Capricorns are good. They're
Is
like
that
good
fire?
people. Yeah. Is your chat saying yes?
That's
It's
fire.
fire.
Is it fire sign?
Oh,
Yeah.
fire
Are you fire or
sign? I
water
don't
or
know. I think it's
you're
Earth.
okay?
I think it's Earth. Like I'm
That's mid.
down to
That's mid.
Earth.
You're
I'm
grounded.
grounded.
That means you're not. That's good. Then now it
Well, I
explains
don't
why you
know.
don't
You
do
have
drugs. It like makes sense. Okay,
okay.
dude. But like I'm telling you right now, like it would suit your brand. Arrogant femcel destroys her life.
If I
If you did
drugs.
coke because it's white, it's like a part of it.
But there's already one that does that. It's the
Does she
Impact
actually do
family.
drugs? I thought it was cap.
No, I think she does like meth or something. Or she was on Myron's show and she like LARPed. She pulled out like a meth pipe. But she
I
was
missed it.
LARPing.
There was this whole saga of racist women on Twitter, and I never got to meet them. Like there was memes, but I never met them. I'm like, were they okay? Are you guys okay? Are you guys hurting for like what's going on? Like what possesses a
But
woman?
aren't you
What possesses a
racist?
woman to join Twitter? I don't get that. Like that's not a
I was on Twitter at
yeah, but
13.
what makes you like a boy? You're like a boy incarnation that's like curious with Reddit and 4chan. Like what makes a girl into the internet?
I
It
don't
means
know.
something's
Maybe
fucked
being
up in
like
your development.
neglected.
Something went wrong.
Yeah, that's what people say.
You were on 4chan too?
No, I wasn't on 4chan, and I actually didn't learn about that until way later. But I did have like I do Reddit post, I do like Reddit, and I do like looksmacks.org,
Okay.
but I don't use 4chan, no. I don't really know how that one works.
Okay. All right. And are you a Twitch streamer?
No, but I'm actually gonna start streaming on Keg.
Dude,
Are you on
dude,
Twitch?
you have to do your first stream with my name in the title.
Saying what?
Say Zherka's that nigger. No,
Okay.
for real. We have to get you banned once.
No, I actually hate being banned. This is my like 20th Twitter.
What? Why?
You DM'd me on my last
Did
tweet.
I?
I had like
What'd I
you
say?
did. You were what did you say? Um you said hi, have we met?
Really? Can I see that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm banned. I think I have a screenshot
There's
somewhere.
no way that's me.
No, it is.
So cap.
And but I got banned before I could reply.
And what'd you get banned for?
Well, I get reported a lot,
But what are you
so
saying? That if
I
I'm
don't
not
really
getting banned,
know.
how the fuck are you getting banned on here?
Right, that's and I was just thinking about that. It actually pisses me off because you guys never get reported, and I'm not even saying like anything bad or mean. I just have a lot of haters.
Dude, that
And I'm like, "Don't
then
you? Don't you have a
I
lot of
don't. I
haters? Like
really
why is
don't.
no
I
one
have zero. People fucking love me. They
Oh,
hate you.
well, okay, I
No,
don't
I'm
know then.
shitting on you.
I
I've
don't know.
never been reported on Twitter. They love me. They love everything about me. And here's what it is, though. It's also because you're a woman. Nobody gives a fuck, bro.
Yeah.
A woman on the internet is like, dude, nobody gives a fuck, bro. You literally have ovaries. Like, what are you gonna teach me? What are you gonna teach me? Go ahead, teach me something, huh? Teach me. Go. You can't teach me shit. You teach me how to crack an egg. The fuck? Just another woman incarnation, dude. We used to burn you guys to the stake. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's like, don't ban. It's comedy channel. Now, welcome to the show, though. What do we call you?
What do we
Yeah,
call
do we call
me?
you Aryan?
Aryan themselves. My friends call me AF, and my haters call me AFC.
Oh, like America First AF.
Yeah, they don't like to call me like my haters. They don't like to call me AF because AF is America first, so they call me AFC.
Okay, and how many followers did your last account have?
It was almost. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but it was almost at
Oh, so
16K.
you're in desperate need of help.
Are you offering?
No, I play the fantasy in my head. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, no.
okay.
It's like I collect women. That's what I do.
Like
You
CNC.
know what that is? What
Yeah.
the fuck? W chat. Should I follow her?
You said you wouldn't follow
I don't know.
Jets.
For me, it's like I cannot I cannot follow an account because then I have to see what you guys tweet. And it's like, dude, if your tweets are not smart, my
Yeah, but
nigga, if your
like
tweets are not smart,
no, mine are
if they're not
smart.
smarter than what I'm putting out, dude, I'm tweeting about like the most important shit in history. Like it's gotta have substance. So okay, let's review her Twitter chat. If it sucks, we're gonna tell you it
Oh, this
sucks.
one. No, this one. No, because this one's not good. Like I was putting out fire
I like the
tweets.
first one. That's why
A
my
while back.
face is better looking than yours. I have different
No, that
thought
was
forms than you.
no, that was
I
something you
love that
said. That was
shit. You're on
something
the
you
right
said.
path here.
Okay. Okay, great.
And you have a little brother. Look at this.
I do. I have a bunch of siblings.
Okay, I want to meet your little brother.
What?
Why? What's
Why?
wrong with that? I like kids.
What?
I like to meet kids. I like to,
See, okay.
why can't I meet your little brother? Like, what are you, gay?
I mean, he's not. Why do you want to meet my little brother? What are you gay? No, he's actually not little. He's 18 now.
That's fine. That's fine. Your bro-
Is that young enough for you?
Yo, what the fuck? Okay, let's bring in Pearl. Who else do we got on here? Josie. Mm, yeah. Yeah, no, 18's fine.
Okay.
Weird girl, bro. Chat. I'm telling you guys, like Twitter's filled with some weirdos, bro.
What?
There,
What
there's
are you
something about you
saying?
that if I saw you on a Netflix thing that you murdered someone, I wouldn't be that surprised. I'd be like, yeah, that she was on 4chan since 14 years old. Like internet women are weird, bro. Like I bet you,
What about if she was in a death cult
Josie,
accelerationist?
you're more normal. You're a normie, right? Were you on 4chan at 14 like this depressed fucking girl?
No.
I was never on
Yes, if you
4chan.
know
No, you
I
were
what,
in
told you.
dude,
764
she's
right
on
off the
Twitter.
bat. You're
Twitter
right.
is 4chan. It's the same thing.
Oh my god. You're bringing in people that, like, have made these crazy rumors about me being in, like, a
Maybe
pedophile
your
cult.
account got
Wait,
banned
you guys
20
know
times
each
because
other?
the
This is like,
FBI is
what the
looking for
fuck?
you?
Josie, do you know this person?
Yes.
How?
She's in some
Because they were
accelerationist
in
death cults.
spaces.
You know the 7640998?
What, what, what,
Yeah.
what is it?
The FBI is looking for her. That's why her account got banned 20 times. And apparently you're trying to leave the
That's not
country. So thank you.
true.
I'll report that as well.
What the hell? What is Josie, a police officer?
No, I just hate pieces of shit like her.
Why? How do you even know this person?
But but that's not true, though. That's a lie,
Yeah,
that's a rumor. I'm 20 years
Zherka, you
old.
don't even want to see the receipts. Trust me, you're not going to sleep.
Josie, I don't want to see the
Oh my
receipts.
god.
This is
This is so
she's my
cringe.
niece, bro.
Okay.
This is I brought her into this world, okay? She came out of me.
You have fun with her then. Don't play with your food too much.
Josie, why do you hate this incarnation? Like, tell us the real truth. Like, what did she do to you?
Because accelerationists try to bring this country to its knees and they attack children. They get them to commit suicide, hurt their pets, and they get paid for it. How do you think she makes money?
You're saying she's a murderer?
I do not do that.
You not do
What?
that.
What the hell,
Okay,
dude?
Mom.
Twitter got lit. So, are you saying she's a murderer?
Implicit. I'd say in my eyes, way worse. At least like murder is straightforward.
Dude, Aryan Femcil, what do you have to say about all this that this random Twitter user named Josie is saying about you?
Um, I don't know. They've been doing this my whole life,
Oh
They?
yeah,
and
sure. I'm sure Myron has been doing this his whole life too, just because, right? Okay.
what? I can't understand you. What is that?
Sure. I'm grown.
Whoa. Whoa. Racism in real airtime. What the fuck? Josie, what do you have to say for yourself?
If that's all the Aryans have to offer, maybe you should let the Brown run this shit. I don't know.
Whoa.
But I know there's some better ones out there. So
Josie, are you brown?
no,
What are you?
You're not? That's what you just told him?
no. Look at me.
I
Look at
can't
me.
zoom into the photo. How do you zoom
You
in?
s-
Okay, there.
You're
Yeah,
not
what is
brown,
she?
she
Josie, what
says.
are
Right.
you?
White.
You think you're white?
White.
Wait, what?
White.
Wait, how did you gaslight yourself into thinking that?
I don't know. Just like you don't
Wow.
know what I'm talking about. I'm just a hater. Right?
I mean, right. I guess you're just delusional in all
Just Zerka, if you
aspects.
travel, you might want to keep her off your space because she's on a watch list.
But I mean, on a watch list is why you can't run a space, then I guess I have to go too, right?
Mm,
I'm joking. I'm totally not on a watch list. Like, what do you mean? What,
Neither
Arian
am
Femsa,
I.
like, I randomly called you out when you joined the call. I said, yo, you're giving me murderer vibes. And now this person's saying I'm correct, that you're actually some kind of fucking serial killing bitch.
Who have I
Blackmail
Right, okay.
collecting, children hurting bitch. I think it's a little worse than murder
Shorting?
almost. Yeah. Yeah, you target children. That's why you hang out on Reddit all day.
Whoa, what kind of
What?
are we abusing children? Like are you bullying them? Cyberbullying? Like what's going on?
But yeah, like if you don't do
No, I'm
this, we release all the blackmail that we have on you. If you don't kill your pets live streaming it.
Holy
what?
shit,
That
Arian
kind of
Femcel's
shit. This
fucking
is good
This is a
times.
psychotic.
very no, Zerka, no, that's not funny. This is a very serious allegation, and
I know it's
I've
very
you
serious
guys have said
allegations,
this
and
to
I'm
me.
pretty
No, you
certain
guys
that's why I'm
started
making them.
no, Josie, you guys started this stuff when I was like
Because we have
18,
receipts.
19.
Because I saw it.
No, it's because you're like delusional
Because
and
I saw
retarded
it.
and you believe
I wouldn't
any
make serious
Okay,
accusations
no,
like
you
that if I
didn't.
wasn't serious.
Yes, they
You're a
do.
piece of shit,
Yes, you
and
would.
that's all there is
You
to it.
don't know
Good
me.
luck leaving the country because you're on a watch list. You ain't going nowhere, bitch.
Okay. Okay.
Why are you trying to flee to the UAE? Huh?
Huh?
Why are you trying to flee to the UAE if you have it so good here?
I'm going on vacation.
You're not going anywhere. First of all. Second, you said you were
Okay.
moving. So get your
I didn't
story
say I was
straight. Get your
moving.
story straight.
Oh my god. Zerka,
I don't
please.
know. This is your friend.
This is not my friend. This is one of the people that like sit and report me
Josie,
everywhere.
what did
I didn't even report you once.
Jo
The other people do it because they know.
Josie, how
If you she thinks she's white, like she's obviously anything coming out
What
of
up,
her
bitch?
mouth is a fucking
Let Zerka
lie.
talk.
I'm just saying, like, who is the evil woman? Is it Josie or Arian Femsel? We don't know.
Listen, Zerka, I'm sorry
I
for
think it's
playing with your
Josie.
food. I will let you handle this.
What the fuck does that mean? That's not my food. That's just some random girl. I don't even eat. Guys, I don't even eat the box. Like, that's not food. You guys gotta
Didn't mean it like
believe
that.
me.
Didn't mean it like that.
Josie, are you Jewish?
Oh,
Are you a cunt?
oh my god.
Are you Jewish or what? No answer. Okay.
Josie, are you a Jewish?
Can you hear me?
Are you actually a Jewish woman?
Um, I am not genetically my
Listen,
Wait,
you're
you're
breaking.
cutting out.
ethnic.
Yeah, I just heard ethnic. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. It just sounds a little too. She sounds like she's against Donald Trump. That's what she sounds like. All right, let's.
She does sound like
And
that.
how did you get accused of all this? Now we have to look at you funny. Like, who the fuck are you? Oh, my auntie
No, you don't
follows
have.
you.
You have your own
Yo, my auntie
allegations.
follows you. What the fuck? Who are you, dude?
Who is it? Tell me. Tell me. Who
Auntie
is it?
G on Twitter.
Oh my
What are the
gosh. Well, Auntie G loves me, so
okay? And have you met these people in person? Like, do you guys all know each other?
me and Auntie G go way back. We did meet
How does that work? You
before.
Twitter losers have no friends, so you guys go, "Hey, do you want to meet in Vegas?" Like, is that how it works?
That's
I
what
don't
you
do
do,
that. I've
though.
never met someone online. That's just weirdo shit.
What do you mean
Like
you've
I
never
see
met
people
someone?
at conventions, but when you Twitter people team up, what do you guys do? You guys meet at Vegas and then what? Like what do you guys do? Like I see you guys when you're asking me for photos, but what do you like lower class individuals do? I don't even get it.
Um,
Like you met up with Auntie
isn't
G
she
and you're
your
like,
aunt?
hey, we yeah, that's actually my aunt. But you met up with my aunt and you're like, hey, let's just chill. It's like, what did you guys do in person? Did you
This,
talk? Did you guys talk about Twitter?
no.
Did you guys talk about Twitter? Dude, dude. I feel like yeah, Chad, we're bullying.
How do you know her? How do you know
I
her?
know all of you because you guys are on Twitter and all you guys do is hate on each other. Dude, you don't have time. You don't have time on earth for hatred, dude. You need love in your heart.
Who do I hate on? I don't hate
Yeah,
anybody. I'm a
but I
lover.
don't. It seems like you don't have the love force in your heart chakra. It seems like you're very. Are
I
you? It seems
do.
like you're a bitter incarnation. Like, so what happened to you as a child?
Um, I mean, what's happening now? Like, why are people accusing me of abusing children? Like, I literally am a child
Why are you
myself.
saying that?
What do
Why
you
are you saying
mean?
that?
Like, what do you mean? I'm
But
young.
you're.
I'm
That's like
20.
that's an adult.
Yeah, but I'm not abusing children. Like, and they were accusing, they're like, it's such a crazy story, but this is from like a year ago. So I was
Oh, and you
19.
texted something like "go kill yourself" to a child.
No,
No, that'd have
I've
been
never
funny as
said
fuck.
anything like that.
No, I'm joking.
No, but
Me
I would
neither. Me
never
neither.
do that, and I
Me
don't
neither.
even tell people to kill themselves. Like, I think that's so
Okay,
evil.
so like, why does that woman
Genuinely.
hate you?
Because she's brown and I'm white
Holy,
and she's
holy
Jewish.
shit! We gotta take her side. We
You
gotta
think
take her
I'm
side.
No, you think I'm joking. That's what it is. Like people it doesn't matter. Like why is she saying she's white? She's trying to gaslight us. Like I can see her picture.
Okay, based, and what kind of white? What kind of white are you?
I'm half
And what's the
Swedish.
other half?
I don't know, like Nordic or something.
That's not a good sign. You don't know what you are.
I haven't I
You
mean,
don't
no.
know
I was
your
born
own
in America.
DNA.
I haven't done an ancestry test,
What
no.
the? Then how do we even know what the fuck you are?
Because you can look at my face
Okay, but you could have
and you
Jew
can
in
see
you.
white
Can
as
you could
fuck.
have Polish?
No, I
Do you
do
have
not have
Polish
Jew
in
in
you?
me. Polish?
If you
Probably
have any
not.
Polish,
I don't even
you gotta tell the truth and say you have Polish in you.
I don't know. I
And
mean, I
if
don't
there's any
know, but
Russian,
I
there's a
don't
high
think I
chance you could
do.
have some Jew in you too.
No, I'm telling you right now,
So
I'm
no
not
Polish, no
Jewish.
Russian.
I'm gonna order a test like tonight
Yeah, I mean
and do it, and I'll let
you
you
should get
know.
an expensive test because if there's Russian or Polish, you disqualify completely. If there's anything else, you're fine.
Well, I'm sure I'm fine, but I'll take it and I'll update you.
Very good. Very good. And you have to leak your real life name too.
I I've just been doxxed since I was like 13, so I'm sure one of your chatters already have it.
No, my people don't know you. My people are crusaders. They don't waste their time on E. Or would you consider yourself an E girl?
You No, I would consider myself an E lady.
That's, I mean, that's not bad, but yeah, I kind of like that. Josie, what do you think? Go ahead, Josie. Speak with your Jewish tongue.
I'm Catholic. I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Auntie G, here she is. Bring up Auntie G. She'll tell you everything. I'm useless if Auntie G's
Holy,
here.
so this is drama. It's gonna make Aryan Femsil cry if I bring up Auntie G.
No, I won't cry.
She's
Bring it
gonna be
up.
like, "Oh my god, you're like obsessed with me." That's what she's gonna say the whole time.
Oh, where is
Wait, bring her
Auntie G?
up.
Let me find her, guys. I'm an old man. I'm struggling here.
She might not want
She's
to
gonna
join. She
nuke
might
this
be
space.
busy.
Josie, why don't you tell us what's the beef with Aryan Femcel? Like, but she clearly made a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't make a
Excuse me, young
mistake.
lady.
They are just well, I
Yeah,
didn't.
it's not your turn to speak. Please keep your hand down.
Well, she hasn't started talking.
She clearly made a mistake.
Yeah, Josie, go ahead. What's the mistake?
Joining Acceleration is Death Cult.
I mean, maybe she was fucked up too. Like, you can't just blame.
Oh
I
yeah,
She was
didn't
she
under
is.
join a death
18. Like,
cult.
I mean, was she? I don't
Did you?
know.
It,
No, the things that they are talking about is from when I was a child, and it's not even that. They're talking about when I was in Discord and I was in comms.
Oh,
Telegram.
oh, that's not that bad. We've all said crazy stuff in the Discord. I
Yeah,
mean, I used to say
no, but I
crazy
wasn't
things
saying
all
anything
the time.
crazy.
We've all
It's
done
crazy.
extortion, right?
Oh my gosh, she
I've
steals
never
money from
extorted anybody.
niggas.
Well, I've never done that
Have you,
though.
Arian, have you ever taken money from a simp little bitch?
I've never taken money. I've
Because
accepted
if you do
money.
that around me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with a stick.
I would never take
Not
money
even an
from anybody.
immigrant? I thought you were on my side. What the fuck? I think it's okay. It's okay to
No.
rob immigrants, right? Right, guys? Like two fucking immigrants is yeah, let's add her because clearly someone is lying here.
And she's not even white.
She's
I
not
don't
white.
even I
Auntie
don't
G's
even
not
think
white.
Auntie
No,
G's whiter than you
Oh,
are.
no,
So
not
watch
Arian
it.
it doesn't
Femcel.
get whiter than me. Give me a break.
Not you. On TG, it doesn't
I
even
was
matter. I
talking to
still love
her.
you.
I'm white.
Oh,
Hey, hi guys. Hi
hey,
Zherka.
Auntie. Long time no see. Welcome back to Twitter.
Time no
Thanks,
see, missed
sweetie.
you.
Well, I'm going to shock a lot of people here. Arian Femcel, I'm kind of on her side.
Oh,
Just
Josie got fucking wrecked.
gonna
You suck,
I'm
Josie.
gonna
You
let a lot of
suck.
people
You've
down.
always
Just
sucked, Josie. Those Discord messages are about you, Josie. You fucking suck. You're worthless. You're trash. You're trash. We spit on you. Fuck out of here.
well, no, it's not her fault. We all got a lot of lies and a lot of stuff told, and there's a lot of evidence that I got that I can't
Oh, my
show.
bad.
But no, it's okay. It's okay. Josie's not a bad girl either. I'm normally anti e girl on all of them, but yeah, they're both not too bad, Zerka.
What
And
does
I
that
don't
mean?
even.
You're like the neutral force of boring. Like, what do you mean? One of them has to be evil.
I know it. Well, no, I'm going to take Arian Femcel's side. She got railroaded, she got blackmailed and extorted herself. So, yeah.
What the
Okay,
fuck? She's
don't
a
clown
dumbass.
me.
She's an
Don't
idiot.
clown me.
What the fuck? Like what? What?
I mean, I
She got.
get it that it happened to her as a
Yo,
minor, but
Josie.
now she's 20. She's an adult.
Wait. So she got extorted by Discord guys.
No.
No, not really. I can't really say a lot of it. Can't I
Yeah,
mean it's
because
all
it's
kind of
kind of a
yeah.
legal matter, but um,
Yeah, it's illegal and I don't want to end up in a subpoena, Zerka. And I don't
Yeah.
think you want to end up in court either,
I'm
sweetheart. So it's best
rich.
not to
I'm
talk too
nothing
much about
like Aryan Femso and Josie. I'm rich. I'm ready for this
hello.
subpoena. Like, wait, Aryan Femso, like, did you get
I
shafted?
don't. What does that mean?
Like, did you get the short end of the Discord stick? Like, did someone screw you
No,
over?
no, it has nothing to do with Discord.
Just like I just wanted to let you know because I know that you're traveling. I wouldn't want your travels to be interrupted for something like this. That's all
Dude,
I wanted to tell you.
Josie, I'm telling you right now, she told me she's never had a man beat her up before. I would never meet a woman that's never been beat up by a man. Like, what the fuck? She gotta be the most boring soul in the universe. I'm 20. I know 20-year-olds that got beat up. Like, what the fuck? You think I'll meet up someone who's never taken a punch to the face? How do I know she can even protect me? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if you haven't had a black eye, like what are you even? Like what are you?
Yeah, it's like Arian Femso needs to get elbowed in the face to be a part of the team. Like, that's how it
Okay, are
works.
you inciting? You're inciting
I'm not
harassment
inciting. I'm just saying it would be cool if you're open to
because
like
these
things
people,
like
your
the like.
chatters, are gonna be on the way.
No, no, no. Chatters, don't attack her. It's only fun if I. No, no, nobody attack her. It's only cool if we do it on. No, no, if we do it on camera, where you say
And
Zerka, elbow me as hard as you can.
I don't want to do that.
Well, one day maybe you will. I don't know. Maybe when you're older.
Come on, Aaron Femcel, take one for the team.
I already took one. I already took one for the
Auntie,
team. How
Auntie,
many do I
yo,
have to
maybe
take?
Auntie could. Well, you could take one from Auntie and not me. How about that?
Oh, I already took hers.
Okay, but if you take an elbow from me, I'll put you on Cloud Stream this week.
Clav, I don't want to be on Clav
No, no,
stream.
I accumulate
Clav's
clips
recovering.
from what? Oh, the nose thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's pray for him.
right, right. I don't know. I just thinking like every girl that I've ever streamed with, they let me elbow them in the face on camera, so every
Why?
because
Is that real?
it's like getting jumped in, yeah, and it's not that hard. It leaves a mark, like as much as the mark on my profile picture. I hit, and it's on camera, gets 1 million views right away, and I apologize, and then we're best friends after
I
that.
don't like
It's
that.
like dropping your phone on your face while you're
Sweetie,
laying in bed.
it's like
We
a
could
love
drop the
tap.
phone too. We could drop 12 to
Sweetie,
6.
it's just a love tap, Aaron Femcel. You'll love it, I promise.
I don't know. I think we should volunteer Josie first.
How about both at the same time?
That
Ew.
There
works.
you go.
Auntie, did you meet this person in real life, like RL?
No, I have not. I don't meet anybody IRL but you, Zerka.
Oh, okay, all right. 'Cause what about Josie? Do you know what Josie is like? Is she an immigrant in person?
Yeah.
Josie's a little crazy. She hangs out with stealth virologist a lot, that crazy Jew bitch. I'm not sure what she's going on over there.
Oh,
and she
really?
just hang around together. They bunch, they cluster up.
I
Okay.
just kind of I hang out. I just hang out with everybody. I'm just kind of
Dude, Josie, Priya Patel is following you.
yeah.
How do you
Cool.
know her? What the? That's my best friend. What the hell?
Just Jordan's friend. He's
That's
cool.
okay. So, would you meet them on Twitter?
Faces mostly.
Josie, where can we see a picture of you? Like, how do we know if you're real?
Instagram. I don't know.
Oh, come on, I'm banned off Instagram. I can't do that.
Discord.
Mm, okay. I'm gonna send you a friend request.
You won't.
Look, they're already trying. Look, you
You're
asked
full
for
of
my
shit.
name. They're already trying to dox me in your
Yeah,
comments.
no, I won't. I'm too. Let's be real, Auntie. I'm too good for these people. Like these people, you can tell they're just poor. You can just see it in their face. Josie and Arian Femsel, they're like poor women. Like
Zherka,
you're
what are you talking
peasant. You're
about?
a
Yes,
peasant.
Zherka, send me money. I'm poor.
I would
Okay,
send you money, but
she
listen.
may be poor.
I'm kidding.
No, e
I'm
girls are
just
always poor. I've met all of the e girls. They always let me down. They're like, "Yo, this is my apartment. You guys are always poor, bro."
just glad you're doing good, Zherka. You seem to be traveling, having fun. I'm
You
just
know, I'll tell you this: when your heart is open with love, you do good in life. You're too bitter, Josie. You attacked Aryan Femshel for no reason.
As
Like,
they do. That's
why
how
don't?
Jews are.
I don't know about no
What the fuck?
reason, but
What the fuck? I think you guys should apologize to each other.
I'd like to
Go ahead.
apologize. Absolutely nobody. Thank you.
I
No,
think you guys
I
should.
apologize to her, Josie. I apologize to her, and I felt really bad for some of the things I did to her, and I
Damn,
said it publicly. Yep.
damn, Auntie got
You
nudes.
always have all the receipt on TG. That's the thing. I have not seen the
Okay,
updates.
Josie, she's obviously telling you that all of that was, fabricated or miscommunicated. And I
Or that it
understand
happened to
if
you as
things
a
were
minor so we can
miscommunicated.
hold it against you.
Honey, Josie,
No,
Josie, I'll
nothing
send you some
happened.
stuff, honey, that I can. But yeah, there's a lot that we didn't know before, Josie. And I know that you're a good person, so it's best just we can't talk about a lot of it, honey. Okay?
Okay.
Damn, it's like your periods are synchronizing.
Well, Arian, Femsil, if you've gone through some stuff and that you didn't have the agency because of your age, I'm sorry about that. Well, and I hope you get the help you need.
Damn, this is motivational. I guess it's scissor.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy to be stuck to one of those calls. Pretty terrible.
Scissor.
Zherka,
What? Don't you have something to say to her?
um,
It's okay.
no.
She does have that zoomer load. Like she loads the thought. No. Like that is the zoomer mind, right?
That's it.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well.